hari tanpa mabar. Main nge-lag, kerap buatku tak sabar. Gimana mau main sampai kelar? Ini waktunya ku bersinar. Okay, let's do it. Game smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tim stabil main makin mulus, rankku fix naik terus. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Cuma game smash, makin no debat.
Game Max Booster, kini dapat DG Rings. Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya di aplikasi Dunia Games.
Wow. Cool.
In an age long forgotten, the wills of gods and demons shape the fate of the world. Prosperity and war surged, caught in the eternal clash of divine glory and infernal wrath. Mortals rose in defiance, and after a long war and countless sacrifices, the world finally knew peace. In the new era, wars on the chessboard replaced the clash of swords. Here, legends and epics are reborn in a form the world has never known. Magic Chess Go-Go. Make your move.
相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせで行くわよ。
よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
Ini bakal langka.
Ini dari
One Play. Ada tanda tangan gua. Kalian harus dapat semua.
Minna, 内巻ナルトが帰ってきたぞ。力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
In time immemorial, the endless war destroyed the balance between yin and yang, plunging the Cadia Riverlands into chaos. As catastrophe loomed, a woman of destiny stepped forth, casting aside divinity for the plight of mortals.
Sacrifice for a fleeting moment of peace in the mortal realm. Does thine heart not regret?
To protect the realm. What is there to regret?
day, destiny descends once more. Zutian the Ordained, of untold merit and unbound benevolence, preserver of peace and prosperity, unfaded by time. This day, let heaven and earth bear witness as the Phoenix ascends the throne. A realm united toward a new golden age.
From time forgotten to the new dawn, as long as I breathe, Shandu shall never fade!
見せてやるよ。シャリンガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。やかましい奴らだ。
They said there's a limit in the women's league. In MWI, we say limit? Watch us bounce. From the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless.
私はもっと強くなる。しゃしゃなら背中合わせでいくわよ。
Ya, aku merem. Ulang dong.
Gak perlu.
Guys, review.
Walau yang lain terus berubah, Gope konsisten, kasihnya pasti murah. Tagihan murah di aplikasi Gope, transfer 100 kali per bulan. Download aplikasi Gope baru, nggak pakai lama. Dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya.
Seru pertama di Indonesia, kopi susu rasa cookies. Always ready, warnai harimu. Good day groovy cookies. Nikmati sensasi asyik kopi cookiesnya.
Tak ada hari tanpa mabar, main nge-lag kerap buatku tak sabar. Gimana mau main sampai kelar? Ini waktunya ku bersinar. Okay, let's do it. Game Smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tim stabil main makin mulus, rankku fix naik terus. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Cuma Game Smash makin no debat.
Game Max Booster, kini dapat DG Rings. Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya di aplikasi Dunia Games.
Wow. Cool.
In an age long forgotten, the wills of gods and demons shape the fate of the world. Prosperity and war surged, caught in the eternal clash of divine glory and infernal wrath. Mortals rose in defiance, and after a long war and countless sacrifices, the world finally knew peace. In the new era, wars on the chessboard replaced the clash of swords. Here, legends and epics are reborn in a form the world has never known. Magic Chess Go-Go. Make your move.
相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせで行くわよ。
よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
Ini bakal langka. Ini dari One Play. Ada tanda tangan gua. Kalian harus dapat semua.
Minna! Utsumaki Narutoが帰ってきたぞ!
Dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we'll nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan buat sejarah. We'll miss, we won't miss, we'll miss, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi, aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we'll nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan buat sejarah.
Live from Jakarta International Velodrome, MPL Indonesia Season 15 is powered by Muton. Supported by Esports Federation of Indonesia. Presented by official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy. Official e-wallet GoPay. Official sponsor Head & Shoulders. Official coffee Good Day. We own this.
Hari yang ketiga di babak playoff MPL Indonesia Season 15 akan segera hadir. Di mana hari ini 4 tim akan menjadi 3 tim saja. Dan tentu saja ini akan menjadi pertarungan yang dinantikan. Karena di hari ini kita bisa mengetahui siapa yang akan menjadi perwakilan Indonesia. Satu tim yang akan melaju ke babak Grand Final. Karena nanti di match penutupan ini akan menjadi satu tim yang bisa bernapas lega. Namun untuk match pertama kita di hari ini, satu tim harus menghentikan langkah mereka. Dan satu tim lainnya harus terus berjuang esok hari. Dan bukan hanya terhenti, namun mereka juga harus menutup mimpi mereka untuk berjuang untuk Indonesia di MSC IWC. Tahun yang dinantikan untuk tim Indonesia bisa merenggut kembali internasional, panggung yang dinantikan. Namun mereka harus terus berjuang, apalagi kalau kita lihat di hari ini bersama dengan semua super fans yang hadir dan juga yang ada di rumah. Semuanya pasti berdebar-debar, bagaimana tidak? Pertemuan antara tim Alter Ego dan juga Geek Fam belum kita saksikan di babak playoff sebelumnya. Ini adalah pertemuan kali pertama mereka. Dan pertemuan ini antara hidup dan mati. Siapa yang bisa saling menjawab tantangan satu sama lain? Alter Ego, ini adalah match ketiga mereka dari hari pertama, kedua, dan kali ini hari yang ketiga mereka terus berjuang match demi match, game demi game untuk bisa terus berada di babak playoff. Sedangkan dari tim Geek Fam, kita tahu ini adalah sejarah baru dari tim Geek Fam. Mereka datang ke babak playoff dari upper bracket. Mereka mendapatkan posisi terbaik, namun hasil yang baik belum kunjung mereka dapatkan. Di match pembukaan mereka kemarin, mereka harus tumbang di tangan tim Onyx. Dan kali ini mereka harus terus berjuang dari lower bracket. Dan sebelum kita menyaksikan bagaimana epicnya, bagaimana keseruan dari tim Geek Fam dan juga dari tim Alter Ego, Bude ingin mengingatkan untuk kalian semua, jadilah saksi, datanglah ke Jakarta International Velodrome. Karena bukan hanya di dalam saja, namun di luar yang ada di festival juga lagi seru-seruan dan ramai-ramai bareng. Dan keseruan hari ini tentunya tidak lepas dari dukungan semua superfans dan dukungan sponsor dan partner. Karena MPL Indonesia Season 15 powered by Moonton, supported by PBSI, presented by official turnamen smartphone Samsung Galaxy, official e-wallet GoPay, official sponsor Head & Shoulder, official dari coffee partner Good Day. Dan kita juga punya partner ini sports, ada Telkomsel, Dunia Games, dan IndiHome. Tak lupa pula kita punya advertiser Kacang Sukro dan juga Hogband bersama dengan supplier RSV Helmet, UBS Gold, Kila Food, Mercon Merah Putih, Imaginary, dan Jakarta International Velodrome sebagai venue kita. Season 15, season yang dinantikan bagaimana para tim akan berjuang karena kita tahu keduanya haus untuk menjadi juara, keduanya ingin mengangkat piala, dan tentu saja memang lower bracket tempat di mana penuh dengan tekanan. Namun mereka harus bisa membuktikan gameplay dan juga semua hal yang mereka miliki. Mentalitas ditambah dengan strategi. Semua harus bisa dikeluarkan dengan lebih baik untuk hari yang ketiga. Karena hanya satu tim saja yang akan melaju ke babak selanjutnya. Inilah dia Alter Ego dan Geek Fam.
Welcome to day 3 of MPL ID Season 15 playoffs. We have one elimination match and one match to determine who makes it to the grand finals and also possibly to MSC.
Oof. And big stakes here, ladies and gentlemen. Again, right now we're going to start things off with an elimination match, so we'll hold on to the MSC qualifiers for later. Onyx and RRQ, they're sitting upper brackets quite happily. You can see the smiling face here. You should be called smiling analyst today when RRQ wins.
The smiling analyst.
But will the smiling jungler still be smiling?
So what are you smiling for?
I'm smiling because I just love the game. I love MLBB. I love my friend over there behind the camera, Mr. Ranger Amas. Shout outs to him.
Mr. Ogai,
who's giving us some really, really good motivation right now.
And Lim Kocho over there as well.
MM. He's an MM player.
He's an MM. Yes, sir.
He's a marksman magnet because he plays all the marksmen.
Assassin? Assassins. Kind of, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
But Mirko is very happy because he's finally joining us on the panel, dude. Is this not the first time?
No, it was yesterday.
Oh, it's the first time with me.
With you guys, with both.
Yeah.
Yesterday I was with Sheffin and Eterna. There was a little bit of beef there, you know.
Basically a recap.
It's basically a recap.
Yeah.
That's
So,
bro.
just yap about things we want to talk about. But obviously, we want to talk about today's schedule with 2 matches being played. It is Alter Ego against Geek Fam on the opening match.
Okay.
An elimination match. So one team sadly has to say goodbye. The second match of the day and possibly the most coveted one because it is the Royal Derby. Onyx against RQ Hoshi.
Oh man. For the first match in particular, a certain man who owns the night, let's say. He's been very vocal about both these teams really not doing so well in the playoffs, despite the improvements we saw in the regular season, especially towards the end. In the playoffs, oh man, a lot of people have been criticizing the drafts, some of the executions as well.
Yeah.
We're kind of at a loss on what actually happened because this is the exact opposite of what we were expecting.
In a way, I kind of expected Geek Fam to have this kind of performance, at least for their first match, right? I hope it doesn't translate over to their second, because yeah, for the drafts are weird to me. It almost seemed like they had a formula working for them in the regular season, and now they've decided to be like, all right, let's ditch that formula and go for, I guess, what has been working in scrims. But these are some weird picks sometimes, you know? Like, I mean, game 1, I actually liked that draft, the one with the Harith and the Fredge and Valentina. That was a draft that was, again, purely picked up just to enable the Harith. I understand that. But then game number 2, it was changed. The chip came through, and it's still at 0%. Sheffin pointed it out, which is crazy. DP on a chip, 0% win rate. And then we got to see just like the fairness contest for Geek. Like, they have such a high emphasis on banning Farsa Lo Yi to pick up the fairness, and it didn't even pay off. Like, it didn't become a pick that got them the win.
I mean, right now in this kind of meta with the players we see, there's so many good EXP laners and rovers that if you have a composition that forces you to kind of group up together, that's rough, dude. They'll get punished.
Yeah, obviously Geek Fam yesterday was, I would say, kind of underwhelming because in the regular season they were rocketing off their way onto the playoffs. Top 2, by the way, upper bracket start alongside RRQ and Geek Fam. So that is indeed, I'd say a bit of a bluff there in the playoffs run in the first match. But obviously we want to talk about Geek Fam and take a look at their arrival alongside Alyssa back on stage. So Alyssa, who are we gonna interview today? Who?
Halo, kembali lagi bersama Alyssa, masih di MPL Indonesia season 15 di babak playoff. Dan di match kali ini kita akan melihat antara Geek Fam yang akan melawan Alter Ego. Dan kayak sudah hadir bersama kita di sini ya. Ada tim dari Geek Fam yang akan kita culik salah satunya kali ya. Halo, Baloy. Apa kabar hari ini?
Baik.
Ini ceria sekali nih Geek Fam hari ini. Kenapa nih?
Pengen mau menang nanti.
Oh, pengen mau menang ya. Tapi memang kalau melihat ya, sejarah di regular season, memang Geek Fam ini belum terkalahkan dari Alter Ego. Nah, apa sih yang disiapin?
Kalau yang belum dikalahin betul, tapi itu kita ini udah playoff, jadi kita lebih siap daripada mereka. Kayak kita belajar habit-habit mereka dan hero-heronya.
Belajar habit dan hero-heronya. Dan kalau melihat ya dari season 11 sampai season 15 ini, bahwa dari ini pertama kalinya berjumpa dengan AE di babak playoff nih. Siapa sih yang paling kamu waspadai, Baloy?
Ya itu pertama kali tapi bukan pertama kali ketemu Dream sama Hijame juga. Jadi gue paling mau ngelawan mereka, mau balas dendam soalnya mereka udah pernah pulangin gue season 11.
Jadi kita akan melihat pembahasan Baloy ya kepada Dream dan Hijame. Satu kata dong buat AE.
Good luck.
Good luck aja hari ini, good luck juga buat Baloy, semangat ya untuk Geek Fam. Dan kita akan melihat apakah nantinya Geek Fam akan bisa mengalahkan AE ataukah sebaliknya. So see you di match kali ini. Bye-bye. Good luck.
Thank you, Alyssa, and that was Baloyski making his way into the Jakarta International Velodrome. He talked to Alyssa about having to understand the habits of Alter Ego. What habits do you think that Geek Fam has to be wary about?
Oh man, where do we start? I think right now when it comes to bad habits, you don't even need to say habits because there are a lot of good habits. You can say how many bad habits do they have? Oh, the draft being very incoherent, really not synergizing with any of the other picks together. Overextending, random fighting, crazy, I don't know, just crazy in general. There's so many things to dive deep on when we're talking about Alter Ego's game that we can really nitpick. We can like pick everything.
If you really want to go that route, it is very much possible. So much to talk about as well, because sometimes it's almost like it's very situational.
Yeah.
Right? They are situationally patient and clean, and sometimes when the right factors are in place, they just blow up, and you're like, whoa, what is this?
We saw that yesterday, but we want to hear on what Alter Ego has to say as they make their way onto the stage, backstage with Alyssa. Take it away.
Hai, kembali lagi bersama Alisa, pastinya masih di MPL Indonesia season 15. Dan hari ini, saat ini Alisa lagi nunggu tim dari Alter Ego untuk sampai ke Jakarta International Velodrome. Dan sepertinya sudah sampai, jadi kita akan coba kita tanya-tanya. Wow, sudah siap. Halo Nino, apa kabar?
Alhamdulillah baik.
Alhamdulillah baik ya. Nino, hari ini kamu akan bertemu dengan Geek Fam. Menurutmu Geek Fam mode playoff gimana sih?
Yang pastinya kuat sih, cuman ya kita juga nggak kalah kuat harusnya.
Tapi kalau ngomongin soal kuat gak kuat, kalau ngelihat di regular season, Alter Ego belum berhasil nih ngalahin Geek Fam nih. Gimana nih Nino?
Memang belum rezekinya aja kali, sama kitanya mainnya kurang bagus dibanding Geek Fam.
Oke, jadi hari ini harus bisa ya? Oke, dan Nino, kemarin di Media Day kan RRQ menang tuh. Dan Susujin ditanya, kira-kira besok AE dan Geek Fam akan lawanan, siapa yang menang? Dan Susujin bilang 3-0 untuk Geek Fam. Karena katanya AE gak punya gameplay. Gimana nih menurut kamu?
Gak apa-apa sih, mereka menang merayakan ya. Ya udah, itu aja.
Keep humble aja ya?
Ya, gak apa-apa sih, bebas mereka mau ngomong apa, yang penting kita main-main aja.
Oke, dan Nino, kalau ngelihat dari Geek Fam, siapa yang paling kamu waspadai?
Yang pasti Baloy sih, karena dia player yang punya makro play yang paling tinggi aja sih.
Baloy ya, oke, kita akan melihat. Dan satu kata dong untuk Geek Fam.
Good luck.
Good luck sama juga ya. Oke, good luck juga buat AE, semangat. Dan kita akan melihat apakah hari ini AE dapat bisa mengalahkan Geek Fam untuk pertama kalinya. Walaupun di regular season kemarin belum berhasil, tapi hari ini kita akan lihat ya. So see you dan good luck untuk match hari ini. Bye-bye.
The captain of Alter Ego, Nino, with a mature response, I would say, because obviously the gameplay was criticized by Baloyski, but Nino is like, nah, we're here to play. They can talk about what they want to talk about. They can say a lot of things about us. But all we have now is our focus on the game.
I believe it was Sutsujin who actually made that statement,
Sutsujin,
right?
Yeah.
He said yesterday after beating Alter Ego, he thinks Geek Fam are just going to beat Alter Ego. And yeah, Nino just said, they can say whatever, they won, so it's fine. I agree with him. I think Geek Fam are the ones that are going to win here. Alter Ego's gameplay looks very inconsistent. Like when they get good picks, they do well, but the good picks don't come in a way where they force it. It's sometimes like it's onto their opponents. It's up to their opponents.
Yeah, there's some luck involved.
RQ yesterday, they tried to experiment in game one, I feel.
And now, obviously, we want to talk about the audience topic voting. First ever playoffs duel, Geek or Alter Ego. Who will be eliminated? This is a hot topic to talk about. So you guys at home can vote. As of now, you know, this is indeed their first time ever meeting after 15 seasons of MPL ID. The first time meeting in playoffs. Yeah, because if we talk about the record, actually since season 4, there have been 23 meetings, Alter Ego winning 15 of them, and Geek only grabbing 9 wins.
Ooh, Alter Ego getting the better overall in the history situation. But again, it's a whole different Geek Fam. And right now, this is a Geek Fam that a lot of people are predicting to make it all the way to the grand finals potentially.
Some to win.
Some to win. So,
yeah.
So despite a bit of the dips, a bit of the questionable decisions in the drafts, in whatever, that was just the beginning, the early days. Now though, when it's an elimination match, I think we can really expect another boost, another jump in performance, especially because it's Geek Fam. Right, this is the anime team.
Yeah.
This is the shonen story team that gets stronger and stronger, and then eventually people are like, "Dang, they're too strong. What do we do?"
Yeah. And Beloy is like that veteran teacher type of character, right? The sensei. We have May Kids. He's basically Naruto. Beloy's like Jiraiya, something like that.
Yeah.
But hey, that's a good stat. Actually, realize that you brought up. I would love to know the before and after of Beloy. Alter Ego throughout the history books, yes, has been able to win against Geek Fam. But after Beloy, how much do the stats skew back to Geek Fam winning out?
Yeah, Beloy has been seen as the pillar of Geek Fam. Plus, Kyrie mentioned it as well. He's very good at scouting. He's very good at monster making monsters. Discovering the likes of May Kids. Yeah, he's the Frankenstein. But obviously, in the poster, first playoff, Fury, who will claim victory with the match history touted over there, 9-15. Alter Ego, they have the upper hand because back then they were seen as this colossal giant that is actually a strong team. For Geek Fam, when they entered MPL, it was more of a start. It was kind of slow, and then they transitioned into becoming one of the best.
It was very slow, buddy.
Yeah, it was very slow, right? And even back then, when we had to make our power rankings, a lot of us ranked Geek Fam second, third, or even first. So, where does that justification of power rankings come from?
Well, I think it comes from their performance so far, and us looking at how they perform the beginning of the season and then how they keep improving, because again it's more impressive to be able to improve consistently throughout the season rather than start strong, because we've seen what happens when you start too strong, get a win streak, and then falter. That happened to Evos, and that has been the story for Alter Ego themselves. So we're banking on that late game potential technically. So even in the development wise and in game wise, is it geekable?
They coined the term, but now I want to hear what you have to say. The audience topic voting results. A, Geek will send Alter Ego home.
Wow.
B, intense match because both are strong. And C, Alter Ego will end Geek's run. Why are people mostly voting for Geek Fam? Are they the underdogs, or rather, are Alter Ego the underdogs?
I think coming into the matchup, yes, they are. They are the overwhelming underdogs here. And really, it's because of how consistent Geek Fam have been throughout the regular season. Even yesterday, in their loss, I'd say most of the drafts that they got were kind of like losing drafts, and yet they were still able to do really well in the game. So, they were losing in the game, but they were the ones holding on to the gold lead. Sometimes they were making it very level up against a dominant early game Onyx. Doing that against an dominant early game Onyx is quite impressive. So if they just tweak a few things in the draft, I think they're going to have enough firepower to go through all the way. I don't know who's going to lose later on, but go through all the way even to the finals.
And that's exactly why they were performing really well. They showed that they have the attributes required to actually make it far. And in a way, it's it's almost the opposite for Alter Ego, because you remember there were a lot of doubts, a lot of questions already.
Yeah.
They were good, but there were still a lot of questions. They were named like the dark horses because we didn't even most, if not everyone, predicted that Bigatron was going to win against Alter Ego. So I think that's where the disparity in the image, right, of Geek Fam and Alter Ego comes from. But speaking of disparities here, veterans versus the young blood Nino and May Kids.
Yeah.
That's an interesting one, because I thought that would be a jungle comparison, right? But gotta be Nino here highlighted, being the aggressive EXP laner. And recently he's been a lot more impactful, at least compared to last season.
Nino has been handed to him the carry picks, the Phovius, the CC to an extent, the Badang as well, who you would usually look being utilized at the roam department, but it's mostly handed to Nino for Alter Ego. So at least I have that proper structure. For Maykins, obviously he's the rookie of the season. He has been shining throughout the regular season, but I don't think it's an apple-to-apple comparison because, XP to jungler in terms of the matchup. So what can we expect then if their roles are different later on in the match?
I think we expect that both of them are going to be trying to make aggressive moves, but again, especially for Geek Fam, I'm really wondering what their plan is for Make It in particular, because we're expecting all these assassins to come through, right? But I feel like so far, we've seen Make It do other things, not really being used as like the tip of the spear.
Yeah.
Whereas when they picked an assassin for Make It and kind of played around that, we saw that even against Onyx, they were doing, compared to when he's on a fighter, much better. So I feel like that has to be the angle that Geek Fam are looking at. So if that is the case, then Alter Ego might want to put Nino on something more utility, something with a bit more crowd control, so that he has a chance to kind of use that experience to shut down Make It's aggression.
Yeah, I think another good comparison should be just Nino and Gobs in general, right? I mean,
yeah.
We see Nino and Make It's here being compared, but I think that is the real comparison. Both of them were also contenders. I had a different choice to the actual most improved player winner. Nino ended up winning most improved player, but I actually chose Gobs just because of how much he improved throughout the regular season. Now in the playoffs, this is technically his second playoffs, but in a way it's his first, because last season they were still also jumping between Veldora and Gobs. It wasn't just purely Gobs.
Right.
Having finally a chance to play in the playoffs up against Onyx in their first match, I think there's definitely a little bit of jitters for Gobs. For Nino, this guy has been to playoffs a bunch of times already. That's why we're seeing him feel much more, I would say he's much freer here. Like, the pressure doesn't eat him up as much, right? Having that said, though, I still think Gobs has been performing better. Despite the jitters, despite the fact that he's been inconsistent in the playoffs, he's been doing better. He's at least been able to really force the issue on the opponents. Meanwhile, for Nino, I really just saw that against BTR. Like, he was able to pull off some really good picks, some really good initiations against BTR. That's it. Up against RRQ, against Dyron, it was, I think, a shutout.
And again, this Dyron, to be fair, But yeah, exactly. I don't know, man. Alter Ego, you talk about experience, but technically they also have a pretty good amount of experience built into that lineup, man. With Nino as an example, I mean, he has had confidence since season. I believe I really noticed and remembered his name and face in season 8, right? When he was still like that Benedetta
Yutong.
Yeah, the aggressive gold lane. But along with that, they have dreams as well. This man has a ton of experience, so that certainly is going to come in handy, especially against an opponent like Geek Fam with a player like Voloisky that likes doing those unexpected moves. We saw even against Onyx, there were some moments where, Onyx weren't completely caught off guard, but there were moments where they're like, oh, whoa, Voloisky, what was he doing, right? So Dreams probably will have a lot of we spend a lot of time trying to make sure that doesn't happen to Alter Ego.
On the topic of Gobs, though, you mentioned that he didn't really have the stage jitters. But yesterday, when we, take a look at the KTVs established for that match, RRQ against, or rather Onyx against Geek Fam, one of them was Onyx having to exploit the rookie status of the players, right? And I think that might be a problem as well, but you said it, Gobs was able to push through the pressure. Make It was performing pretty well yesterday, and the Fredrin and the Suyo as well. But I think we have to see the entrance now.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome the two teams playing in the lower brackets today. Day 3 of playoffs. Match 1 commencing. Both red and black walking up on stage in the Jakarta International Velodrome. One, a team tainted as now the new generation, the team that will win it all, Geek Fam. The other, a team that was predicted to lose on day 1, who's been shattering expectations, Alter Ego.
And they start their own version, somewhat of a miracle run. Alter Ego against everyone's expectations, against a team that could be said to be the favorites to actually win out in this match and potentially make it all the way till the end. Our Marshal Dimas brings in Bluffsy and Zephyr with NFR and Dora DSP. The battle begins here.
What are the contrast, I'd say, drafting strategies that you see that Zephyr and maybe Bluffsy alongside Dora DSP and Nafari has?
Oh man, for me, Alter Ego have been very inconsistent in their draft in a way where they have a certain template for the draft. If it doesn't work out, they're very bad at improvising. They would just go for picks that I would say doesn't make sense with the composition. Like, they are good picks. I feel like they have a template again of like what picks are good, what's in the meta, but the synergy was so off sometimes. I think yesterday it was a Phoveus with a Hayabusa. Hayabusa first pick and the Phoveus. What would you expect as a mage there? You wouldn't expect a Kimmy, that's for sure. You wouldn't expect a late game pick with a Hayabusa and Phoveus. You want to get mid-control ASAP, especially when you're up against Farsa. If you're up against a Selena, I understand the Kimmy. You get more mid-prio against Selena, you clear and you poke.
Right.
But against the Farsa, the Kimi pick was just out of my mind, and when it got picked, I didn't know what they wanted to do. And then they proceeded to go with a Claude pick too. So having a mid lane and a gold lane that needs to scale while you have a Phobius and Haya in your team that really wants to fight early and get a snowball.
It really feels like they're kind of tunneling on some aspects of the game. So, for instance, instead of focusing on maybe the overall look, they'll be looking at the laning phase, or they'll be looking at the team fights, and they want to get picks that work there, but nowhere else. At no other point in the game. So if the game goes long enough, and ideally they scale, they can win these team fights. But if they don't, right? The laning phase is tough, the neutral objective is tough, the macro play is tough. So I do agree. It seems like, you know, despite the experience, that experience has not really transcended all the way into the draft and game plan.
To put it simply, it's a very flowchart way of dealing with it, right? You have a flowchart, you follow it, but when the flowchart collapses, you don't know how to fill in the gaps. Geek Fam on the other side, though, they're focused too much on just team synergy. They're just focused too much on signature picks, where they would completely ban out meta heroes like the Farsa and the Lo Yi, denying it from themselves just so that they can play a certain composition that relies heavily on team fight, with the Harith focus in game 1, with the Faramis pick as well in game 4. Yeah, they can stick to the meta. We've seen in the regular season they are good with this meta. I wonder why they decided to do that, and I really hope that game is a wake-up call, a big slap in the face to be like, all right guys, let's go back to what made us upper bracket second place team in the regular season.
Well, moving on from that topic as well, Mirko, looking at the meta check right here, we saw Geek Fam earlier. Yeah. You know, pretty straightforward. But for Alter Ego here, there's something that we have to talk about. The Fanny here in the most banned category. For the first time, I think, well, not for the first time, but previously with Alter Ego and I believe Geek Fam's matches, there's no big impact for that Fanny, right? We talked about this before in the regular season. The junglers aren't really good Fanny players. But now, finally, we have a situation where one team has an amazing Fanny player and the other not so much. Alter Ego are going to be absolutely at a disadvantage. You get a kiss of victory here by the Samsung Galaxy S15 series for Geek Fam. Contest Bedang and Farsa get the high-value picks in this match that can kind of set up. They can kind of go for that pick of style that enables them to shut down Alter Ego. Match Alter Ego's early game because they definitely have what it takes to do so, depending on the picks that they have. And stop using the chip, right? It hasn't really been working for them. That's unfortunate. But you know, maybe if their whole style has been revolving more so on the objectives rather than the macro pickoffs, go with it, right? Pivot over there, and Geek Fam definitely knows how to play that style as well. Now for Alter Ego, a few more show that Alter Ego has gameplay, right? Can actually have their own strat that they can apply and use to pressure Geek Fam, fix the luck mentality, and have game plans to bounce back when things don't go as planned. Like you mentioned, Mirko, when the flowchart collapses, understand that there has to be some contingency plans. And Limit Geek's power heroes, like the Suyo, Maykids, I believe, has picked it 23 or 23 to 26 times, somewhere in that region. So that's definitely a big pick. And if they do ban the Fanny, I think the Suyo becomes the next thing that can be considered for Geek Fam.
Suyo was picked up yesterday, but I think it was only once because mostly Maykids was kind of pivoting towards the Fredrin as well. And by the way, that was a very, very spectacular Fredrin game by Maykids against Onyx, no less. So I think in that regard, they can also have an answer. But you said it, Mirko. The mages right now in this meta are limited to just the Jusins, right? The good ones, Farsas maybe. Lo Yi as well. And Geek Fam, one of their winning conditions is playing through a boy. Yeah. And then they ban out, you know, the Farsas and all that. And then they have to force a boy on a Faramis. So, from just banning out, you know, these heroes, how do they want to pivot a boy and use that?
This is the problem, I would say, for a boy, right? Yes, they always want to play for a boy in the regular season, but he's been the type of mid laner to just utilize Valentina and Juicin for the most part. I think this season in particular, we haven't been seeing Geek Fam play for a boy like they did before. Yeah. I think because he's just not comfortable with the picks that are meta. That's why we're not seeing a lot of the Lo Yis, that's why we're not seeing the Farsas, that's why we're seeing it banned out, because Farsa, Lo Yi, everything, it's at a 50% win rate. Not really the best. That's because they've just been playing mainly for Maykids and Kenziski. Ex-Chidera, it really depends on who gets to play. Obviously today it is Kenziski. So if they want that, sure, But that means you're gonna have to prioritize a utility mid laner, and the only real good one, I guess, is Juzin, right?
Yeah.
At this point, that is it.
Even that gets countered.
And with the Tushin now, with the emphasis on mid control and wave clear, by the way, going with the Tushin isn't even a guaranteed way to win anymore, right? He's clear the waves, and then something like Loyi, for example, is gonna have so much more impact. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going straight into the drafting phase.
Presented by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S25 series. The Loyi picked up by Alter Ego, a Hijube special as well. Bar, Geek Fam, and they take the Kalea and the Harith. Obviously the Granger is the answer. In lane, kind of fares okay against the Harith. You can kind of bully it past level 4, I think. And after Geek Fam, one last pick for them to round up phase 1.
I think the safe choice would definitely be Fredrin or Lucas pick here, right? Have someone that can actually take a lot of the diversion, can be the one in front to take a lot of the initial damage from a diversion ambush play. We have seen it a couple of times, I believe. Lucas, how many times have we seen that for Nakeds? Once, 100% win rate in the regular season. Good route for Alter Ego, though, banning out the Suyo and the Fanny. We touched on that a little bit, Arashi, how the Fanny could be something that we are going to be seeing for Alter Ego ban, even in the first phase. But Geek Fam have done their homework as well. They see the box shot, they see the Joy, and the Hayabusa from yesterday. I mean, he's only really found success on these 3 picks in the playoffs. Yeah. Not even the Joy. The Joy has never been left open against him, but it will be the Fredrin pick here for Geek Fam.
So once again, it's going to be a fighter in the hands of Nakeds. Feels like it's a bit of a waste of potential, but by all means, there must be a plan for this. With the Kalea, with the Harith already, it's building up to be a good team fight position, but maybe they're more concerned just on the potential of getting picked up by the diversion. That's why they want to go for a fighter. They can be more mobile, more survivable, because you know that purple buff, the purple buff take is a death trap against a team that knows how to use that Loyi well.
Is this maneuver from Geek Fam heralding a 5 jungler ban again for Rin?
Why not?
Because yesterday RRQ, I think he knew pretty well that Rin was tilting. And he's like RRQ, they're leaving Rin without an optimal jungler pick, right? Maybe he will try to pop up the Lancelot. But do you think that works against Geek Fam's composition?
No, especially because firstly, Geek Fam, yesterday at least there was an option, Fredrin or Lancelot, right? Parsec gets banned here, by the way. It will just be mid laner ban as I think coming through. But yeah, on that point, Fredrin wasn't banned out. It was either Fredrin or Lancelot. Obviously, Rin is more of a Lancelot player. Now the Fredrin isn't even available. So if they ban Hanzo here, there's literally nothing else that Rin has gone for, at least in the playoffs. And then Geek Fam can pull the Dyren and pick up the Hilda. It's good against the Granger. I think opening up bushes is great too against the Loyi. And again, you've technically already countered the only... You're forcing Rin to either play a Lancelot, an assassin, up against the Hilda, or on an X-Borg or Leomord, like a really off-meta jungle, I guess. Here, though, they decide to go for the Badang. They think Hanzo's not even good.
Yeah, and a hero encounter. A quick stat here. Total encounters 3 times so far, and it favors the Harith more. So what does the stat say to you, Arashi?
It shows you the Harith is stronger, and by all means, when the games are going as long as they have been going, by the way, the Granger scales, yes. But the Harith in the late game, my guy, we've seen that damage, dude. And more importantly than damage, the survivability as well. Yeah. Was it RRQ, I think, where Toy was able to tank out a full-on crossbow of Tang just by using the Demand Force and just dashing around, shielding up. That's a value option to have as a gold laner in a meta that's so aggressive right now. That final ban for Alter Ego is going to be the Valentina, so more mid lane emphasis. All right, I'm concerned about Alter Ego and how they're going to use this diversion because they don't have a lot of catch tools for now, and they don't have a lot of ways to really burst down the members of Geek Fam as well. If Geek Fam goes with Mirko's suggestion and goes for that Hilda as well, dude, whoever Alter Ego finds in the beginning will not be able to be taken down, and that's going to be disaster.
DC though, so at least more damage for Geek Fam because I think, physically kind of limited because the Fredrin will probably build utility, the Kalea does sell. But Alter Ego, what do they go for here? Yeah, they will go for the Hanzo. For Alter Ego though, with the Hanzo, is there a direct access to the backline? I mean, the Fredrin and the Kalea is there.
Yeah, there's no backline. Harith isn't really a backliner. To be honest with you, he plays in the middle. Great Edith pick there. Did not expect that to come through for Nino. Thought he would go for another, just tanky option, but knowing the CC is there, it does limit a lot of the options. Edith, that's why they banned the Valentina as well, right? Sets up for it. It's a good boy pick for a boy too. They decide to go for the Kimmy here for Geek Fam. Honestly, not bad here. They have a Kalea already.
Okay. It is interesting, but obviously they'll toss it to Gani and Chefin to cast the game. Take it away.
One must fall here in Jakarta International Velodrome once again, and it's between Geek Fam and Alter Ego. Back again with me, Chefin, and also Gani. Gani, quick prediction. What's gonna happen?
What's gonna happen in game one or through
the whole thing?
The whole thing?
Yeah.
I feel like on paper, Geek Fam, they are the better team. So let's see though, can Alter Ego prove that they are still worthy to stay in the playoffs?
They pulled off an upset against Bigatron, but in this game, or in this match, another one will bite the dust. EWC is nothing but a dream for the fallen. Two families race with different values. The battle of chaos and constant. It's an elimination match between Alter Ego and Geek Fam.
Let's get it, let's get it. Game one. What will happen here? Oh, spell check quickly. 2 Purifies on the board for the side of Alter Ego. And actually from the draft, right, you called the Hanzo ban, but instead they ran out the Badang.
Yep. And that's a question, right, for Geek Fam. A boy with a Kimi. Let's check the win rate real quick here. A boy and a Kimi. It's only one game throughout the regular season with boasting a 100% win rate. And this Hanzo, the longer the game goes, yes, you can kind of counter it with like pure damage towards the shadow that Hanzo's gonna pop out, but in the end, it is a danger for both backliners of Geek Fam. And also looking at the emblem here by IndieHome, so far nothing too crazy, maybe except a boy with the very brave mystery shop against this much dive and surprise mechanic from Alter Ego.
So yeah, I think both teams here playing it very slow, barely, right? Just touching and going. No real threat, no spell triggered as well, apart from the obvious retributions. And you can see here, early start, it's just, yeah, nothing too crazy below it though. Will not commit on towards an opening just yet.
Yeah. Make Kids though, that's I believe that's going towards Rin instead of Make Kids, but I might be wrong. Early game for the first objective, I think it's gonna favor towards Geek Fam by quite a lot, especially with Make Kids on the Fredrin, and Beloyski, if he secures that level 4, it's gonna come in handy against Rin, against Nino, that's gonna try to dive in towards the composition of Geek Fam. Beloyski already chunking up some HP from Dreams, and Make It already on the case on towards the Eternal.
Covering all the angles here, Geek Fam, Hijime waiting, Rin pops the Ninja. That's gonna be Make It though, securing the Turtle.
Beloyski though in front line, still level 3, getting bursted down, and now they're chasing Hijime. Diversion.
Oh, Hijime will be able to teleport to safety, but that's a big win for Geek Fam.
For sure, it's only a roamer trade, which is already equal, plus the objective take from a Geek Fam. And another win rate check here. Beloyski 6 matches and 1 losses in 7 games that he played with this Kalea. So this guy, man, his arsenal is getting bigger and bigger. You see the Choloyski, you see the Badangski in the second half of the season. Now the Kaleaski seems to be the main fish for Geek Fam towards Alter Ego, or maybe like all the opponents that they're gonna face.
The whole playoffs, right? And it seems like English desk.
No love.
We are unanimous.
Okay, like I predicted 3-0, but in my heart, or in my brain, I'm leaning towards a 3-1. But these are some pretty harsh scores. And to be honest, even the players of RIQ that already beaten Alter Ego, they seem to agree with us as well. Sutsujin, pretty much pretty blunt with the way he's pointing out the mistakes and the weaknesses of Alter Ego. He said that Alter Ego does not have a strategy, and Purify right away from Hijime, good traction pulls by a boy, and that's info before the second turtle begins.
Yeah, it seems like Arfi no shoes, so he opted the Hunter Strike immediately. That's gonna be the diversion play. Rain and Dreams teleported towards the top lane. Kenzie will sidestep Shaman Force giving damage and surviving. Great read by Kenzie.
Yeah, and no diversion in the second turtle. That means no instant teleporter for the whole team of Alter Ego. That utility will cut their fighting power by quite a lot. Hijumero getting jumped on, no purify at all.
Let's see, Hijume this time around taking a lot of heat and he will be taken down. Dreams 1v3, 4v1. I don't think he will survive this, baby.
That's a bit too much. 4 guys on towards 1 in Dreams. There is a Revitalize, but he ain't gonna heal up anything if he's up against that much Famunity. As Geek Fam will take the second turtle without contest. Make it perfect so far in the objective battle.
2 for all, right? 2 for 2 for Geek Fam, neutral objective-wise. And yeah, they're slowly but surely establishing a very healthy foundation here. 2K gold almost in the first 5 minutes.
An audience prediction by GoBase, 63% to 37%. I was gonna say, this is pretty on brand, but I realized that I mixed up the teams. They actually predicted Alter Ego to win. Man, the La Familia, the Alter Champs, is very, very trusting of his teams. Gob's getting jumped on by Rin, but I don't think he's gonna do much here. There you go.
Oh, that's gonna be the quick purify. Beloyski triggering it. It does seem like that Beloyski is just disposes a lot of threat with this Kalea.
Yeah. He's taking a pitch out of Rin's book, which is engaging every time it's possible. But the difference is, this is a Kalea, and you're trading a Purify with a Tsunami Slam. Gobs getting chased down by 3 guys.
Let's see, will Gob survive this 3v1? Practically, top lane will be pushed by Geek Fam, and Gobs will survive that, but it's gonna be Geek Fam again with the trades. 4v2 top lane, Arfi and Dreams now. What can they do? Make us look into zone Arfi out, and that's gonna be Dreams clearing it out. So Geek Fam again slowly just applying more pressure.
Yeah. And they know they have the pressure. Rin though, where is he going? Still has the ultimate to get away. So no threat. Beloyski though. AOG
doesn't land, and it's gonna be, oh my goodness, Nino caught, isolated. Geek Fam now pushing the gears as they claim another member of Alter Ego. 2 members down and out.
Looking like so far almost a perfect game from Geek Fam. In the first kill too that Alter Ego secured, that was a winning trade for Geek Fam, and now they're up to 3K gold lead in below 7 minutes. A position that Blovsy and Dora TSP is really happy to see, and it looks like Geek Fam not even needing a retribution to secure this one. Make it will try to get the orange, then the turtle will be theirs for the 3rd time.
Perfect turtle indeed. Geek Fam just they know how to play the early game with this composition. Rin with the diversion. Not enough damage, I feel. That's gonna be Alter Ego just catching Stray still 7 minutes in.
Rin gotta farm up. That's the only way for him to be relevant in this game because he's already losing at 1v1. Oh, there you go. The Tsunami Slam and the Purify. Beloyski wins that trade every time he does it.
Yeah.
What?
Okay. That's an awkward AOG. So again, 2 resource spent. Now make it soaking a lot of damage. Beloyski now trying his own members of Alter Ego. Traction balls. Connects on towards 2 in the back. It's gonna be RV taken down. Ladies and gentlemen, Geek Fam, they took down 3. And Geek Fam just steamroll this match in the first game.
That was a good diversion. I don't think it's gonna connect towards anything, but again, the AOG by Dreams was nothing short of ridiculous for me. You know that Apoy has the flicker. He knows that the Apoy still has the second skill to get away. So why do we even bother to go for that one?
Yeah.
Looking at the items though, it feels like all the golds are coming towards Geek Fam, and you can see the massive difference in mid lane and EXP. This is Hanzo and a Fredrin, a utility jungler too, which has 1K gold lead over Rin. Nothing is working right now for Alter Ego, and they're proving the Susujin word to be true.
I don't think they should take this fight. AOG lands, but that's gonna be Gobs just zoning the members. Makids looking for an angle. That's gonna be Kenzie Ski in the mid lane, doing work, finding a kill alongside a boy. That's gonna be Nino flickering out. Will he be able to escape? This time he will. 1 for 0, and the Lord is spawning.
Kenziski, are you even a rookie, my dude? That was an insane demand force inside the turret aggro as the boy secured the concentrated energy. So Rin's potential to dive in, it just becomes worse and worse as the time goes on. And it looks like this is gonna be a steamroll for Geek Fam if this continues, but Alter Ego, they're known for their surprises.
Seems like Geek Fam, they know they have Pryo in the far lane, so they're taking the Lord Take slow.
Whoa!
That's a good poke.
A boy though, oh, good flicker together from Rin. And there is no ultimate so far for Rin. Mikit's gonna try to go for dreams. Oh, Beloyski Tsunami Slam!
Closing the cap, Rin taken down. And that's gonna be Geek Fam again. Popping the Purify by Hijume. Geek Fam will back away. They know they are up in numbers. No junglers, yeah. They have all the Pryos in the Land of Dawn.
This is a very disciplined Geek Fam. Yes, we know that they are overall pretty disciplined, except for that play against Onyx at the end of the match. Beloyski misses on the knock-up there. But he will find a way to be relevant again in the next team fight. So far, the only member that has bitten the bullet for Geek Fam is only Beloyski. So he's happy to die, man. Beloyski, we know the 7 death power spike, and he actually knows the meme as well. He recognizes it.
Not even 7 though this time, right? And they are already 8,000 ahead. Rin trying to clear the far lane.
Man.
It's just cancelled. Another read from Geek Fam. Now they can push all 3 lanes.
Yeah, they didn't even get the chance to clear that one. They're pushing on towards the mid turret there. No minions just yet. The lower's gonna crash down in the bottom lane, and they're gonna time it with the mid lane wave. Good management here for Geek Fam, and the Holy Shield in the bottom lane is gone and out for Alter Ego. Same with the mid lane.
Alter Ego here will have to sacrifice the mid and the bot. Top lane though. Oh, okay. Because it's 11 minutes, they don't care. AOG doesn't land. That's in the back line. Ogre. Purify, that's going to be Beloyski taken down. In the back, it's going to be Geek Fam trying to reposition as Dreams looking to close the gap alongside the diversion play. Now Dreams taken down though as Nino with the knock-up is not going to be do much. It's not going to do much as Geek Fam, what a recovery as they found the counterplay. Now Vengeance pops, Hijume and Arfi will back away.
Whoa!
Pops the Shaman Force and they will take down 2. And Alter Ego, only Rin left standing.
Shout out to Gotham Chance because they sacrificed the Rook! And they're trying to end the game with Rin. Only the lone defender of Alter Ego. Game number 1 is easily on Geek Fam's side.
They got the early, was able to translate it towards the mid game. And just before the late game, Geek Fam, they were able to close the game, and yeah, 1-0 Alter Ego. They need a lot of adjustments.
Yeah, they do need a lot of adjustment, man. Maybe some talking too from and some reprimand from Sever, and it's like it's not even close. Alter Ego didn't even have a single good trade throughout the whole game.
Yeah,
not even a single objective. And this might be why they didn't ban the Hanzo in the second phase. They know full well that they're going to be able to handle Rin on the Hanzo. And in a way, they want him to pick this crazy assassins because it's not been working for the Rin man.
They just know how to counter it, right? And it shows from the first neutral objective where they already got the river. Alter Ego. They were just behind from that point and on towards the final push, and Geek Fam was able to clean game it.
Oh my goodness, but our panelist is there to break it down. Mirko, Arashi, realize time is yours.
Alter Ego completely unmasked in game number 1. That was a 12-minute, 11-minute game. The Hanzo did not deliver. Everything went wrong for Alter Ego. What can we say about that match or that game?
I mean, I guess expected. That's number 1, right? I mean,
hate to say I told you so.
Yeah. Looking at the draft, it was already pretty bad. Just because Geekfam knew exactly how to, they identified the alter ego issues. They really watched yesterday's game. They saw the blueprint of Kescute, how he's able to shut down everything that alter ego could do. We got to see RQ experiment with it, leave some of the prio picks up for their game 1 against alter ego, and that was their best shot while they got their power picks. Here, the alter ego, I think everything we said early on about them having very desynchronized drafts, about them not understanding just the synergies of a lot of these picks was visible. It was reflected in this game by far. They picked the Lo Yi, and unfortunately, I thought with the Lo Yi pick, like just having Hijume in your team compared to a boy, you would have technically more meta heroes in your arsenal, right? You would try to just nullify a boy a bit more in the banning phase. No, but they decided to ban Suyo still. They were trying to out hero pool Maykids with Rin.
Yeah.
Like, this is not a Rin issue anymore. It gets to a point where it's like, you need to enable your players, coaching staff. You can't just be like, all right, this happened yesterday, it won't happen today.
Yeah, what are the odds, right? I don't know, it's like wishful thinking at best.
Yeah. It's just cope. It's full cope drafting.
It's full cope. But again, dude, it's so sad because you know that there's willingness for alter ego to try and make plays, but just wasn't anything there. There were plans to build a house, but there was no materials, man.
Yeah.
Like literally, they want to pick off, but the Hanzo has no damage, was kind of shut down. They had no lockdown. If they want to go for a full-on team fight, there's no big initiate to get the fight started. So, dang, dude, they had no tools whatsoever. It's like they're trying to build a house with like their bare hands, you know? They need something.
It's like those YouTube videos where they're able to create a house in the middle of the jungle without any... I can't really remember that.
It's like the ancient...
type thing,
like prehistoric technology.
Right. Yeah, it feels like the draft. it's like a draft, and inshallah, it's like just playing and hoping that maybe your players will deliver. But obviously, we talked about it, the Hanzo just being near inefficient, I'd say, because a single Synchro Fission takes him down to half health, even without the Zaman Force. So that is a problem as well. But I think for Geek Fam, they rounded it up pretty well. The CC, we had our own doubts for the CC because I think with the Hilda, they would have been able to shut down the early game earlier. But what can you say about Geek Fam in this game?
Oh, they just played it clean. They have always been a team that knows exactly how to utilize their win conditions.
Yeah.
Yesterday in game number 1 against Onyx it was a good example, right? They know what their composition was made for. They were able to utilize that composition to almost win against Onyx. Same goes for game 4. But I think there were just a lot of bad calls in towards the end of those games where they weren't able to conclude the game itself. But they were winning up until that point in game 4. If you guys remember, before the Maniac of Kai.
Yeah.
Baloy, our MVP.
Yeah, the player of the game presented by different from smartphone. Samsung Galaxy S25 series with the Kalea. Take-off style-wise, just locking down on the prio targets, the alter ego, everything just came flying for Beloyski.
And he was still, chasing that 7-death buff, by the way, despite the game being clean. So we noticed that very early on, Beloyski. We're on to you. He's trying to get an even more dominant performance against alter ego. It seems to be the case. But again, everything that alter ego could throw at Geek Fam, they received and countered immediately. There was a fight where we saw Kenziski like wrecked. They just wrecked alter ego without the Zaman Force even used. Like, dude, that is rough, man.
Yeah.
Even in the beginning, they have a Lo Yi that was a pretty good pickup. We were expecting a lot of big things, but aside from not having anything else to use with the diversion, they didn't have anything to contest the mid trio with. They tried to fight the Kimi early on, get shredded down, and start losing the lane immediately since the early game. Dude, everything just went south for alter ego, and at that point, it's just like target practice for Beloyski. Off cooldown, dude. Tsunami slap again and again. Despite the purifies, people were getting caught because Beloyski was just relentlessly going in for those engages.
This is the point. Arashi just said it. No Zaman Force fight.
The Miracle called it out.
Yeah, they were still able to win.
And then that's why he just goes in there. Hey, Zaman Force is still up, guys. Boom.
They're able to do those magical things even without breaking a sweat. And on top of that, I think the Lo Yi pick wasn't really supplemented with any, quick burst type of deal, right? When you do the diversion, especially when you're coming from behind, you want to be able to burst down the prio targets. Yesterday, they did that pretty well with the Kalea, right? So diversion to the back with the Kalea, you get the Tsunami Slam going, and you target like important heroes back then against RRQ. But I think in this draft, it's pretty hard to execute, especially when the Hanzo is easily bursted down. Not to talk about the Granger as well. I mean, the Granger can't really go frontline, right? So,
yeah, I mean, again, bro, it's not rocket science. When you have a pick of composition, which the lawyer usually is, right? If you want a pick of composition, then you want burst and crowd control. It's not really like that complicated, right? It's like a prerequisite to actually get the stuff started. If you want to go for a full-on team fight, if let's say the diversion is a team fight diversion, not a pick-off diversion, okay, we're willing to accept that. Where's the engage? You're gonna try and engage an AOG. You know, we've been very vocal about Gatot being the sole engage tool, not really being ideal. And even then, if you wanna assume that was the idea, those diversions were not used in a team fight setup fashion, regardless. So, man, they are lost.
That's why I gotta give props to Geek Fam again, to be fair, for them to be able to force out a lot of these picks, because it was just so tough in the second phase, right? Again, if we want to go back to the bans, Geek Fam, they banned out the Badang and the Ling. The Ling, another ban that made it the fourth jungle ban to Rin. Then the Badang ban, noticing again, there was no engage potential on the other side with just the Gatot Kacha. They're gonna have to pull off a hero that isn't in the meta, a hero that we haven't seen since like Reggie played it in the regular season, Edith up against the CC. And then it's also the CC/Hilda pickup for them. Like, why did they go for the CC instead of the Hilda? And we deciphered it again once we got in the game. We're like, oh, yeah, because like there was a Lucas still in play. Then I thought, okay, maybe Alter Ego in the next game, if that happens again, could be the one to ban out the CC and the Valen, leave the Pharsa open. But then that would just give a Lucas pick over to the other side again. I mean, they can still play it an XP at that point, right? There are just so many ways that Geek Fam can utilize the draft, and this is what I was talking about earlier on during the post-game segment before the draft. Geek Fam have that mindset. They have the drafting mind of Beloy, and they have the drafting mind that can improvise on the go. They don't need that flowchart. Meanwhile, for Alter Ego, they see certain picks, they see the counter picks, and they're like, okay, we can't go Lucas here. I still think Lucas probably was the better choice, despite going up against CC over the Hanzo.
Oh man, which is why I'm thinking like the pick order as well, like who gets their heroes first for Alter Ego needs to be kind of helped out as well, because they last picked the Rin's hero, you know, and that's the exact opposite of what we're talking about, right? There's some combinations, there's some strong picks that you want to have prioritized in your drafting phase. And speaking of combinations, by the way,
hey, MSC battle plan ready. The EWC MSC later on, coming this July. Top 3 combo picks each region. So this is like the I think like the power map that we have, right? For MPLPH, obviously they love the Leo Jawhead. It was also implemented in MPL ID. Mostly picked up by EVOS. And they made it work.
And Onyx early season.
Onyx as well, early on.
With Sicilian.
Pre-Yeb, I'd say. And for MPL MY, they still go for the Suyo Jawhead as well, but the Selena Suyo, that is interesting.
Yeah. I don't know about that. Selena Suyo, 6 picks and 6 wins is wild.
100% win rate.
Wow.
It's the synergy, bro. They both have 2 forms.
Boom. Okay. Obviously, Kalea Beatrix as well, being the favorite for that combo. But coming into the playoffs of MPL ID, we haven't seen much of the Kalea Beatrix. We talked about this early on, because you said that the Granger was much more of a safer pick, right?
Yeah.
Because now everybody picks up the Kalea. With Granger, you can run Purify. With Beatrix, you can't. You have to go to the Flicker. You have to play super safe. So I think that is the case now for MPL ID playoffs. But do you think that will be translated to EWC, MSC later on?
Oh, I don't think so. You know, I think a lot of the teams will have to take the risk later on at MSC, EWC. At this point, maybe we are seeing more just the safe picks come in. But later on, especially looking at the scary teams there who've already qualified, they will not shy away from going in for like those kind of picks if the Granger and the Harith are banned out. Because to be fair, yes, the Beatrix is a good pick with the Kalea, but even in the grand finals of MPL Philippines, for the most part, Oheb, the champion, just went Granger. Like, he was just playing Granger. I think there was one game on Harith, and then all Grangers. It was Kelra who still wanted to pick up the Beatrix and did pick up the Beatrix. Won in lane, lost in the game though. So again, high risk, high reward type of pick that could work. but it really depends on the user, man. If you have a really good player like Kelra, it can work. If not, yeah, you're pretty easy to bully.
Yeah, that's the issue here. Because the laning phase also plays such a big role in deciding how the tempo goes. So even though it works well in the composition, in the team fights, you have to be extra considerate about the ganks, the dive potential as well in the higher levels. But my eyes were on the Mathilde Alpha combo that was in the Philippines there. Yeah. I feel like, you know, I feel like there's a potential for that strat to be used more often in our MPL, and yet we haven't really been seeing it.
Yeah, and now we have something special for you guys at home watching now, because we will be giving away 10k diamonds because of that gold deficit. So you guys can thank Geek Fam backstage maybe later on. Shake Beloyski's hand and
or Alter Ego.
Beloy. Or Alter Ego. Yeah, that works. That works.
Kind of rude though.
So go on ahead and scan the QR code, because we will be giving away those 10k diamonds for 100 people that are the fastest.
110 diamonds, 1 rupiah for everyone who's fast enough. If you fast, you get it, bro. First come, first serve type of deal, right?
I don't have my Samsung phone to scan.
I got you, brother. I got you. Scan that QR code real quick.
Don't.
No?
Don't.
What's that for me?
We're gonna leave it for the people back home watching.
I thought it's part of the perks of being a caster. We can just scan earlier than everyone else.
At least we get this later. We'll unbox a whole lot of these.
So you got Luke?
I got Luke 2 times.
2 times?
Both cards I had Luke. So I got a total of 3 Lukes by the end of the day.
Wow. Which tier though? Did you get like the SSR, like, you know, the top
tier? B. It's pretty bad, but it's okay. We'll try our luck today with a super premium one. Hopefully we get it. Luke, Eman super premium.
And I'll be standing by, taking a video of you opening the packs with Samsung Galaxy.
Here.
Obviously, when it comes to gaming, the latest Samsung Galaxy S25 series is the real champion. Incredible, powerful gaming phone. Thanks to the Snapdragon 8 Elite for Galaxy processor, it is built on a 3nm technology, making it the fastest processor ever in a Samsung Galaxy device.
Hey,
the sleek design.
I actually am very, very fortunate because Samsung gave one to me, an S25 Ultra. Now, I don't know if I'll just say gave, manifesting that they forget about them, you know, they forget that they lent it over to me, but it's actually really, really good. I've been playing Mobile Legends a lot with it. I've been trying it out because I'm like, all right, these players are actually playing with S25s, S24s, right? Like, let's see the level of play. Let's see if it frames. Let's see if it's good. And it's actually really, really good. I would say smoother than the other phone that I've used.
Really?
Yeah, which is a pretty high spec phone too. And the S25, I think, beats it out because not only is it something that I use that's so smooth in the game, it's so smooth when you're taking notes. If you guys noticed earlier in the draft, I don't use paper anymore. I just used my phone. You can get the S Pen down there. I've been using the S25. The draft template that I have is in there in the notes segment, and you can ask Gemini. In case you don't know what you're saying about the drafts, like let's say I go super dumb mode, I don't drink coffee today. I'm like, all right, Gemini, what do Alter Ego go for today, right? Maybe you can ask him.
Yeah.
It.
Or it.
Him.
Or her.
It could be whatever. The voice could be female, male.
They, them.
Yeah, you can customize.
Robotic.
Customization is the name of the game right there, man. And yeah, exactly. If you have any issues with your gameplay as well, like you're concerned, like why am I not just winning my lane and all that?
We'll try it out.
You can ask Gemini.
Like
Gemini actually can process like Mobile Legends questions, and that's something I haven't seen from AI so far.
Hold the power button.
The power. That's Gemini already.
Yeah.
The microphone button.
Okay, go.
Yeah. Who will win in the match, Alter Ego or Geek Fam? Oh, never mind. I don't think it recognizes my voice. It recognizes your voice because it's your phone.
Oh my lord.
Yeah.
Well, I think we have to ask it in Indonesian actually.
Indonesian.
Because I said it's Indonesian. But don't worry, we'll get it fixed later to English so you guys can hear it.
Yep. And now we are going to take a look at the previous game recap. What do you think, in retrospective, if you can, what do you think is the hero that you want to change in Alter Ego's lineup? Or do you think they just scrap it off and just look for another angle?
Wow.
I think the Lo Yi is fine.
Yeah. Keeping the Lo Yi, I think, is fine.
And that's where the sentence ends.
Is it the only viable hero?
No, because afterwards, I think everything after the Lo Yi was already kind of shaky. You know what I mean? The Lo Yi was like the solid pick.
Yeah.
Everything else, I think if it's not bad, it can at least be improved on. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, the risky choice would be, I would say, in the first phase, instead of banning the Suyo, ban out the Valentina. And then you go for the Lo Yi, enemy team goes for the Kalea and the Harith again, and then you go Lucas. You go Lucas Granger.
I'm okay with that, yeah.
You try to play for the low Yi. If you want an active composition, then you go for the active composition. You don't just wait and see if it's open later. Because you need to... At this point, you need to be the ones proactive in the draft. You can't just be the ones being passive and saying like, okay, Make-It is just good at Suyo, we have to ban it. No, there are ways to beat it. We've seen it beaten before. Yes, it's his comfort pick, but it's not like it's a 100% win. Like, Onyx beat it too. I'm not trying to say Alter Ego are on the level of Onyx, but with Lucas, I think it's pretty good. Like, that was the main way to beat Suyo in the regular season. Win out the early game so hard that the Suyo becomes relevant.
Now, we are back to the drafting phase. Presented by the official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy S25 series. Arashi, any opening thoughts for the draft?
Somehow, some way, considering the team fight emphasis that we've seen from GeekFam, right? We haven't seen them play like any kind of pick-up style so far. I was thinking like if they have the low Yi, why not go for something like a Franco? Right, go for the Franco that was so good in the hands of Dreams. Really impressed all of us. And low Yi Franco plus a burst damage source. I feel like that's pretty decent.
Yep. So I think it's gonna be the Kalea again for GeekFam. Either Kalea or Loi, both are pretty good. I think Kalea is a bit better for GeekFam. Alter Ego response. So they take the Harith away now, seeing how good Kenzie was. They want to go up against a Granger because GeekFam, if they have an early game like they did before, it will be deadlier than the Harith. Harith is a mid to late pick, guys. If they snowball with a Granger and Kenzie gets like 30, 40 stacks in the early game, it'll be tough.
Yikes.
But I think Loi for sure.
Yeah.
If not, yeah, it has to be Loi.
Loi
Harith, Loi
accompanied with
Ranger.
I think they go Chip.
Oh,
Marsa Gato Kacha.
Okay, that's a solid choice as well. Change it up a bit, yeah.
What about the Gatot though? Why is it so heavily picked on the side of Alter Ego?
I guess they're just utilizing it as a flex pick. Like even yesterday, I was kind of confused because RRQ were utilizing it a whole lot more than they did in the regular season.
Yeah.
We know that Edok is known to be more of a playmaker.
Yeah.
He's the guy who's the X factor for the teams, yet he goes for the Gatot. But instant Ling pick, not just a deny, but it's a good pick against the Farset too.
A die, right? And no Faramis as well too.
I think they go Lucas, guys. I think they need to go Lucas here, right?
Lucas against Ling.
Yeah, you need to try to control the early game. It's up against Ling and Harith, so if you stomp in the early game, those two, you stop them getting to their mid-game power spike early. Again, they don't go for a jungle in the first phase. They go Phoveus. They set up for an early game jungler, but I don't think we're going to see much more of the early game jungler. They ban CZ, they're setting up for the Lucas. I don't know if GeekFam are going to fall for it, you know? Or maybe they do and they just pick a Fallon.
Oh man, there's so many ways GeekFam can kind of adjust to this. And now with the Phoveus, yeah, you're winning in the lane, but can you actually get in the way of the Ling? You know, can you match the pressure? The pressure, because Ling, yeah, you have early game, you have assassination potential, but the other strong suit is that mobility. Cross map pressure for GeekFam is going to be so good, and the guy you're going to be sending to clear usually is the EXP lane. With the Phoveus, that's not the case, man. He's going to be way too slow. They might have to be forced to use the Farsa or the Gata to do so. That can open up that Farsa to vulnerabilities for the Ling to go in for that assassination.
Yeah, that Moskov ban, is it a ban to, you know, to just prepare themselves because GeekFam know that Alter Ego needs someone who can match the pressure of the Ling.
Exactly.
That's why they take out the Moskov, right?
And it's also one of the only picks that actually does well in lane against the Harith. Like the Ranger is actually pretty good too, but the Moskov can capitalize on the fact that the Harith usually wants a team fight, so you just stay in the lane itself. Wan gets banned too, so they don't care about the Lucas. They think Alter Ego, well technically they haven't really used the Lucas anyways, so GeekFam are trying to call the bluff.
Oh man, but if they do, the Valentina is still available anyway, so...
Yeah, exactly.
It's not really a high-risk situation for GeekFam. They would rather remove all of these safer gold laners in order to remove... They already removed the main carry potential, which is Rin, by banning away the assassins. They're gonna limit the carry potential of Arfi as well, and just like that, the two strongest weapons of Alter Ego are just down the drain.
Bruno against the Harith?
It's alright. You don't lose out in lane, you can actually battle against the Harith, but Bruno just doesn't do too well later on.
Dude,
like in the team fights, mid-game.
Alter Ego are setting up for a front-to-back composition against a team that's already shown an assassin. I'm not quite sure about how that's gonna go. Oh my god. Okay.
And Hilda.
Yeah. Yep. All right.
Wait. Okay, so now Alter Ego, how do they match the Link's pressure then? Without potentially a split push hero or someone who can really have the mobility to do just that.
Well,
Like the Crimson
Leomord. Yeah, that's the only choice. I mean, either that or Lucas. We haven't seen Lucas again. That's maybe why GeekFam didn't care about it. So now we see the Leomord. It's like the beta Lucas.
So which draft do you prefer?
Better draft, like Alter Ego or better than game 1. I think they have some solid components at least, but I think I'm still gonna have to lean towards Geek.
Rashi?
I have to go with Geek, man. I feel like, again, there's things that Alter Ego can do, but GeekFam have the solutions there. The opposite is not true.
Yeah.
If Alter Ego win early game, they can snowball.
Okay, so we want to hear what the casters have to say. It is game number 2 for Chefin and Gani. Take it away.
They dug deep in the back and Rin got their horses in the back too. Leomord on the jungle. This is something that we've seen in the regular season, but will it come to fruition against GeekFam? We're on towards game number 2.
Let's see, Alter Ego, can they equalize in this game to make it a 1-1, or will GeekFam double their lead?
Yeah. And this is also a Bruno, which we haven't seen this hero very often, but this is one of the pocket picks. I gotta say, for a lot of bolt laners out there that wants a bit of a sustain and maybe some range as well. The burst potential on the late game is also decent, so maybe it can kind of match the late game potential of Kenziski. But again, this is Kenziski we're talking about. On a Harith, he is an absolute monster.
He is, and seems like it's a different kind of feel from game 1. Game 1, first minute, it was just, no invasion, no aggressive movement, but seems like the tempo is a little bit on the upper side here, game 2. Looking to get more aggressive here, positioning-wise.
Yeah. And I'm hoping that the fact that Ploski's Kalea has been super aggressive in game number 1, I want Alter Ego to read that out and maybe put some guards towards Hijume and maybe just make him a bit more safe before the team fight begins, because that's where the Purify is going to come in handy for him to be able to win those team fights. And Hijume, we know that he can play a good Farsa even against RRQ. He is a pivotal part of that game number 1 win. But they need to secure 3 though here to be able to stay in the playoffs and secure that top 3. Hijume already rotating with the wings by wings, but nothing too crazy just yet.
Both teams actually sending 4 members earlier on towards the top side, but they will not commit on towards a fight just yet. Turtle is up, so we're gonna see the first big fight here.
Yeah, it's a Phobius, it's a Leomord. I think they have a good advantage here. Alter Ego, they're onto the case.
Let's say 3v2 on the Turtle Pit.
Oh
Nakeds finds the steal and finds the kill as Gobs will secure that one. GeekFam, same like game 1. They got the Turtle and they got a kill as well.
I said that they have an advantage because the heroes that they have though. In the bottom lane, Kenziski is absolutely dominating the lane, but back to the point earlier. But when you have a really good Kalea and Poloski that knows the angles, knows that this one moment can change the entire course of the team fight, and also pretty much make it an easy retribution to execute, then it's a whole different ball game for GeekFam.
Really is, and already, right? Minute number 3, 2 levels earlier on Rin and Makids. Rin now level 5. He's still behind GeekFam. It seems like they are trying to find an angle to, again, just invade. Bottom side, not looking too hot for Arfi. Shaman Force Bounce. Oh my goodness! The dive is just perfect. Down to the AOG now. Rin with the horse. Barbiel will find a kill there. Still 1-for-1, but it's still favoring GeekFam.
A worthy sacrifice, but maybe Alter Ego is a little bit happy with the fact that top lane wave is not even touched by Gobs, and he is up to 2 kills. The good thing is he's not towards the bounty just yet, so if he got killed, there's not much repercussion for GeekFam. They're on towards 1k gold lead, and a boy might have to use the Crimson Beacon. Never mind. He is calm and collected, man. And Arfi needs some help here in the bottom lane. This has been getting bullied by the other rookie. Kenziski is still going with his Mon Force.
That's very aggressive. He knows that he is ahead. Applying more pressure. Top lane though, technically a 2v1. Let's see, Gobs just, He's A-okay.
Clear the lane. Now, second objective battle. They should know that Rin has to be a bit in the back for him to be able to execute the retribution, because Beloyski, if he has the flicker, that's an easy retry for Makeits, as long as he targets the right person in this Leo mode. Gops looking at the situation here. A boy not really in the greatest of HP. He needs that Crimson Beacon. That extra shield will help him in the team fights. Makeits still trying to secure their orange buff, and so is Rin, but the turtle is dragged towards Geek Fam's side.
Oh, that's the AOG. Doesn't land, right? Positioning, repositioning rather. Alter Ego though, 5 members now in the area. How will Geek Fam respond? That's gonna be Dreams knocked up, Revitalize popped.
Yeah, that's a reset too. A boy Crimson Beacon Gops in the back line trying to zone out all the members.
Phantom Steed committed. That's going to be the retribution coming through. Oh, Tsunami Slam out towards Dream. Nino is in the front lines. The Gops, though, will be the first one to fall. Kenziski will find the trade. It's going to be Kenziski sidestepping off Nino. Beloyski and Kenzie falls soon after, but Makeits jumps in. Doesn't really find the damage or the connection. Fighting-wise, team fight-wise, is Alter Ego winning that one.
Yeah, even in the objective battle as well, Alter Ego is dominating in that one. But I was wondering why Makeits didn't really pay attention to the turtle, because despite Geek Fam was trying to set it up, Gops was all in, Beloyski was all in, but Makeits, I think the plan was he was trying to execute all the members of Alter Ego, despite them getting the objective battle, but it backfired. They're now down, actually, in gold. Geek Fam needs to recover. AOG!
Oh, that's a great connection again. Alter Ego, slowly but surely, building tempo as we enter the mid game. Let's see. That's a minor knockup, but Geek Fam needs to be aware that, hey, economy, not that far, so they can't play over-aggressive for now.
Yeah, audience prediction by Gope seems like it sways towards Geek Fam's side a little bit after what happened in game number 1, but they're still losing. Again, Alter Champs, shout out to them. Very, very loyal, and they're one of the best in the business in this league. Going towards the mid-game, Geek Fam finally getting back on track here. Even in the gold as well, it swings back and forth for Geek Fam, and that's what we saw yesterday with Makeits pathing. This time he's on a Ling, and Rin, it's gonna be harder for him to catch up, but he has the advantage here in terms of invades, in terms of HP bars. He can stay in a team fight much longer than the smiling jungler.
For now, it's fine and dandy. Only 7 kills in total in 7 minutes of game time. Let's see the last hurdle. Who will get it?
Level lead is actually on Makeits, so he has the advantage on the retreat damage. Boy, Crimson Beacon right away.
All 10 members in the area. That's gonna be Makeits securing it. Beloyski, Tsunami Slam, Revitalize, he went down. That's gonna be Dreams, actually almost bursted down AOG to save his self. That's gonna be Nino buying time for his team as he will fall. A Geek Fam, they got the turtle, and they will look for more. Great positioning there by Arfi. They got the team fight and the turtle.
Wow. And Gops, man. I've said it over and over again, he's been the most underwhelming member of Geek Fam early in the season, but he got better and better. This might be another monster in the making by Beloyski. Look at the gold graph here, it sways towards Alter Ego after the second turtle, but this is the get back from Makeits with the retribution. And that was a really good one for Geek Fam, especially Gops again, back to that point. He was zoning all the members and executing the red member in Hijime because you can argue that in this early of a game, he's the one that has the most damage out of Alter Ego team. Whoa, Kenziski still has that demand force.
Great, right? Kenziski just knows that he's not scared against the Phantom Steed Neomord. So yeah, great clear. Oh, Alter Ego, they are slowly but surely suffocated now. 1,500 gold lead though, just between them.
Man, I don't want to reach too much here, but that Phantom Steed from Rin is another weird Rin maneuver. He was, I'm sorry, awful on the Hayabusa yesterday. Makeits though going on towards Arfi.
Again, Arfi. In the regular season, in the playoffs, same old Arfi overextending now. Hijime dove on. while the feathered airstrike happened. Alter Ego, though, looking for some counterplay, finds Maked. Tsunami slam on towards Rin. Alter Ego, will they find more?
Kensuke's man force on towards 3. Rin might be in trouble, and he is in trouble. He is taken out. It's still continuing. Kensuke with the shield.
Under the Shaman Force, he is almost unstoppable as Nino stops the momentum and finds a triple.
Now this is the Alter Ego that we know. The chaos. All this, you know, all ends from Alter Ego. This is their identity. And in that exchange, that should be the blueprint on what they're trying to do in the long game here. Looking at the in-game equipment by Dunia Games, some gold advantage by Kensuke, and also pretty much all the damage dealers of Geek Fam. So a bit better for Geek Fam at this point in the 10-minute mark. And Gobs, once again, Hijume might be in trouble. Thankfully, he used the Purify in time because he would get knocked up on the wings by wings.
Okay, the first Lord is up. Gold, yeah, little to nothing, right? The gap, and let's see here. Alter Ego has chances. Level 13 Rin, level 14 Make-Its though.
Nino jumping on towards there. Kensuke still hasn't fought Shaman Force.
Let's see, Revitalize, Shaman Force back. Feather Airstrike in the back. Now, Beloski, first one to fall. That's going to be Harpy. Again taken down. 2 for 1 still. Alter Ego, do they have it in them? Now it's going to be Gauss now. It's Harai to provide cover. Make-It stealing the damage.
Oh my god.
Oh my goodness. The damage from Nino again is enough to take Make-Its down.
Kensuke still wants more. Still looking for Rin, but he recalls in the bush. Kensuke, does he read that? The answer is no. That was a decent exchange from Alter Ego once again, also delaying this Lord take. But they lose out maybe in the bottom tier turret here, or second tier turret, unless Hijume clears the lane and use the feathered airstrike in time.
Ooh. Again, Lord almost enhanced. Let's see. Seems like it will be round 2 for that Lord take after it was a very scrappy fight. Big one, but I don't think anyone won that one.
Maybe more towards Geek Fam, especially because Make-Its, in that exchange earlier, once he popped the Tempest of Blade, he pretty much does not have any angle to enter the team fight again. He's just walking and basic attacking Cops though. On the case, trying to zone out all the members of Alter Ego.
Yeah, that's a concealed play. Oh my goodness, Tsunami Slam, Feather Airstrike, and Rin falls. No jungler for Alter Ego. RP falls as well as Geek Fam. They will go on more. 3 members out, and this will be the sign for Geek Fam to take the Lord.
Poetry in motion, the layer of CCs, the layer of engages that Geek Fam put on display there was nothing short of marvelous. And now they're up to 2k gold lead. And they're gonna take the Lord once again. Make-It has been 4-0 or 3-0 on the Lord in this series.
Yep, this is going to be the widest lead this game, 4,000. Before it was around 2k. And Geek Fam has the Lord to play around with. Inner, only top lane standing for the side of Alter Ego. Let's see here what Alter Ego will do on the defense.
It's tough. Rin seems like he's going for that Suyo-like build on the Leo Mord. I was wondering where Hijume is right now. This is a Farsa and the Chushin. You know, the wave clear is there for both, but I think it's more towards the Farsa, which kind of signifies that Geek Fam is a bit more dominant in this game. Boy taking some feathered airstrike shots. Dreams in the front line taking the damage.
See, that's going to be the Tsunami Slam on towards Reed. He will fall first. Lord taken care of. Make it to the back. Going work. Finding Hijume and finding another kill. While Make-It will not be able to survive as Kensuke though. Still able to deal the damage. That's a flicker from Nino. My goodness, Nino. He has been the anchor for Alter Ego in this game.
Oh my god!
But Kensuke, the young blood, shuts him down.
Incredible flicker, incredible micro by the rookie. The cheaters are not there, but the W is there for Geek Fam. They are taking game 2 in this one.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is official that Geek Fam will double their lead in the series. 2-0, and they are at match point.
Wow. I was wondering, that Chrono Dash seems a bit too early. I thought he would save that for the knockup from the Phobius. But I forgot he has the Flicker. And he was trying to bait Nino into thinking that this is the time to knock him up. And, you know, execute him. Very calm and composed, especially for a first season player.
Insane calculations indeed from the rookie, who in this game outshines the veteran.
Yeah, all the rookies, all the young bloods here from Geek Fam is doing work. Boloski surely is happy with the way the team is performing right now. Man, oh man. Geek Fam, I gotta say, if ever they're not making it to the EWC, the team is in a good hand. Good hands. Because Kenzie, Gops, and Makids is here to stay. Look at this.
Oh my goodness. The juke, the sidestep.
Wow, that was amazing. You gotta break it down. Our panelists, Mirko, Arashi, and Eterna. Oh, realize. Time is yours.
Match point for Geek Fam after they were able to shut down Alter Ego, and a heroic, I'd say, attempt from Nino to stall the game, force possibly a 1-1, but no, Geek Fam say the 2-0 is ours.
I mean, I was out of my seat. I was like, Nino, he's gonna do it. He's gone.
Yeah.
Man.
At least though, Alter Ego, I saw improvements, right? Again, we called it in a draft. We still went for Geek Fam, but they have an early game comp at least. They can fight in the early game, and it's a composition that can work in the early game. We saw glimpses of that, but they were a bit too disconnected. And again, they didn't really understand the win con, I feel like. The second turtle they won, but then in third turtle, they didn't utilize how, the way they won in Turtle 2. Like Turtle 2, they were grouped up together. They were able to bait in Beloyski to give Rin space. Turtle 3, they were like, yeah, let's not do that. Let's go mid and let's fight in mid while Rin tries to get lured at Turtle.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, what can we say about that game? I mean, it went as predicted. Is this the birth of a new mythical creature?
Not as clean as I expected from Geek Fam, though.
From Geek Fam? No, dude. There were moments where, oh, dude, I mean, you can call it disrespect, throwing some shade, but Kids, dude, walking up to basic attack on the leg, brother. Man went from a martial artist to a mortal, dude.
Yeah, I mean, a few misplays here and there from Geek Fam.
This was
Kids as well,
dude,
but yeah, this was the heroic attempt from Nino with the Phobius. We know it's a signature pick of his, right? When you talk about Nino, his shifted that carry role, and look at that, the MVP player of the match or the game presented by the official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy S25 series, and we all know who this guy is. We all know that he's very, very good with the hair. He is Kenzie Ski.
Kenzie Ski, man. Again, it's almost like a straightforward game for him because there were no real threats, right? Again, this is a front-to-back composition that Alter Ego wanted to go. That's why they were really hinging on the Phobius. A big reason on why they were able to win so many fights was the Phobius, and Geek fans not respecting it, clumping around for Nino to just start smashing. But afterwards, when they start splitting up, and they're opening up the windows for Geek Fam to come in, use the burst, and maximize, make hits on the Ling, and do some damage. But even then, it was just messy, man, from both teams.
It was really, really messy here. Again, for Geek Fam 2, to be fair, right, their composition is it's alright. You can definitely out-mechanic your opponents around the first few neutral objectives, but even if you don't take those fights, you're fine. You outscale Alter Ego anyway. So after winning Turtle 1, I really thought they would just play the slow game, deny or go for trades as much as they can, go for pickoffs as much as they can with the Ling to go on Farsa, to go on, RP that we saw a couple of times in the side lane get picked off. But instead, we actually saw more of a confrontational Geek Fam. Ended up working in the end, so it is what it is. It's just a bit of a nitpick here from us here at the panel. Could have been a cleaner game, could have been an easier game to win. In the end, they did give Nino a couple of big moments. And to be fair, it's because they picked the Ling and the Harrow into the Phobius. Well, actually, Alter Ego did good with the Phobius pick. I like the Phobius pick. I don't like the Gato pick. Everything else, again, synergizes better. This is the biggest point of criticism from us, the panel, towards Alter Ego, even from yesterday. They don't have a composition that synergizes well with each other usually. It's always an early game and then a super late game pick and then like 2 more early game picks, and it's like, wait, so how are you gonna get there? You know, like, I mean, like, what?
There are lapses in the story.
There are big loopholes in a story that they're trying to create.
Like when you watch a movie, right, and there's like a 10-year time skip, and then everyone looks completely different, and you're like, what happened to you?
The plot
like how do we get here?
Yeah.
It's like what?
Questions.
I don't know, man. This is a birth of a new mythical creature, though, because 2 dominant performances from the opponents, and then a comeback was the story against Bigatron. Alter Ego are doing better this time. In that final fight, if Nino was able to actually win it out, there were a couple of good shutdowns picked up by Arfi, by the rest of the team. So, guess you're wondering, man, is this gonna be the start of a comeback again for Alter Ego? Is that gonna be their new identity from the win streaks and then lose streaks after a patch to now just losing hard but then winning hard as well?
I mean, but do you see a world where Alter Ego might have closed that game 1? Or rather game 2? Do you see a world where maybe they could turn things around? I mean, Nino was online, and Bruno is, you know, a late game monster as well. Do you see that scenario where
with
that
this
might happen?
draft, yes. With this draft, I think there was a scenario where they could win. Again, the early game is very, very good with this composition. They want to brawl, they want to fight, they want to.
You think later though?
In the game itself or late game?
Late game.
Oh, I
yeah,
so.
right.
Because I think Arashi was the one pointing it out. He was like, I think the Alter Ego still actually have a chance after the Lord. I was like, no, I think this is where the window closes. Unfortunately, Alter Ego needed that Lord because I looked at the items, glanced over, Holy Crystal, Divine Glaive, Endless Battle already built up by Meikitsu. That means all the core items are done. And again, Geek Fam outscale Alter Ego. The only thing that I saw in this game for Alter Ego that they could play towards is perhaps snowballing at the start of the game. They couldn't get Turtle 1. That was a big dent in their win condition. They got Turtle 2, but then they fumbled Turtle 3. At that point, it was kind of cooked. But then Geek Fam gave them a few more chances.
Exactly.
But they took it away from them. And then by that point, it was already Lord. Geek Fam took it. Holy Crystal, Divine Glaive done for Harith. It's done.
Let's talk about the Leomord pick, right? We argued that maybe Lucas would have been better, and it shows.
I think it would have been better still, yeah.
It shows mechanically the way that Rin wanted to play, that Lucas would fit more. So this Leomord being picked, is it just an aptitude from Rin not being able to play the Lucas, or does he favors or is much more confident on the Leomord?
I think it's statistically, we haven't seen.
We've seen the Leomord once from Rin, I think.
No, we haven't seen the Lucas from Rin.
Yeah, but even the Leomord is only like once as well.
One's better than 0, I guess, right? Because
I guess
clearly the reason they went for Leomord is because they're not comfortable with Lucas. There's no way you would pick Leomord over Lucas in a normal setting if you can play both those heroes as well, you know, like. But yeah, they ended up. They went for comfort. Comfort has not given them. I don't know.
So, I'm just like, when I was saying there's a chance, right? Yeah, I agree draft-wise there is no chance, but the fact that Geek Fam were giving Alter Ego chances is what made me think and say like, you know, maybe there is a chance. If they're doing stuff like this, you know, they're underestimating Alter Ego, because in theory, right, in the late lead game, the Harriet has scaled, like Marco mentioned, the Ling has scaled. Geek Fam having all the opportunity to play the macro game as well, there should be no way, unless they give it to Alter Ego. And going into this match, I thought there's no way Geek Fam would make mistakes like that, but they are. And that's where I get concerned.
I think it's again a very good example of that flowchart. We keep going back to the flowchart because Alter Ego keep going back to the flowchart. First 2 picks, you see, what was it? What was first pick from Kalea? You see the Kalea here.
Yep.
I called out, I think it will be a Loi and Harith, right? They ended up going for Farsa Harith. Oh, sorry, Farsa and Gatot. Like the Farsa, the Gatot Kacha, not so much. Mainly because there's still so many magic damage dealers. Harith, notably, again, that could be picked up by the other side. Knowing those picks are there, knowing that you've also... They took away the Fredrin, right? They did take away the Fredrin in the first phase already. So they banned out Fredrin, they banned out the Baxia too, right? Both those utility jungles are out. The Baxia was already banned out by Alter Ego, by Geek Fam, Alter Ego banned out Fredrin.
Yeah.
So, realistically, after you ban Suyo, what's the idea? You either get Ling or Meikits gets Ling. That's why I thought it was going to be Farsa Harith, and then they see a Ling, they go Hilda. Because it'll be probably Ling and Granger. It'll probably be Ling and Moskov, right? 2 picks that if it's Moskov, Ling, a bit too greedy in the early game, you can really punish that. If it's Ling and Granger, you get so much value with the Hilda. But in the end, they fell back to flowchart. Their first pick must always be a flex pick. They must always have a flex pick in there. They need to break this flowchart, man. They can't just keep utilizing it. It really is like they're conditioned to be like, oh, we pick one good hero, we need a flex pick. We pick one, we need a flex pick.
But are there no other flex picks aside from the Gatot? Because, brother, I am not a fan.
Unfortunately, no. Because the only flex that they have is the Gatot. The Badang isn't flex because Dreams has never played it.
Yeah,
in
Nino.
Well, he has, but it just never that well.
Exactly. The only time he's played it, it wasn't good. It's only Nino who performs on a Badang. So that makes it a non-flex pick already. You can't go Phobius, not a flex pick. Gatot is the only flex for
so many
XP role.
situational problems here.
Yeah. It clumps up, man, especially in playoffs.
A lot of puzzles.
Oh, boy.
Diego has to answer. Badang was pointed out, but yeah, it's more of a Nino pick compared to Dreams, right? He likes to carry with the Badang, and he's very good with it, but on the hands of Dreams, not so much. And the Gatot Gacha just keeps getting forced. I don't think it's a very, very good pick as well that you can take early on by Ultra Eagle. But as of now, then, this is the last run. This might be Ultra Eagle's last ride.
This is the beginning of their comeback.
Or that could be the case. But obviously, while we wait, we have an interview on stage with Bude, Clara, Mongsar. What are we seeing, Bude? Bude, are you there?
Yes, benar sekali di sini. Bude Clara di tengah-tengah Jakarta International Velodrome ingin membuat suasana biar rileks dikit. Di tengah-tengah, Bude udah ada di tengah-tengah kakak-kakak Santik Jelita. Kita kenalan dulu nih. Halo Kak.
Cila.
Rajin banget ini hari ketiga ya kesini ya.
Hari ketiga. Dan semoga enggak hari terakhir.
Bener sih, tinggal 1 game lagi ya?
Iya.
Match point?
Besok datang lagi.
Datang lagi kalau menang?
Menang.
Oke, Cila sudah berkata ya, akankah benar atau enggak. Tapi di sisi kanan Bude ya, ada siapa Kak? Halo?
Kavia.
Kavia dari mana?
Aku dari Tangerang Selatan.
Apakah ini kali pertama nonton?
Enggak sih. Waktu season sebelumnya iya, aku nonton juga.
Sudah sering nonton, gimana nih suasana untuk season 15 ini?
Seru sih.
Seru, memang kita banyak keseruan ya di tengah-tengah babak playoff. Tapi Bude mau nambah keseruan dengan mengadu kakak-kakak ini, kakak kanan kiri, Cila dan juga Olivia. Langsung aja kita akan bermain Whack Edit, di mana kalian akan saling bergantian bersembunyi dan juga saling menyerang. Caranya gimana? Kita akan langsung kasih tahu sesaat lagi. Dan caranya ini ada di belakang kita. Nanti ngumpet satu persatu, nanti gantian, take turn, lalu keluarkan skill Earth Shatter-nya. Kalau kena ataupun gak kena, pokoknya gantian. Kita cari 2 poin dulu deh. Oke, tapi kalau kelamaan jadi 1 aja ya. Kalau enggak selesai nanti. Udah berharap siapapun yang menang, dialah yang layak. Jadi siap? Siap Kak?
Siap.
Siap?
Siap.
Di sini siap, mari kita gaskan. Inilah dia Whack Edit. Cila, kamu player edit gak?
Iya.
Iya beneran? Baru kali ini kah? Jangan bilang.
Enggak.
Enggak. Oke, Cila udah pede. Ini kakak gimana? Udah pernah main edit?
Iya,
Udah. Oke, ini jadi kakak menyerang dulu. Bentar. Kakak menyerang dulu ya. Silakan ditebak-tebak. Aduh, dapat. Woi, dapat. Cila, katanya kamu bisa pakai. Kok kena langsung sih?
Itu hoki Bude, dia.
Hoki, dengan kehokian 1-0 sudah didapatkan oleh Olivia langsung nih. Ayo, kanan kiri. Tidak kena 1 sama. Kalau lihat dari HP Cila nggak kelihatan. 1 sama. Ini lebih deg-degan ya daripada kemarin nih. Insting para wanita memang paling tajam. Kak, ayo Kak. Ini gimana cara insting kakak diuji nih?
Gak tahu sih. Perasaan itu.
Meleset, gantian, let's go. Gimana nih feeling seorang wanita sedang diuji, feelingmu kuat gak sih Cila? Kuat. Contoh feeling, gagal, masih satu sama. Mencari poin kedua, kita gantian. Oke, ini kalau tadi insting, ini gimana bersembunyinya, ada triknya nggak? Ada, oke. Oh boleh langsung dikeluarkan. Oh meleset, oke gantian lagi. Ini bersembunyi ada triknya kah?
Nggak ada sih. Itu aja.
Ikutin perasaan saja. Dan, woi buset. Kena nggak tadi? Kena nggak? Kena. Betul, dan itu adalah kena. Oke kakak, mungkin ada yang mau disampaikan. Gak apa-apa kalah di sini. Tapi kita mau kasih kakak kesempatan nih. Lagi masuk playoff, mungkin mau pesan-pesan buat yang di rumah?
Dukung alter ego terus ya.
Pendukung alter ego ternyata. Selamat menikmati kakak, dan kekalahan hari ini ada pelajaran yang didapatkan?
Gak ada sih.
Fun-fun aja ya, kita fun-fun aja di sini. Semuanya happy biar, kalau Cila, kamu mendapatkan kemenangan. Wow, biasa kalau menang-menang tuh ada interviewnya dikit nih. Apa nih kunci kemenanganmu hari ini Cila?
Pede.
Yang penting pede. Apa yang dibutuhkan oleh timmu nih yang sudah kamu pakai jaketnya untuk bisa ngedapetin kemenangan game ketiga?
Aku yang main.
Panelis, kalian setuju gak kalau Cila yang main? Apakah kalian setuju? Jadi langsung saja kita akan lanjutkan. Inilah dia Best of 5 Series game yang ketiga untuk Alter Ego dan juga Geek Fam. Thank you kakak.
Mirko.
Yes.
You're a victim.
Victim of what?
And as a victim, I want to ask.
Okay.
Is it possible?
Oh my lord. I like how you use the word victim. I am a victim.
He is a victim.
But I am not a victim of Alter Ego's comeback. I am a victim of draft mistake.
Hey! Shots fired.
So is it possible that Geek Fam
fumble
the ball?
And are you trying to say that they will pull out the Barats 2 times, 3 times?
I know Beloyski. I have a lot of respect for the man.
Yeah.
If he decides to pull a Bigatron, I will lose a lot of the respect I have.
The respect is going down, dude.
So I think it's it's better.
No way he does that.
To pull out GoPay.
That's true. I have GoPay right here. I've been playing on my Samsung phone, but I've also been financially responsible. Relax.
Financially responsible. So obviously with the GoPay app, there's a lot of things you can do. Pay your bills, top up diamonds, get that WDP rolling, or even just sending money to your friends. That's a good way to do it. And you can also participate in the GoPay Vote Your Champion. You can do just that by visiting gopay.co.id/games or open the GoPay app and select the top-up game icon. Click on the trophy icon at the top right corner. Click Vote Now to get tokens. Are you done?
Then,
Yeah, okay. Click Vote for your champion.
You want to go RQ, right?
The predicted winning team and final match score.
Tap RQ?
Get 3
match score,
up to
though.
59 diamonds plus 1 token for
What do you think, man?
voters. They're still trying to debate on which team they're going to predict.
Spin. Now you spin.
And
boom.
With all that, you get the spin going around.
Man. Unlucky.
Can't be that easy.
Yeah.
Can't be that easy.
I mean, I've only just gotten GoPay coins. I'm not that lucky either, but maybe you guys are. Maybe you guys can get the electric motorcycles.
Yeah.
I think Realize actually won a power bank with it. So.
Yeah. So I keep in charge.
Power.
So I'm in charge. I have the power bank, and I'm charged.
Whoa.
You're also portable. Whoa.
I'm portable, yeah. You can walk into the Bahasa desk right now if you want to.
We could let our intrusive thoughts take over. Or we could just be chill here.
Yeah.
We could just chill here together, play some Mobile Legends Bang Bang with our weekly diamond passes.
WDP. Yeah, that's why it has a W in it.
With
the I usually get it from Lim. I talked to Arashi about this. Lim gives me the WDP with me creating 10 bot accounts commenting on his TikTok videos that grants you WDP, but you can get a free weekly diamond pass or WDP on GoPay Games. It is purchasable at the WDP at gopay.co.id/games during flash sale at 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. And you can use the promo code from MPL ID Season 15 live streams to get up to 5 diamonds for just 1 rupiah. 1 rupiah. Oh.
I don't know if you can see it.
Can the audience read it?
They can. I don't think they can.
Wait.
Pick a thicker.
I'll increase the brightness.
Pick a. I feel like you have to use like a thicker marker.
Ah, the marker. The brightness as well.
My draft.
We're not on cam anymore.
Oh no! It said Geek 3-0.
Yeah. So that's what Mirko is trying to, write down. But now, previous game recap. So, Leomord, big no, huh?
To be fair, it's the only other pick that he's comfortable on, right? I can't really, at this point...
Well, you can't really fault him.
Yeah, because it's... Oh, you can, to be fair. Like, you should have a bit more heroes in your arsenal. You should be able to play Lucas. It's a meta hero. They had 2 weeks.
That's right, Mirko, double down.
But this has been the problem for Alter Ego for...
Forever,
and even in the start of the playoffs.
Yeah.
The problem is that they're not playing to draft for Rin, right? Rin was the guy who was getting the limelight in the regular season. Now, he's stumbling time and time again. 5 heroes getting banned. He can't play what he wants to. He's getting chased down by a woman with an axe. Went by Dyron yesterday, right? So is it Alter Ego just abandoning Rin as one of their winning conditions? Or it's just them not having any options?
Yeah, I think it's a bit of both. Like, they are abandoning Rin, letting the 3 bans go through those assassin bans and still banning Suyo.
Yeah. I really feel that there's an angle here where they play for Rin, and at least they're going to be the ones who are dictating. Like, okay, we are the ones forcing you to ban out the jungles, not us kind of like struggling to, gather the scraps and get something that sort of works for Rin, but not really. Because again, this guy was hyped up to be like one of the bigger rookies of the season in the beginning. He has that potential, just not given the opportunities, through the drafts.
Oh.
And this is like the curse of success. When you're doing so well, the people want to tear you down.
Yeah. Comparisons being drawn.
Social commentary.
But now we get a comment on a drafting phase presented by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S15 series on what could be the last game that Alter Ego will play.
Oh no.
Season 15, or will they be able to pull out that reverse sweep against a big
Thank
strong?
you. But I would have... Alright, at least thank you. They take away the Harith, right? Now it's no longer going to be Ling and Harith. It'll be Ling Granger, Ling... Moskov or Ling Farsa. They might be the ones to pick up the Farsa themselves, right? Because it's really good against the Harith too. That's why I expected GeekFam to just play for the first 2 picks being Farsa and Harith, so that you can take away a counter to the Harith and the Harith, even though, yes, you will give away that flex pick. The Badang isn't really too much of a flex here. Oh wait! It's GeekFam who have the Badang. I completely...
yeah.
Is this not a Hilda pick then for GeekFam? This is what I said earlier. They might want to still pick up a jungler though, because it will be banned out unless they think, hey, we have make kids, we have a player who has a ton of heroes to utilize still, despite having a lot of the heroes banned. They can also still go Lucas here, I feel.
Lucas for make kids.
Yeah.
I feel like, I mean in the jungle early on, the Ling will try. There is Lucas, and the Lucas will be picked up. So now how does the Ling traverse and navigate the early game when the Lucas is there?
Well, he navigates away from the Lucas. That's for sure. You don't want to be using martial arts against a sacred beast, right? Not exactly working out. You can ask the members from Konoha how that went for them. But so for now, it's better. Alter Ego has a good chance at actually going for some pickoffs. They have burst damage, but so far no real big targets for GeekFam just yet. I feel like for Alter Ego now, the angle has to be to remove some of those picks from GeekFam that can kind of avoid the dangers that Alter Ego has already had in their drafting phase.
Alter Ego got to ban the Juicin out, I think, at this point. I think even at this point, GeekFam, a Faramis would work. So I think Juicin and Faramis should be banned out here. Because they, with the Ling, want to go up against the Farsa over those 2 picks, right? You don't want that survivability, but they have to ban out the Hilda first because it's such a good flex pick, the Badang, for GeekFam, unlike for Alter Ego, right? This is why I was like confused, like, wait, Alter Ego pick Badang? Oh wait, GeekFam are second pick, my bad. Both Cho and, I called Beloyski Choloyski. Both Beloyski and Gobs play a mean Badang. I think the Phobias could still come out here if they really just want to play for the early game and then the Farsa later, right? Or they could just go Phobias and the Juicin for even more early game. A lot of options for Geek Fam. The bans though, however, I think if they don't have the Farsa in mind, it's fine to ban it out here.
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah.
Because I think Alter Ego can really work off well with the Farsa. I think for Alter Ego, if they go for a Farsa or any kind of burst hero in the mid lane and then go for some kind of front line, it's looking like a decent all-rounded composition with good amounts of like pick-up potential in the early game. So I'm not against that idea if Alter Ego want to explore it.
There you go. That was too than expected. They go for the Faramis here? They did ban Valentina, and then now the Phobia, so the AoEs have been taken away, right? AoEs and a steal on the Netherrealm. So, yeah, actually, this actually makes sense for a Faramis. Though, if Alter Ego just pick up the Farsa or even like a Loyi, it'll be really good.
Because, again, you gotta comp up, right? With the Farsa, or rather with the Faramis, excuse me, being picked up, Netherrealm pops and all that.
And then they go Gatot. I like the Gatot too.
Yeah, Gatot Farsa is beautiful as well. Against clumped up opponents, you can just burst them down quite easily.
Too.
Geek Fam.
This could be Gatot too.
They want to pick up here.
Yeah. It's good for Gatot too, realize, for Geek Fam. Like if they want to go Gatot, it's fine, and then they can hide the Faramis that they are. I mean, it looks like they're setting up for it with the Valentina ban, with the Phobias ban. There you go. Okay, they reveal it first here.
Faramis.
Alter Ego. What do they go for?
Surely big front line with AoE. Got the Farsa. Like, would work great there, I think. Hylos.
We haven't seen him that much in the playoffs.
Oh, man. Okay, they go for the Loyi, which I don't know if I like even. Like, yes, I mentioned it, but
Who said there are no shortcuts in life?
Chipadang! Isn't that beautiful?
It is. With the Lucas especially.
Yeah.
I'm concerned about the Hylos here because, again, it allows Alter Ego to get more sustain, to chase more for the fights with the diversion, or even escape. But at the same time, it means that there's less of a threat for them to when they're trying to actually go for a full-on collision with Geek Fam. So if both teams, right, go toe-to-toe, with the Hylos not being something like a Gatot, I feel like Geek Fam now has the advantage. So that means that in the neutral objective play around like a Lord, it's gonna really favor Geek Fam.
My oh my, this might be the last game that Alter Ego will play. So Casters will be a 3-0 or a 3-1. Walk us through.
As Realize said, potentially the last game of this match. Alter Ego in his last legs. They've done it before against Bigatron, but this is a different beast in Geek Fam. We are on towards game number 3. Match point for Geek Fam.
Potentially their last breath. Let's see and witness the land of Dawn. And what will this first matchup in the playoffs, Alter Ego and Geek, outcome would be?
So a lot of interesting things that happen in the draft, especially with Beloyski not making the chip work for a lot of times in the playoffs. Even in the regular season, he is currently 0-3. 0% win rate, which is not looking good. But when you look at the whole scheme or like the whole, think of it, Alter Ego, these are some pretty interesting picks too. Nino, at this point, it's an ancient hero in Hylos. We've never seen that in the playoffs, even though it has seen a lot of uses in the regular season.
It was his comfort for a long time in the regular season. That will be the question though. Will they be able to make it work this time around? And let's see, your first minute touching and going. Oh, Rin, already aggressive Tempest played. That's gonna be Geek Fam though with a reposition.
Whoa.
Yeah, no first blood just yet though.
Again, Rin with the pretty aggressive, pretty typical Rin from what we've seen in the playoffs in the regular season. But yeah, quick fingers by Beloyski, by the way, and looks like his fingers are doing well. We mentioned that Beloyski has some problems with his hands in the last playoffs, and he's been doing a lot of recovery throughout the regular season for him to be able to perform in this playoffs, and looks like they're gonna secure a W here in game number 3 and go towards the next stage. And some win rates that we can shed some light into. We had Ziski, 6-3 in the Harriet. He is a pretty good Harriet player. And make it, Hail Beast Bomb is incoming. Not yet.
Unleashing the beast though already. That's gonna be Infel. Rin now jumps in looking for the steal, perhaps. Vitalize Pop make its comfortable take. That's gonna be Rin first blood, take him down. That's gonna be Megas almost taking Dreams down as well. 1-1 for Alter Ego. That's gonna be the turtle and the kill.
I don't see any adjustment at all from Alter Ego. This is just the same old objective fight. What happened in the first two games? Rin not in the vicinity quick enough, and Beloyski and pretty much the whole frontliners of Geek Fam was able to just shoo him away from the vicinity, and that way it's an easy retreat for Makers any day of the week. They have to make that kind of adjustment in this game number 3, man, because this is, again, we reminded you, we were trying to remind you that this is potentially their last lives, their last bout in Season 15.
See here again, the setup is just taking the first turtle all 3 games for now for Zad of Geek. Version play. Oh, boy spots it, so it's not going to be a surprise attack.
Yeah, kind of like a blind diversion from Hijume, but I think there was a pretty decent try for a blind diversion. Looking at the items here, rush towards a Thunderbelt for... Oh, Hijume though getting jumped on, the crash course!
I'd say that's going to be shortcut used. Oh, great pull! Hijume take him down. Nino now under all 5 members of Geek Fam. That's going to be Hijume, Dreams, and Nino though still holding on with the glorious path and revitalize. RP healing damage, but it will not be enough to save Nino. 2K in the bag, 4 minutes in.
And not just 2K in the back, Kenziski already 3 kills. That is not a good sign. And if he's going towards that 35% cooldown reduction on the Harrod, things are not going to be looking good. And this is, you know, the example. RP taking a lot of beating on the Zaman Force. Beloyski might be going for a teleport here, but Hijume does the same.
Great read. Beloyski is covering Alter Ego, though 4 members already in the turtle. 5 even.
Yeah. And it looks like Alter Ego set this one up much better than Geek Fam. Beloyski looking for the teleport. No. This is going back. And we know that... Oh! That's an Tsunami Slam!
That's just one though. No real threat just yet. Alter Ego, they will have to be satisfied in taking just the turtle.
And this is the problem with Luoyi. Yes, you have the diversion, but when you think about the damage, compared to a hero like a Farsa, it's much different. You can really follow up right away with the Feathered Airstrike, and your use is limited when Tsunami Slam is being deployed by Dreams. So, Dreams has to look for a bit more, I guess, precise engage with the Tsunami Slam if he wants to go for the frontliners in Gobs.
Okay. Tempo gone down. Still 2K in the bag for Geek Fam. Beloyski in a very cheeky position there. Let's see, will he be able to make it of use?
Kenziski again, securing the turrets.
That's a shortcut bottom side! Oh, that's RP caught again! He will be able to make that position of use. Oh, Tsunami Slap under the turret. Kenziski's there with the Shaman Force and finds a kill. Beloyski will be their only trade as the Netherrealm will help them to deal more damage. That's again 3 members out.
The same problem with Alter Ego in this whole playoffs. They overestimate their potential in that team fight. They try to bite back with the diversion, but unfortunately, Geek Fam was quick enough for them to be able to deter the engage from Alter Ego. And they should have known this is Faramis on a boy. The Netherrealm is there. There's no reason for them to just go ham on that engage. And Ren again, like, what are you trying to do?
Even with the Tempest Blade, the cancel.
Oh, never mind.
The stuns will be enough to stop this lane. 0-2.
Gotta remind you all again. Oh, Tsunami Slam. That's a stinker from Dreams. But yeah, Rin, man, gotta tone down the adrenaline.
Okay, he will be spotted. Alter Ego 4 members around Beloyski. Oh, will use that teleport to get out.
3K in 7 minutes. The same old story in this series. Bit of a reset there by Geek Fam, but doesn't matter. Just cost them a few seconds to take the turtle. And it's going really well for Geek Fam right now. And they have a good safety net in this boy Faramis, man. We see, you know, one of our analysts is an avid hater of the Faramis, but I'm a believer of a boy and Geek Fam. And I know that he's gonna be able to perform on this hero. But yeah, this is Geek Fam we're talking about. Off his track!
Flicker as well. That's going to be one member taken out, and that's going to be the Ling. Uh-oh. Let's see. Alter Ego should not fight this. They will take down Gobs, though. That's their only compensation. Diversion. Okay, towards the mid. So they are able to find the mid clear.
Whiskey, the teleporter on towards Nino. Revitalize has been popped. Command force very early by Kenziski.
Nino still surviving under the turret. Pops are revitalized, though, so that's info. Dreams on the other side is also practically chunked. 60 minutes on the clock for our first Lord spawn.
And they're going to be setting it up much better than the earlier turtle there. Looking at the items right now, some fleeting time already been built by Beloy, so he's not going to be gun shy at all to take that teleport to bring Geek Fam to, especially Rin's death here. Already 0-3-0. Might be going for another 0-7-0 game against Bigatron. But hey, in that series they were able to reverse sweep Bigatron. So maybe that's a good sign, I don't know. Maybe it's a bit too late, Connie.
Maybe, perhaps, right? And if you notice, what, I think 3 minutes ago, it was only 2K, 2.5. They almost doubled their lead in 3 minutes now. First pathway don't pop. The back, it's gonna be shortcut. Use the 4 members of Geek Fam is all on Arfi. Arfi still able to sidestep for a while, but he will fall regardless. That's gonna be Tempest Blade. Reposition. Geek Fam now filling the mid. Kenziski miscalculated his own positioning. Punished.
Diversion going to the back line. Boy, does he read that out. Oh, Beloyski, he's walking right to it.
Oh, Alter Ego finds the creative play as Rin jumps in to provide the kill. That's going to be a boy taken down as well. Hijime, 1 HP practically, but Gobs is in no position to close the gap.
Oh my goodness. It looks like a good teleport from Beloyski and crew towards Arfi, but I don't think Rin's going to die here. But you got to remember, they chased him until that mid turret in the mid lane. So a lot of resources being brought out for a single Granger, and you know the diversion was so good. But I don't know about this one. Arfi is getting sandwiched by Gobs and Beloyski.
He did this in game 1. He did this in game 2, and he is again out of position in game 3.
Not just in game 1 and 2, Connie. He did it throughout the playoffs. Even though he was able to solo kill Eman quite a lot of times in the lane, the criticism is always there. The positioning, his, you know, zoning or like his kiting is questionable. And he's on a Granger, a hero that's really good on kiting.
I don't think so. I don't think Alter Ego has some counterplay. Nino pulled. Revitalized pops. And that's going to be, Nino, just sandbagging for, again, nothing. Lord should be free.
And the good thing is there's no resources being pulled out for Nino, and Rin already eyeing for a Lord Steal diversion.
Oh, Geek Fam playing it slow. They know they have numbers, so no need to rush out with the flicker, though. That's going to be a different story. Shortcut pops as well. RP pops the flicker. Makids unleashing the beast. Not enough Nether Realm to secure safety. Makids securing the Lord, and Dreams falls.
Wow, what a discipline coming in from Geek Fam. That was so good. They could have gone for the Lord with minimal risk, but they took a more safety route with the fact that they tried to go for Arfi, they tried to go for Rin, and it paid off. That was a beautiful Lord dance by Beloyski and crew. The composure is there, but Alter Ego, they're not gonna wait for a play. He's gonna make it on their own.
Yeah, they did this with Hijime yesterday, and seems like it will come through. The surprise. That's gonna be Gobs, though, spending his fist rack. Oh, Nino pulled, taking a lot of heat. Roy's pathway towards the back. Makids looking for a flank angle as Rin is pushing the mid. Now the Lord is marching slowly in the bottom side of the map. As Geek Fam, they will reset.
Yep, they're not rushing because this is Chip we're talking about. He's gonna be there in the opponent's jungle very soon in this second. So Geek Fam, once again, they're trying to play it slow, trying to play it a bit more disciplined. And Beloyski, okay, gotta watch out for those push opens, man, because at this point it's a late game Alter Ego. Yes, they're not leading in gold, but the damage is there.
Makids finds an angle on George Hijime, will force his own flicker. Lord marching the bottom side of the map. Rin still clearing the mid lane again. First pathway, Alter Ego looking for a counterplay perhaps. No, they are just looking to slow things down.
Oh man, and there was tsunami slam on Twist Baloy.
Under the turret, great recovery. That's gonna be Dreams actually pulled and taken down. Geek Fam taking the win slowly.
Oh man, they try to do something, but Baloyski unfortunately still has the flicker. They gotta watch out for those timers on these spells. A boy very deep into enemy's line. Shadow Stampede.
So aggressive! Oh, Gobs! Finds the connection and the opening for Geek Fam. And this might be the play that will take Geek Fam to top 3 as they push onwards. Can Ninos defend? Of course not. Congratulations, Geek Fam. Welcome to top 3.
Top 3, one step closer to Riyadh, to EWC. They've been in this position before in Jakarta International Velodrome. The next step, going to the grand finals. And the opponents, we gotta wait because they are tough ones.
They are. And what a convincing win for Geek Fam. 3-0. Alter Ego, after a dramatic win the first day, a tragic loss yesterday, it seems like they were not able to recover. 3-0 is your final score, ladies and gentlemen.
And it seems like RIQ's players' words, especially Sutsujin, is not without a proof. It's not without an objective analysis. It really is 3-0 for Geek Fam. That was a beatdown. Alter Ego had no chance at all throughout the whole series. But you gotta still appreciate what they've done in Jakarta International Velodrome. A reverse sweep towards Bigatron, but unfortunately, the road to EWC, to MSC for the 3-phase mask ends here in the lower bracket.
It has been bloody. 6 teams entering the playoffs. Now, only 3 stands. And Geek Fam, this was the final play with Robs again just opening things up.
Oh my god.
Yeah, the base wide open. Well done. Well done.
It really is well done. But unfortunately, Alter Champs, this is going to be a hard watch. Let's give them our warmest send-off in the stage. Alter Ego. It was run.
Alter Ego memang telah gagal untuk menuju 3 besar. Namun perjuangan dari 3 hari di babak playoff dari Alter Ego patut diapresiasi. Dan ini adalah momen terakhir di mana perjuangan mereka berakhir. Alter Ego, Nino.
Pertama-tama makasih buat Alter Champs udah dukung Alter Ego terus. Makasih buat keluarga, makasih buat Kodelwin udah percayain gue ada di season ini. Makasih buat teman-teman gue. Makasih juga buat coaching staff Alter Ego. Mungkin ini hasilnya kurang baik, cuman kita juga udah berusaha semaksimal mungkin untuk sampai sini. Nggak pulang pertama kayak kemarin, cuman ya alhamdulillah lah, walaupun cuma dapat 4 besar juga ini hasil perjuangan kita selama 6 bulan ini aja sih Bude.
Itulah dia perjuangan 6 bulan dari Alter Ego harus berakhir hari ini. Sorry Kodelwin, harus muncul lagi.
Sorry kok cuman dapat top 4, tadinya gue janji ke lu kan buat lolos EWC, cuman ya sampai sini aja sih kok, mungkin rezekinya ya. Nggak tahu sih Bude harus ngomong apa lagi ya, cuman mau minta maaf aja sih, terima kasih.
Dan banyak sekali ucapan yang mungkin tak bisa dikatakan. Alter Ego namun telah memberikan perjuangan. Kita akan bersama-sama menyaksikan dan menerima the one last bow from Alter Ego. The Alpha Familia telah berakhir perjalanannya. Alter Champs akan terus mendukung apapun yang terjadi karena mereka telah berjuang. Namun perjuangan yang sesungguhnya dimulai hari ini untuk tim yang masih berjuang untuk mewakili Indonesia di ajang MSC. Dan kita sambut bersama-sama kemenangan bersih 3-0 pertama di babak playoff. Inilah dia, Geek Fam! Geek Community udah nunggu-nunggu dari kemarin. Ternyata momennya adalah hari ini. Dan Geek Fam menang 3-0 akhirnya. Di panggung ini berada di lower bracket. Baloy, gimana kemenangan pertamamu nih?
Enak banget.
Enak banget. Ini jadi 3-0 pertama loh.
Iya.
Ada apa? Ini Geek Fam kemarin kita lihat belum berhasil mendapatkan kemenangan di babak pembukaan untuk Geek Fam. Kayak di upper bracket harus turun.
Iya, ya kita belajar aja dari yang semalam soalnya. Agak-agak ini aneh sih kalau kita yang last, yang game 4. Jadi kayak kita lebih disiplin aja hari ini.
Ini lebih menunjukkan di hari ini.
Iya.
Ini jati diri Geek Fam yang sesungguhnya.
Amin.
Amin. Namun kita ngelihat banyak yang bilang kayak macro play dari tim Geek Fam kemarin seperti tidak berjalan. Ada apa gerangan dan hari ini baru jalan atau bagaimana Baloy?
Iya, sama kita bagusin draftnya aja sih habis itu. Habis kalah kita belajar dari Oni, soalnya mereka kayak pintar-pintar nge-draft jadi kita belajar, kayak kita mau adjust apa. Jadi ya sekarang mungkin karena kekalahan semalam jadi lebih rapi aja sih kita dari draft dan dari gameplay.
Secepat itu Geek Fam bisa langsung berproses dan memperbaiki, dan bukan hanya gameplay yang mereka perbaiki dan juga hasil, namun win rate dari Chip Baloy akhirnya ngedapetin kemenangan. Chip, memang ini lagi ingin menunjukkan bahwa Chip Baloy bisa nih.
Emang bisa, tapi kita ada miscom saja sama draft kita lumayan susah buat TP malah bawa bencana. Tapi guys, kalau enak ya enak, bisa lah Baloy.
Bisa Baloy. Dan memang bisa banget, apalagi sekarang kita ngelihat dari tim Geek Fam. Mereka membawa 3 player anyar di babak playoff. Ini adalah babak playoff pertama untuk mereka, Kenziski.
Halo Bude.
Namamu dielukan, namamu diteriakan. Dari hari kemarin sebenarnya udah pada bilang ini Kenziski. Ini kayak bukan panggung pertamamu babak playoff. Senyaman itu sudah kamu di babak playoff ini?
Iya, udah nyaman.
Sudah nyaman. Tapi bagaimana sih dengan pengalaman pertama, biasanya itu agak getar dikit. Namun gimana untuk pengalaman Kenziski sendiri di babak playoff 2 match ini?
Lumayan ini ya, lumayan cukup buruk tapi hari ini kita bisa lebih baik dari kemarin.
Gimana seorang Kenziski menerima kekalahan di hari kemarin dan turun ke lower bracket?
Mungkin kita tertampar gara-gara kekalahan kemarin. Mungkin hari ini kita lebih baik.
Bener sih, ini lebih baik sih, 3-0. Dan permainan yang terus-menerus dilakukan, hal baik juga. Dan ngelihat Kops, early game dari Geek Fam melawan Alter Ego. Bisa dibilang kalian berhasil untuk memegang pergerakan dari Alter Ego. Dari Kops sendiri, lawanmu adalah most improved player di season ini. Dia mendapatkan title itu bukan karena tanpa sebab. Bagaimana kamu bisa megangin nih dari tim Geek Fam supaya early game dari Alter Ego tidak bisa mereka miliki?
Ya kita tetap lawan aja sih, meskipun dia mau improve. Ya tetap main gameplay gitu lah.
Gameplay kalian, apakah ini khusus gameplay untuk melawan Alter Ego atau bagaimana kalian mempersiapkan diri untuk melawan tim Alter Ego? Apa ini gameplay yang memang kalian siapkan untuk melawan Alter Ego atau memang ini adalah gameplay yang disiapkan untuk playoff atau gimana?
Ini buat lawan Alter Ego, nanti nextnya kita belajar lagi.
Mantap, tapi apa yang paling kalian fokuskan ketika melawan Alter Ego?
Megangin kaki Rine.
Megangin kaki Rine. Dan itu berhasil di 3 game?
Ya.
Berhasil dan hasil yang baik didapatkan. Dan bagaimana tidak, mungkin kalau kita ngomongin Rine ada di Make It. Make It lawanmu hari ini ada Rine. Apa yang kamu katakan kepada coach dan teman-temanmu supaya Rine-nya dipegangin?
Gak ada, mereka inisiatif sendiri aja.
Oh, inisiatif yang baik berarti ya?
Iya.
Dan dari Make It sendiri, ini kan panggung awal juga untuk Make It. Make It gimana panggung playoff ini? Sesuai dengan ekspektasi Make It kah?
Enggak, harusnya kemarin enggak kalahnya gitu.
kalahnya nggak gitu harusnya. Tapi apa nih yang mungkin diperbuat oleh Make Kids dan hari yang kedua ini terlihat lebih solid dari tim Geek Fam?
Ya kita harus cepat-cepat move on aja sih dari kemarin. Makanya lebih improve sekarang.
Cepat-cepat move on. Tapi kalau ngelihat hari ini perlawanan dengan Rine sepertinya tidak terlalu dar-der-dor nih. Kamu lebih suka bertarung melawan alter ego yang dar-der-dor apa yang tertekan seperti ini?
Ya di ban semua hero aku bude. Makanya ya aku ladenin bewan-bewan gitu.
Biarin aja.
Ya main aja sendiri deh.
Main sendiri, tapi pada akhirnya sekarang kalian yang akan terus melanjutkan perjalanan dan kalau ngomongin tentang band-bandan, banyak yang bilang di sini tim Geek Fam bisa mematahkan hero-hero dari alter ego. Bagaimana cara kalian untuk terus bisa mengungguli dari segi kemampuan hero-nya, dari pemilih, dari kalian bisa bener-bener tuh kayak nggak mau bikin alter ego enak?
Sebenarnya dari regular season kita selalu ban hero-hero ini sih, soalnya kita lumayan lihat ke gameplay mereka dari di trio mid dia, terus tergantung hero ini. Nah terus kita belajar dari itu dan yang pasti lawan RQ kan pas RQ-nya ban kayak gitu mereka lumayan susah, jadi ya kita ini juga pakai, soalnya di regular season juga kita target ban ini.
Target ban Rine menjadi kunci kemenangan berarti masih sama dari regular season dan sekarang?
Betul.
Betul, tapi ini Geek Fam yang sama atau Geek Fam yang berbeda dari babak regular season?
Yang pasti Geek Fam yang berbeda lah. Soalnya kita lagi panas-panas semuanya.
Panas-panas karena satu langkah lagi kalian melaju ke babak selanjutnya. Final lower bracket tiket berada di tangan Geek Fam. Menjadi 3 besar Aboy. Kalian berhasil mematahkan alter ego. Kemarin sempat reverse sweep, remontada. Tapi kalian berhasil untuk mengubur mimpi alter ego. Dari Aboy sendiri, apakah ini berarti sesuatu untuk Moboy melangkah maju dan mematahkan alter ego?
Kita tetap ngincer EWC sama Grand Final sih.
Jadi siapapun lawannya, alter ego pun kalian benar-benar bisa tekan. Kemarin mereka reverse sweep. Hari ini kalian nggak takut udah pertama awal 2-0 terus reverse sweep?
Tadi kita ingetin jangan kayak kemarin soalnya takut kena reverse sweep juga. Gitu.
Jadi ada momen-momen itu?
Ada pas 2-0, pas 1-0 sama ada.
Gimana tuh cara kalian biar nggak ke reverse sweep?
Respect sama drop yang bagus tetap, jangan happy dan ya respect. Soalnya timnya kan ya ada Dream sama Hijami kan, dan gue tahu gue pernah di reverse sweep sama mereka pas season 11, jadi kayak belajar aja jangan kasih mereka napas.
Jangan dikasih napas dan sesuai dengan harapan mereka, sesuai dengan apa yang mereka inginkan. Tapi ya boy, nextnya, final lower bracket, satu langkah lagi bisa ke IWC MSC. Kira-kira nih ya, siapa nih yang bakal turun ke lower bracket dan melawan kalian? Antara Onyx dan RRQ.
Mau ketemu RRQ aja.
Kenapa tuh?
Gak apa-apa, penasaran aja.
Penasaran aja. Dan apakah satu suara? Kalau Baloy ngelihatnya siapa nih?
Kita kan dikalahin Onyx kan pas ini playoff, ya udah coba yang lain, RRQ.
Coba yang lain ya. Jadi memang pengen coba-coba karena hari ini juga alter ego adalah lawan pertama kalian di babak playoff, sebelumnya nggak pernah ketemu. Dan pesan-pesan menangin kali pertama di alter ego di pertemuan pertama kalian?
Gimana betul sih?
Pertama kali ketemu alter ego di babak playoff dan kalian langsung ke 3-0-in. Kesan-pesan akan hal ini?
Iya, gak liatin tim sih sebenarnya. Ya pokoknya sama tim sendiri aja.
Oke, mungkin kata-kata untuk penutupan hari ini dari tim Geek Fam dengan melajunya Geek Fam untuk ke babak selanjutnya.
Kita masih jauh dari yang kita mau, jadi Geek Community tetap semoga kalian terhubung kita. Kita bakal kasih yang terbaik buat besok. Apapun hasilnya, gua bangga dan happy sama kita ada di Geek Community.
Geek Community, sekali lagi beri tepuk tangan dan semangat karena Geek Fam masih berjuang. Mereka melangkah maju ke final lower bracket. Congratulations Geek Fam! Yes, 3-0 yang begitu indah untuk tim Geek Fam. Bagaimana tidak? Inilah 3-0 pertama. Benar-benar mereka menunjukkan jati diri dari tim Geek Fam. Permainan macro play, permainan dari gameplay yang apik. Benar-benar membuat kita semangat. Dan sayangnya Alter Ego harus berpulang. Kita melihat bahwa 3 tim tersisa. Dan nanti di match kedua akan lebih menarik karena 1 slot grand finalis akan diisi antara tim Onyx atau tim RRQ. Dan sebelum kita berpisah, Bude ingin menunjukkan sesuatu yang spesial. Ayo, udah pada siap dengan device-nya? Samsungnya udah dikeluarin karena akan ada GoPay hadiah GG. Rame langsung semua yang ada di sini. Caranya gimana? Bude akan tunjukin cara biar kalian ngedapetin GoPay coin secara gratis. Asal kalian punya aplikasi GoPay, kalian bisa mendapatkan GoPay langsung. Inilah dia caranya. Pertama-tama pastikan kalian punya GoPay. Kalian nggak punya, download aja GoPay. Mau dimanapun pasti bisa. Setelah udah download, kalian tinggal buka GoPay-nya. Setelah kalian buka, tinggal buka kamera di dalam aplikasi GoPay. Setelah itu, scan aja, nanti QR code-nya akan keluar di layar putih. Dan setelah ada, tinggal di-scan, dipencet, klaim hadiah. Setelah kalian ngeklaim, otomatis GoPay Coins akan masuk ke dalam akun kalian. Udah siap? Siap, rame, let's go. Inilah dia GoPay hadiah GG. Tada! Edisi playoff, setiap harinya GoPay selalu bagi-bagi hadiah. GoPay memang GG. Dan kita bisa happy-happy bareng GoPay. Nanti GoPay Coins-nya bisa buat macem-macem juga. Dan pasti deh di sini udah makin happy, makin seneng. Semuanya bisa bersama-sama nih menggunakan GoPay Coins kalian. Dan hari ini kita juga mau tahu nih bagaimana tim Geek Fam mendapatkan 3-0-nya membungkam Alter Ego. Dan tidak ada remontada lagi. Seperti apa? Kita akan langsung dengarkan kepada para panelis yang akan menjelaskan secara dalam. So panelis, monggo.
Alter Ego has to bow out of MPL ID Season 15 again with the heart-wrenching Nino farewell speech. I'm sorry, which, is directed to Cordelwin, their CEO.
Yeah.
But tough luck for Alter Ego, they'll try next season. But thankfully for Geek Fam, they have achieved the first sweep in the playoffs of MPL ID Season 15 with a 3-0 win. They will be waiting for the loser between RRQ Hoshi and Onyx.
Did you guys predict 3-0? 3-1? 3-1?
3-1.
So Migani and Sheffin, we went 3-0. Oh man. Where do we start, Arashi, with this game?
We start by appreciating the effort given, and which is in a boxing fight, when you start talking about how tough the fighters are, guys that are in trouble. Yeah, so was a respectable attempt, man. They were able to find some moments there, but overall, man, there was clearly some level of understanding that Geek Fam just had over Alter Ego in the draft, in the game, and that is what allowed them to get so much more success slowly but surely, and this is the player of the match.
The MVP, the player of the match.
The Harith of the match.
The Harith of the match. So, he's a Harith one trick? No, I'm kidding. He is very, very good with the Harith, and he was constantly carrying Geek Fam in team fights. The damage he's able to output is just phenomenal. And look at that heat map as the Harith. It's mostly obviously in his lane, but he's also not scared of looking for just jumping in the backline of the players of Alter Ego.
I mean, obviously, it's a whole lot of gold lane for sure. But if you look at the positioning there, like the heat map, if I understand it correctly, he was making a lot of moves into the jungle of Alter Ego, showing again that the aggression was available, was possible for Geek Fam, and like Miko usually mentions, the Harith, with a couple of items, he wants to start brawling, he wants to start fighting, and in this match overall, the Harith of Kenziski has had ample opportunities to get involved in a fight and start snowballing, right? In the mid game, he's always standing on 2, 3, or even up to 5 kills, depending on how successful Geek Fam are in forcing out these fights. So it's almost like Geek Fam understood that, hey, Altrigo, the aggressive team, wants to fight. So we need to get compositions, get heroes that can benefit by winning off these fights and starting to snowball.
Yeah. Unfortunately, they just couldn't handle all the aggression. And again, something that we already mentioned yesterday. Well, not yesterday. I think it was it yesterday? I think it was yesterday. The way you want to utilize the Faramis, if you do have a Faramis, is by aggressing forward. If you're a reactive Faramis, you're going to lose so much value. And unfortunately for Alter Ego, there was just no way for them to force out team fights. A few of the times that they were able to here, especially here, right? They were able to get a few shutdowns, but at that point it was too late. And man, I really respect RP because he was able to solo kill Eman twice in on day number 1.
Yep.
But it gets to a point where the positioning needs to change, the game plan as well. A lot of people saw Setsujin's statement and maybe thought, all right, that might have been too harsh, you know, saying that they have no game plan, no gameplay. But it's very, very evident here. They are a team full of mechanics and full of like good plays when they get comfort picks. But when they don't, oh my lord. Imagine up against a Chip playing still in the side lanes as a Granger at minute 5. This is not an MPL level like decision. This is a barely MDL level position. How do you still stay in the side lane when you're up against a Granger when there's no one visible on the map? It's amateur-ish.
It really feels like, man, they were lost, they were pressured. The pivoting, the adaptations from Geek Fam were just too much for them to handle, and eventually, right, that bleeds over from trying to use all that brain power to figure out a draft possibility into figuring out how to move on the map. This is the area of expertise that Geek Fam are just so good at. If you put Geek Fam in the positions of Alter Ego, that's where they would understand immediately, okay, this is what we need to be doing. This is where we should be looking for something like this, you know. But Alter Ego, especially after game number 2, they just looked really, really lost. Like they were trying to go with emotions, do what makes sense at face value. But Geek Fam doesn't operate on face value, right? There are layers to their approach, and eventually one of those layers will catch Alter Ego. And so unfortunately, they have to go back to the drawing board. And there's credit to be given to them. They got this far with a rookie, with 2 rookies technically. It's respectable. But by all means, man, they really were outclassed today by Geek Fam.
And the tilt is so real, realize.
It's so real.
Rin.
Oh boy.
Turtle 1 or Turtle 2, I forgot.
Yeah.
Turtle 1.
The retri.
Not just the retribution, but not utilizing Tempest of Blades as well for Turtle 1. And then missing the retri, Hijume being the one who takes the turtle.
Yeah.
The tilt was so evident from Rin. The time that he finally got a pick that is a comfort, he wasn't able to utilize it properly. Man.
Is it too little, too late? Was that the compounding effect from game number 1 is the question, because it would have been such a shame if, like, you know, if let's say with this draft, Alter Ego could have taken game number 1, maybe we could have seen a whole different story. Alter Ego is a team that we always, you know, highlight for momentum.
A lot of problems that he's sorting out for Alter Ego. For Geek Fam, obviously they're able to show what they are capable of. And now we want to tune in on the mic check on that game against Geek Fam.
Gue yang pegang biru.
Bisain gue ya. Awas di TP.
Gak ada TP, belum ada.
Guys, gue mau coba gas bisa.
Gue mau number ya, mereka mau gas nih kalau gini biasanya.
Aman. Ya udah 3 Ada gue guys.
Ayo perangin kejauhin mereka.
Ada di biru tuh, ini ada edit di biru.
Ayo guys.
Ayo ini gue ulti nih guys.
Gue ulti kena 2. Gue ikat 2.
Kanyang bro.
Nice.
Aman, mati Grangernya gue bikin.
Nice one.
Aman.
20.000 ya. Ya kalau udah low kalian majuinnya.
Ini nyebus.
Udah mau dikasih tuh.
Ayo guys.
Ayo.
Gua dapat ini nih.
Bruno.
Gua dapat ini juga.
Sabar, kiting.
Mati
dah.
Bruno.
Bruno mati ya.
Mati.
Gua apa base dulu.
Cabut dulu guys, bisa gak?
Aman, rata nih, rata.
Enggak ada carry.
Pede aja.
Bisa Lord brother.
Kali yang atas ya.
Udah. Ini guys.
Mati.
Ini gue stun lagi. Ada Hylos ya?
Ya, menang.
Gak usah.
Ini kaliannya. Hylos.
Ini Hylos lo. Gue ada skill lo. Skill lo selalu ya.
Ini gue tarik
lagi. Ada
bisa. Aman, bisa. Enggak. Mati.
Nice one.
Coba tabrak sih guys.
Boleh. Iya, tabrak sih gue dulu.
Doinya chill.
Bisa ada konsil.
Gak ada flicker ya?
Gak ada.
Kanan kiri guys. Gue masih ada ulti ya.
Takut sih deh nih.
Dapat nih guys, dapat genjar.
Mati. Link udah turun.
Target guys.
Link.
Aman. Dia
Lihat
cabut.
darah kecil.
Sabar. Bawahnya.
Mati.
Bisain sih. Garo. Gue TP.
Nice one.
That was Geek Fam with calculated calls and all that.
Clean.
And the tilt. Did you see what Rin was doing when they went to end Crystal?
What?
He was orange buffing. When Hijume was fighting for his life, wanting to look for an angle to stop the push and possibly turn around, which
Actually
I
noticed
think is
that.
very bleak, yeah, but
Wow.
he was
guys.
doing the orange buff. I think, yeah, the tilt got into him, which I think is fair because, again, it's his first playoffs, but it could have been better, I think, for him.
I think it could have been much better, man. That's really unfortunate. But you can even see that in the communications, Geek Fam, there's layers, bro. Biloxi was saying, hey, they would usually do this, meaning that it's not just them reacting to the movements in the map. They have ideas on how all three go have like their habits, their preconceived paths and all that, which is really good against a team like Altrigo that wants to surprise you, wants to catch you off guard. When your opponents have a grip on like your habits, dude, that's rough.
But it's time to press some buttons because we'll be on the Jersey wall to say goodbye to Ultra Ego.
Goodbye, Alter Ego.
Beep beep. Boop, boop. Jersey wall.
Di Jersey Wall ini Bude bisa bertemu langsung dengan Coach Dora namun dengan situasi yang berbeda.
Iya Bude.
Sekarang seneng dong, full senyum.
Full senyum hari ini.
Ini benar-benar clean sweep dari Geek Fam. Geek Fam ngamuk atau gimana Coach Dora?
Ya pasti lebih prepare dari kemarin kan. Karena kemarin kita emang explore lebih banyak. Ya sekarang kesempatan kita satu kali udah pasti alin. Terus ya dari segi prepare, dari segi latihan udah pasti buat menang aja sih sisanya.
Buat menang aja, tapi kan kalau bisa dibilang ini berarti persiapannya benar-benar sedikit dari kemarin. Terus hari ini, namun melawan Alter Ego. Semulus itu. Dari Coach Dora sendiri, apa sih penyebab permainan kalian? Gameplay kalian, bahkan dari mungkin segi draftnya juga, itu terlihat begitu mendominasi.
Ya tadi emang si Alter Ego emang kita udah tahu sih kuncinya kan di trio midnya mereka. Terus emang full hero mereka nggak terlalu banyak juga. Jadi so far dari regular season sebenarnya udah sadar. Tapi ya di playoff mereka masih sama sih. Belum prepare hal itu lebih dalam.
Jadi berarti tadi juga pada bilang ya berpusat ke Rine. Fokus ke hero Rine. Dan permainan pun porosnya neken Rine-nya.
Iya lebih ke arah biar dia nggak bisa bebas aja sih.
Dan eksekusinya tepat sesuai yang di plan.
Iya anak-anak tadi udah ngerti sih gimana main kayak gitu harusnya. Jadi tadi udah clean sweep aja.
Lancar. Dan gak hanya itu, kalau ngomongin tentang dari kedua tim ini, kalau kunci-kuncian, tadi Hero Make It juga benar-benar di lock. Jadi target ban.
Ya.
Kalau dari Coach Dora sendiri udah expect belum sih Make It yang bakal juga diginiin?
Aman sih sebenarnya karena di MPL belum global ban. Jadi sebenarnya kita pakai apa yang kita pakai selama itu menang pakai. Tapi sebenarnya Hero Make It luas sih masih banyak yang belum keluar sih.
Tapi hero pool dia paling sedikit loh di MPL.
Iya emang sengaja, soalnya kalau kita works pakai itu ya nggak apa-apa. Soalnya kan dulu aku MDL global band kan. Ya so far kalau kita menang pakai hero itu di MPL ya pakai dulu aja. Tapi sebenarnya secara full hero dia luas, belum keluar.
Belum dikeluarin. Jadi sudah terjawab ya, ini Make It kok nggak ini ternyata memang belum pakai yang works dulu. Namun plan kalian berhasil. Dan apa sih, emang benar ini dari Alter Ego Coach Dora nggak ada gameplay yang dimiliki oleh Alter Ego? Seperti kata Sujin.
Ada sih sebenarnya gameplaynya, tapi mungkin kayak terlalu satu game plan gitu. Jadi misalkan mereka gagal di satu hal itu, mereka nggak bisa adjust di gamenya sih gitu.
Nggak bisa adjust di gamenya. Dan kalian juga nggak mau kena reverse sweep juga seperti kemarin dan kalian teken terus.
Pasti nggak mau ngasih harapan.
Nggak mau kasih harapan dan hanya satu ternyata nggak cukup untuk melawan tim yang ada di babak playoff. Dan dengan demikian 3-0 sudah didapatkan, berarti saatnya akhirnya Geek Fam punya kesempatan untuk mematikan harapan dari tim Alter Ego dengan cara kita akan official ke jersey dari Alter Ego. Let's go coach, langsung aja ke sini nih. Rasanya mungkin nanti bisa di-review ya. Rasa mematikan harapan dan perjalanan dari Alter Ego, silakan dengan sebuah kata-kata dari Coach Dora untuk Alter Ego.
Sorry kok.
Sorry kok. Dan dengan demikian perjalanan dari Alter Ego juga sudah kita tutup. Bagaimana perjalanan dari Geek Fam selanjutnya?
Ya pasti akan coba menang lah gue pasti.
Pasti akan coba menang. Final lower bracket kita akan bertemu di sini atau di depan. So, panelis, lampu Alter Ego sudah ditutup dengan sorry kok. Monggo.
The red light confirms that Alter Ego is completely out.
Bang.
MPL ID Season 15 in the playoffs as well. So now, how do we talk about Alter Ego's problems then? What can they do better in Season 16 later?
I think we've laid it out.
Yeah, exactly. We've been talking about their problems non-stop, so it's kind of weird that now we're here where we're supposed to be saying, talking about that, but we've been talking about that.
Yeah, a lot of problems that they might face. But now for Geek Fam, what do you think are the things that they might try to withhold later on when they're facing up against those giant teams, Onyx and RRQ?
I think just, again, stick to the draft that we saw in Game 1, Game 2 for the most part. Don't go for Chip Faramis. I think those two picks really worked out, but it was because Alter Ego kind of let that happen as well, right? Lucas was coming from a mile away. We called it here at the panel as well, but they didn't really have anything in preparation. Now, when you're up against a team who's much better on the far side, much better on the Yi, Faramis will be much better on the low Yi. I'm sorry, Yujume, but if it's a Sans or Rin's low Yi, that Faramis ain't doing anything.
Yeah. So if you don't wanna do nothing when you're gaming, doing your pushing your ranks and all that, you cannot let lag ruin your game and make you lose rank. You can enjoy a seamless gaming experience with IndiHome Pocket just like the Statu, offering fast and stable internet. Get speeds of up to 100 Mbps or megabytes per second for just 375,000 Indonesian rupiah. Subscribe now via My Telkomsel or tcell.id/nasional.
Use it, right?
Of course I do, man.
Vroom, vroom.
We are talking about having more consistency here.
Consistent.
What better way to guarantee consistency than have a consistent, stable internet? Let's be real here. The best teams cannot perform when they have ping spikes, all right? And they can't perform if they don't have energy.
Without an empty stomach, obviously.
Give me that.
And it is our favorite snack of all time, Sucro. Thank you so much. Look at that crunch. Hear that crunch from Arashi.
Can you hear it?
Looks good. This is now our new favorite flavor, by the way, in the English desk. The Karibo, which translates to wavy, curly type of deal. And it is our favorite snack, so you gotta snack like a champ, and you can do that with Sucro. Hashtag Gasla. Oops.
It's actually so good. Like, I'm not even joking. After they finally gave us Sucro to try, we didn't have this in the regular season. We've just been snacking, I think, a bit too much sometimes. But we've also been eating a lot of food there to keep ourselves energized for a series that goes all the way. We've only seen one series go all the way, so technically we haven't needed that energy. We've been very hemat. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, we've been saving our money for, a long vacation later on after MPL ID Season 15 concludes. So with the hemat in our way now, we enjoy the MPL menu by Hokben from starting just to 20,000 rupiah. We have a lot of menus available in the MPL Hokben favorite menu of the MPL Hokben fried chicken, MPL Hoka ramen if you want noodles, right? And you also have the MPL Hoka hemat.
Whoa.
That's our choice.
Dude, for 20,000 IDR, that's crazy. If you guys want to reference, $1 US is 16,000 IDR. So this is like, it's way less than $2. It's like $1 and like 20 cents.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. We're saving up financially, but we're not sacrificing the quality. Because the Hoka Bento is just, there's never like a meal that you're like, oh, what the heck is this?
Yeah, talking about saving, you mentioned it, Arashi. You have to save for the future. You have to invest in gold, and you can do that with UBS Gold.
This little thing.
By the way, today, gold has risen again. Like, the value of it has just been, it's increasing by quite a bit. So gold is literally your best investment. UBS Gold has basically kept us safe. We're very financially stable right now because of UBS Gold. UBS has been sponsoring us for a while. So we've been slowly but surely grabbing UBS Gold, slowly but surely transitioning towards gold.
And that's what I get when I play my ranked games. Gold.
Not MVP, just gold.
Gold standard.
Gold standard.
Gold standard.
Yeah, especially if you actually get like, the bit of the freebies, right? You get a little bit of this, a little bit of that, like, a couple of grams each time. it adds up. And if you want good freebies as well, free wins even.
Free wins.
You gotta try out the Royal Guard, my guy.
Royal Guard.
This asset right here, it says don't read, but we're gonna do it anyway because it's just that good.
Yeah.
Tell them about it, Mirko.
Which one do you guys want? Are you kind of a thumb sleeve guy or are you more of a powder guy?
I'm a powder
guy.
Okay, so take this. Have you guys tried this?
I have.
Okay.
I know exactly how good it is.
Yeah, I use this a lot. I think in my early streams, if you guys remember, I was actually given the package of Royal Guard as well. And that's how I keep my phone clean. Usually when you use powder, guys, it gets everywhere. Like the screen is covered in that normal, white powder.
Yeah,
Here,
powder.
you can use the Royal Guard powder. It gets on your fingers, but it does not get on the phone. And it's super smooth, dude. If you guys ever wondered, how is Makers doing that on Fanny? How's Kai doing it? Royal Guard's got you covered.
Royal Guard. And once that is all sorted, you have to be able to secure protection.
Oh, we have a sample now.
Because when strategy and speed are the key, focus and protection are everything, both in game and on the road as well. You can get the exclusive collaboration design of RSV helmet and MPL teams for any riding style. And with us today is EVOS. EVOS in the playoffs.
Oh!
Dude, it's official.
EVOS are in the playoffs. Even though the players aren't here, the helmet is here with RSV. And hey, I can tell you a thing or two when it comes to quality helmets. I used to be a motorcyclist myself. I was already impressed by the strap that they have here because usually for the cheaper models, it's just the normal, the metal one. I don't know what it's called. In the fancier ones that you get with the full face version of these helmets, you get the double D-ring straps. And for this, this is the second safest option. It's the budget safe option and it's really, really good for you guys. So if you guys are looking for half-face helmet that protects you all the time, multiple straps.
Kind of like it's adjustable.
Yeah.
And you have this strap here, so even with gloves, you can pull on this and it just comes off.
Sometimes I feel
quality of life, dude.
Kind of stretched with
a good day.
Long straps, and it is a good day because apparently it's a sweep. For Geek Fam, it is a good day, and for us, it's a good day too. Because good day is a ready to drink. In one bottle of coffee with a variety of delicious flavors. By the way, our producers are telling us to drink it with the helmet. So do it.
Dude, how do you do it? Okay,
let's get a spill. Let's get a spill.
I'll do this.
Okay.
You just have to
chug it.
Hey. Okay. I don't think he can chug it.
Yeah, he can.
But he drank it. He's
gonna have a hard time with the toilet.
Now you got.
I was so scared I was gonna spill.
Oh, I got you.
Hey.
No.
I
closed it. It's okay. It's a good day every day. With Originale Cappuccino.
Cappuccino Assassino.
Cappuccino Assassino. Who's your favorite brain rot term? What's your favorite brain rot guy?
Maybe the tung 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 sahu.
Mine is patapim.
Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one.
So with good day, you'll have a good day brain rotting with us. So don't forget to grab your good day to have a good day.
My favorite is Kaisalulu Kaisalala.
It's a mythical creature.
No, that's a lot of brain rots, but with good day, we don't brain rot as much. Because now we think clearly.
Okay.
But obviously, everybody's favorite game, MCGG or Magic Chess Go.
Everybody. Help yourself, man. I'm more of an MLBB guy.
Listen, me, KB,
So all you have are numbers.
No, all he has is him and KB. He
Not
couldn't
even
name more. Name more.
Yeah. We're the salesman of MCGG, and it is a free-to-play auto chess game. Transform players into master strategists.
Yeah.
Because me, myself, I don't like thinking that much. But with MCGG, with Magic Chess, it helps me think more. It also helps me with my prep at MLBB. Because back then, I didn't really want to think. I really want to just, get my point across.
Wait, so do you want to think or do you not want to think?
I want to think.
But he can't think.
I can't think.
Usually, yeah.
With MCGG, it helps me a lot. So maybe I don't need, I don't need to take courses, lessons.
Courses?
MCGG.
Courses?
To be fair, the only reason it's not my favorite game is because I don't want to play it because I know how good it is and how addicting it can get. Valoisky almost just went full over to the left. If he continued playing MCGG, we would not be seeing him on this stage. We would be seeing him on the MCGG World
Really?
Stage. Yeah.
It is.
Dang.
Addicting.
It's time.
But you know what's more addicting?
One for you, one for
Opening
me.
cards.
Go.
Opening cards. This is
One.
the first official player class for
Wait,
MPL
they're like-
Indonesia, the
I'm carrying
Nirvana
it through here.
series. Let's open them up.
I was gonna damage the cards.
We go one by one, all right, guys?
Okay.
One by one. One by one.
Let's go. Hold up.
We'll show up our cards and we'll see who has the best. And then if we get a player that You know, that you want, then I'll
I gotta
trade.
get some RRQs.
I need CW Color Blast.
All right. You ready? Yeah. So, 1, 2, 3. First card. Oh, Ray.
Dreams.
Okay, you?
You went home.
Octa. Okay, who's the best out of the three? I think Dreams. Okay,
Dreams.
you won this one.
Yeah. Okay.
1, 2, 3. Oh, Ryota. This is a pretty rare card, guys. This is a rare card.
This is a. Well, what about this? Grading.
Oh, that's tier B. This is higher tier.
We've got 2 Octas.
Okay, we'll see the tier list because I think this is high. I got a pretty rare Ryota.
B tier. I'll take it.
I think
Octa is here.
just from the rarity, I think I'll get Ryota.
Yeah.
Oh wait, it's not. It's tier B too.
It's tier B. Ah, so it's a. It's
yeah.
It's a
You
draw
got
then.
you got a tier C. You got a tier B too.
Tier B.
All right, let's move on.
Rashi, get out of here. What's with your luck, man?
I don't know, man.
Oh, dude. Oh, I got.
Hey.
I got Evos.
Look at me. Kibo.
I got Calvin Winata. EW.
Alright.
What about your last card, Arashi?
Gebe. He's an MPL one.
He's not even. He's out.
I got X Bigatron by the way.
Hey, Shive.
Alright,
one more
last card.
One more.
Gebe.
2 packs?
No, that's for later, Arashi. That's for match 2. We'll do it again. But there's one more left in the stash. Whoa. We got Sans, baby. And 2 Ninos. And Gobs.
We have an MVP one.
No, MPL. This is
MPL.
tier B. Man, we're pretty bad. Like, our luck hasn't been that good. We haven't been getting the Supremes.
I think we should just move around.
So, what was the best tier we got? I think it's tier
B.
Yeah.
I got Octa.
We got Nino.
Turning around with the hologram.
Yeah. Here. So these are the ones we got. We got tier Bs. We didn't get tier As, unfortunately. Yesterday I unboxed 1 tier A, I think, with Eterna and Sheffin. But today is just about Bs. Maybe one of those. One of those packs will have a tier S, tier A, and a Supreme. Hopefully, but
Rico, do you still want this though?
Color Blast. I already have it.
Oh, you already
I have that and 3 Lukes. Yeah.
Who do I trade that with?
I'll take the Anavel one though.
What are you gonna give it? What are you gonna give me for it though?
I'll give you the most improved player, Nino.
Sure, I'll take it.
Or you want Ryota?
Bro.
Ryota. Okay. Ryota for Anavel. There you go.
Technically, I have the rarest card.
What?
Gebe.
That's
because he's no longer here.
Whoa. In a way, that's true.
An MPL ID, I think.
But I think the best card right now for me, Anavel Sans. I got Anavel Sans. And Albert, by the way. Anavel Sans Albert. That's a.
You can like make your own like dream team technically.
Yeah, you can.
Gobs.
Pretty good. I had Ryota. You know what? Shiva is my gold, and then Nino's my XP. There we go. This is my team.
Okay.
I have 2 junglers.
Gobs. Keyboy.
Hang on.
Octa.
Well, I have a whole team.
I don't
right
even
here.
have a gold laner. I don't have a gold laner.
I have too many EXP laners. I have Reggie and Ryota.
I think Albert can play Roam, so it's fine.
Albert playing Roam?
Yeah.
I'll put Dreams and gold laner.
So I need a jungler. A jungler.
I got 2 junglers.
Can I trade y'all for a jungler?
CW was a jungler. Here, take CW.
I'll take it.
CW was a jungler back in the day, so
check it out.
Go ahead, check it out, guys. You can get it here. The Nirvana collection is out in the MPL Festival. There's a booth for it. You guys can check it out.
Grab your packs, the MPL Festival.
I need an Eman Supreme, man. I
we
haven't
all
gotten a
put-
single
Nah, I'm
Eman. By the way, it's his birthday, Mr. Anavel. So happy birthday, Anavel.
Happy birthday, Annabelle.
My
we'll
notes.
skip on the Nirvana packs for his birthday gift.
Give this to Mastika. He wants Evos.
No. Wait.
Yeah, Mirko, you just can't get like an Emon card?
What?
You can't get an Emon card? Just haven't been able to find one?
I mean, I could just take this, take Ray out, and then print Eman, and then have him sign it, technically.
Technically. But you want to get it like organic. Yeah. It seems like there's something in the way, bro, somehow.
If one of those has an Eman, guys, it's mine. I'm not even trading. I'm stealing it from y'all.
Do the other MPL regions have this?
No. We are the first one to have.
Wow.
This is special, bro.
I think in Malaysia they're. Wait, I might be mistaken.
I think MPL Mod does have. I
have
remember
a version.
Yeah,
of
a
their
version
own
of
cards. Yeah.
But I'm looking forward to people figuring out how to use these cards to make their own like mini games.
Yeah.
'Cause that usually happens back then, before the internet, right?
Yeah.
So we battle.
I'm
here.
old. I'm sorry.
Gold lane battle. Let's go.
I choose you.
Oh, it's the same, but your tier is higher. So.
Yeah.
I got a better Shive.
All right. Jungle.
Like Calvin with that.
I think I win with Anavel. All right.
Fair. I even got him from you.
Let's go mid laner.
You've lost.
I got the best.
I
Bang!
got the real best Sans.
You've lost.
I got the original Kimi player.
Oh, that's true.
And look at the audience.
If they get them on Supreme, I'm out.
Mirko's gonna run towards the audience and just snatch it, dude.
Yes, I will. That's not even a joke. Let's see
do that.
how lucky can you be. So far, the audience has had pretty bad luck with the panel too.
But they can't get the pack open.
Slowly but surely. Don't you worry. We're gonna get it open. Oh,
Whoa.
maybe. That's gonna be a good card in the future.
Maybe.
Yeah. Investment.
Oh no!
You gotta run over there.
I gotta run. Oh
No! Run over. Run and snatch that
I
on.
can't believe that happened.
That is the nature of gachas, man. The more you want it, the more you don't get it.
Yeah.
Oh, my lord. Okay, you got Nonic full
Want that
team.
card. Nonic full team.
Next is
Lutfi.
Outstanding! Tier A Lutfi.
What? Allahu Akbar Lutfi.
Next. Okay, X-Magic.
Magic, yeah.
Wow. Dude,
That's
Eman and a Tier A Lutfi.
That's a pretty solid pack.
That's the best pull we've had so far, right?
That's the best pull. Yeah, yesterday I got an outstanding card too. That's the only Tier A we got. But
who was it?
I actually forgot. Oh no, it's an outstanding Luke, I think. Yeah, I have a Tier A Luke.
Oh, you have a Tier A Luke.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Lore accurate.
Lore accurate. So he is indeed Tier A. You know what's Tier S?
What?
The Naruto skins.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
You have every single one of them?
No, I only have Suyo because that's the only hero I'm good at.
You're missing out.
Apparently better than Mirko's.
Brother, you're missing out. I'll have you know you are missing out.
Right.
What about the Gara skin?
I got it.
I don't have it.
Is it any good?
You don't have it?
I don't have it yet.
Bro, that's the only hero like that would make sense for you to get because you
I'm
play
a mage
male.
player. Yeah. I don't know, man. I just couldn't get the missions done in time.
Well, you guys can still get it. You can still get it too because it's still live. So
Yep.
event, don't miss out on it, man. I missed out on the Neymar Jr. free skin, and I regret it to this day. Like I should have played more games. I should have grinded for it.
And I think I found a very, very fun mini game. Like when you're trying to boost that point, there was the jutsu test and
Yeah.
guessing the missing image.
Oh, the quiz.
Yeah, the quizzes.
The
Those
test.
were very, very nice. So you can get the new items for free. Obviously, the Gara skin is free. And up to that, you can even get the Madara sticker, the Idara as well. We have Naruto over there and those nameplates and
Got the
chat
voice lines
boxes.
as well, right?
The voice
Which is
lines.
great.
The voice lines are where it's at, man.
I had to spend some diamonds to get the Itachi sticker. The emote. Itachi emote.
Yo, you know the Jiraiya emote, the one where his nose bleeds.
The nosebleed
It's
one?
I love that one.
Yeah, that's very nice.
Especially when I meet eventually Wu Zetian in the Land of Dawn.
This one I give it to Arashi because apparently he knows how to pronounce this hero.
I might have to be a mage player, Rashi. The two heroes they've released that are mages have been real bad.
This is how Mirko.
Yo.
This is how Mirko selects what heroes he wants to play. They
Yeah.
gotta look good, man. And the Empress Zetian is so good. And her coronation ceremony is about to begin. So watch the Path to Ascension cinematic trailer and share in that joyous moment from the 18th of this month, I believe, onto the 4th of next month. Complete tasks to get a new hero for free. For free!
Zetian,
My guy.
free.
Wait. Free?
Free.
Wow, I like that.
I'm a sucker for free, man.
It's very, very nice. Have you seen the kit?
I have.
Hero?
It's quite broken.
It's broken. Every hero
Pretty crazy,
release
pretty crazy.
is probably broken. But this year's All-Star just got wild as well. From June 27 to August 5, join the limited time Dino Patch in MLBB. You can face off against Roar, the Pterosaur.
Pterosaur Lord.
Pterosaur. I'm not good with
Pterosaur.
dinosaur names. You can beat him and win exclusive rewards like a limited avatar border. You can also join a team event to unlock a free skin. Popal and Koopa Proto Hunter.
Proto Hunter.
And if you're a creator, like Mirko, submit your clips to grab special battle emotes. Are you ready to roar?
I'm ready to roar all day, air day, man. I don't want to play
Roar.
Popol and Koopa though. That hero hasn't been meta in a while. I hope he gets buffed.
Yeah. All-Star was pretty fun. I think last year it was, what was it? Last year.
All-Star skin?
Yeah.
I forgot actually.
Oh, Melissa and Fredrin, no?
Oh yeah.
Was that
It is
All-Star?
Fredrin Melissa.
That was Sparkle.
That was
Dude, they-
515 event, right?
Yeah, 5.
Yeah, there's so many skins. You
That
kind
one.
of get them mixed up, man.
Yeah,
For real,
so
for real.
Don't forget to join that event. And if you wanna indulge yourself in the atmosphere of the crowd here in the Jakarta International Velodrome, the playoff tickets batch 2 for MPL ID Season 15 are now available. You can get your tickets on the official MPL ID website. And you gotta book the right tickets. because you gotta know which matches are high stakes. Because after this, it will be the upper bracket finals, and it will be the match to determine who goes first to MSC as the Indo rep.
Dude, at this point, every single match is high stakes.
Exactly. I mean, at this point, if RQ loses, they're gonna have a tough match. If RQ loses, they're gonna have a tough match. Geek Fam are the ones waiting in the lower bracket finals for that final ticket of MSC. But before MSC, you guys can still come over even if you don't have tickets. Let's say it's sold out. Still come over to MPL Arena here, which is the Jakarta International Velodrome right now for Season 15's festival. You get meet and greets with the players you guys love. There are watch parties for free outside. There's also super fan meetings with the parade, when they march in together.
Yeah.
And there are performances with the brand ambassadors.
And you can get a picture with Mirko. Because yesterday it was me and you, Arashi, and Chefin. We were Mirko's entourage.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
We're just like, yo, space, chill. Let the man breathe, breathe.
We gotta give him space to breathe.
Can't let
Awas, like Speed's bodyguard.
Minggir.
Minggir lu epic.
Minggir lu epic.
Yeah.
Minggir lu poke.
Hey!
Because poke means low points in
point
Indo.
chill, right?
Yeah, point
it's a
chill.
slang term.
The slang, so if you ever want to come over to Indo, you can be like, you, low level.
We'll take a break. After this, it'll be the Royal Derby. See you soon after the break.
Di MPL Festival melaporkan langsung pastinya Alisa di sini lagi ada di boothnya One Play karena di sini lagi ada hal terbaru dari MPL Indonesia yaitu ada trading card Nirvana yang bisa kalian dapetin langsung karena harganya affordable banget, satu pack itu 40.000 dan di sini juga udah rame banget sih. Kita undang kali ya salah satunya yang udah beli nih kayaknya. Permisi, kamu udah beli card packnya MPL ya?
Udah.
Wow, kenapa? Namanya siapa dulu? Kita kenalan dulu nih.
Nama aku Christian.
Christian, kenapa nih kamu memilih untuk membeli card packnya MPL?
Kan di rumah udah banyak ya, lagi mau cari yang ada tanda tangannya sih.
Oh, kamu emang ngefans sama player siapa?
Kairi Acu.
Oh, Kairi Acu. Oke, semoga kita dapat ya. Kita langsung unboxing bareng ya.
Ayo.
Oke, kita akan buka. Boleh kasih lihat. Ini dapat 5 pieces ya, 40.000 aja. Kita bakal lihat di dalamnya. Kira-kira dapat nggak nih Kairi Acu nih ya? Oke, kita buka dulu yang paling belakang. Oke, dapat. Sorizo Dewa. Oke, nextnya. Boleh aku pegangin? Oke. Wow.
Ki.
Dapat key. Boleh kasih lihat dong ke kamera dong. Oke, dapat EVOS key. Siapa lagi nih?
Yang ketiga dapat apa ini?
Wow, dapat EVOS.
Dapat tim EVOS.
Wow, dapat tim EVOS nih ya. Dapat full collectionnya tim EVOS nih. Ada lagi.
Dapat GB.
Dapat GB.
Nah, tapi udah pindah GB-nya.
Ya, tapi udah pindah GB-nya, sayang sekali. Nggak apa-apa. Ini dari Alter Ego. Dan terakhir, last but not least.
Dapat Gops.
Dapat Gops dari XP lainnya Geek. Jadi boleh dong dikasih lihat semuanya nih. Dapat 5 kartu in total ya. Wow. Gimana nih, mau beli lagi nggak nih?
Kayaknya mau sih. Ngincer Kairi sih.
Masih ngincer Kairi ya. Ini yang nanti nonton ini kalau punya Kairi trading sama kartu-kartu yang dipunyain Christian ya. Oke. Lalu kalau kamu undang dong teman-temannya untuk ke MPL Festival untuk nikmatin keseruan di sini.
Ayo semuanya datang ke MPL Festival, nonton bareng-bareng kita nobar.
Ayo kita nobar bareng dan pastinya Alisa tunggu kehadiran kalian. Thank you so much Christian. Enjoy di MPL Festival dan pastiin teman-teman datang juga karena gratis hanya sampai hari Minggu 15 Juni 2025. See you di MPL Festival. Bye bye.
Ya, aku bareng. Ulang dong.
Gak perlu.
Guys, review.
Walau yang lain terus berubah, Gope konsisten, kasihnya pasti murah. Bayar tagihan murah di aplikasi Gope. Transfer 100 kali per bulan. Download aplikasi Gope baru, nggak pakai lama. Dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya.
Rasa baru makin seru. Pertama di Indonesia. Kopi susu rasa cookies. Always ready, warnai harimu. Good day groovy cookies. Nikmati sensasi asyik kopi cookiesnya.
Tak ada hari tanpa mabar. Main nge-lag, kerap buat ku tak sabar. Gimana mau main sampai kelar? Ini waktunya ku bersinar. Okay, let's do it. Game smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tim stabil main makin mulus, rankku fix naik terus. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Cuma Game Max makin no debat.
Games Max Booster, kini dapat DG Rings. Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya di aplikasi Dunia Games.
In an age long forgotten, the wills of gods and demons shape the fate of the world. Prosperity and war surged, caught in the eternal clash of divine glory and infernal wrath. Mortals rose in defiance, and after a long war and countless sacrifices, the world finally knew peace. In the new era, wars on the chessboard replaced the clash of swords. Here, legends and epics are reborn in a form the world has never known. Magic Chess Go-Go. Make your move.
相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせで行くわよ。
よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
Ini bakal langka. Ini dari One Blade. Ada tanda tangan gua. Kalian harus dapat semua.
Minna! Utsumaki Narutoが帰ってきたぞ!
In time immemorial, the endless war destroyed the balance between yin and yang, plunging the Cadia Riverlands into chaos. As catastrophe loomed, a woman of destiny stepped forth, casting aside divinity for the plight of mortals.
Sacrifice for a fleeting moment of peace in the mortal realm. Does thine heart not regret?
To protect the realm. What is there to regret?
day, destiny descends once more. Zutian the Ordained, of untold merit and unbound benevolence, preserver of peace and prosperity, unfaded by time. This day, let heaven and earth bear witness as the Phoenix ascends the throne. A realm united toward a new golden age.
From time forgotten to the new dawn, as long as I breathe, Shandu shall never fade!
Mise te yaru yo. Sharingan no hontou no chikara o na. 湧いてくる。やかましい奴らだ。
They said there's a limit in the women's league. In MWI, we say limit? Watch us bounce. From the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless.
私はもっと強くなる。さよなら。背中合わせでいくわよ。
Ya, aku merem. Ulang dong.
Gak perlu.
Guys, review.
Walau yang lain terus berubah, Gope konsisten, kasihnya pasti murah. Tagihan murah di aplikasi Gope, 100 kali per bulan. Download aplikasi Gope baru, nggak pakai lama. Dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya.
Rasa baru makin seru. Pertama di Indonesia, kopi susu rasa cookies. Always ready, warnai harimu. Good day groovy cookies. Nikmati sensasi asyik kopi cookiesnya.
Tak ada hari tanpa mabar. Main nge-lag, kerap buatku tak sabar. Gimana mau main sampai kelar? Ini waktunya ku bersinar. Okay, let's do it. Game smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tim stabil main makin mulus, rankku fix naik terus. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Cuma game smash makin no debat.
Game Max Booster, kini dapat DG Rings. Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya di aplikasi Dunia Games.
In an age long forgotten, the wills of gods and demons shape the fate of the world. Prosperity and war surged, caught in the eternal clash of divine glory and infernal wrath. Mortals rose in defiance, and after a long war and countless sacrifices, the world finally knew peace. In the new era, wars on the chessboard replaced the clash of swords. Here, legends and epics are reborn in a form the world has never known. Magic Chess Go-Go. Make your move.
変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
Ini bakal langka. Ini dari One Blade. Ada tanda tangan gua. Kalian harus dapat semua.
Minna, Utsumaki Narutoが帰ってきたぞ。力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
In time immemorial, the endless war destroyed the balance between yin and yang, plunging the Cadia Riverlands into chaos. As catastrophe loomed, a woman of destiny stepped forward, casting aside divinity for the plight of mortals.
Such sacrifice.
day, destiny descends once more. Zutian the Ordained, of untold merit and unbound benevolence, preserver of peace and prosperity, unfaded by time. This day, let heaven and earth bear witness as the Phoenix ascends the throne. A realm united toward a new golden age.
From time forgotten to the new dawn, as long as I breathe, Shandu shall never fade!
Misete yaru yo. Sharingan no hontou no chikara o na. 湧いてくる。やかましい奴らだ。
They said there's a limit in the Women's League. In MWI, we say, limit? Watch us bounce. From the MWI Queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless.
私はもっと強くなる。じゃあなら今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
Ya, aku merem. Ulang dong.
Gak perlu.
Guys, review.
Walau yang lain terus berubah, Gope konsisten, kasih yang pasti murah. Bayar tagihan murah di aplikasi Gope. Gratis transfer 100 kali per bulan. Download aplikasi Gope baru, nggak pakai lama. Dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya.
Rasa baru makin seru. Pertama di Indonesia. Kopi susu rasa cookies. Always ready, warnai harimu. Good day groovy cookies. Nikmati sensasi asyik kopi cookiesnya.
Tak ada hari tanpa mabar. Main nge-lag, kerap buatku tak sabar. Gimana mau main sampai kelar? Ini waktunya ku bersinar. Okay, let's do it. Game smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tim stabil main makin mulus, rankku fix naik terus. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Cuma game smash makin no debat.
Game Max Booster, kini dapat DG Rings. Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya di aplikasi Dunia Games.
In an age long forgotten, the wills of gods and demons shape the fate of the world. Prosperity and war surged, caught in the eternal clash of divine glory and infernal wrath. Mortals rose in defiance, and after a long war and countless sacrifices, the world finally knew peace. In the new era, wars on the chessboard replaced the clash of swords. Here, legends and epics are reborn in a form the world has never known. Magic Chess Go-Go. Make your move.
相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせで行くわよ。
よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
Ini bakal langka. Ini dari One Blade. Ada tanda tangan gua. Kalian harus dapat semua.
Minna! Utsumaki Naruto ga kaette kita zo!第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
In time immemorial, the endless war destroyed the balance between yin and yang, plunging the Cadia Riverlands into chaos. As catastrophe loomed, a woman of destiny stepped forth, casting aside divinity for the plight of mortals.
Such sacrifice.
day, destiny descends once more. Zutian the Ordained, of untold merit and unbound benevolence, preserver of peace and prosperity, unfaded by time. This day, let heaven and earth bear witness as the Phoenix ascends the throne. A realm united toward a new golden age.
From time forgotten to the new dawn, as long as I breathe, Shandu shall never fade!
Misete yaru yo. Sharingan no hontou no chikara o na. 湧いてくる。やかましい奴らだ。
They said there's a limit in the women's league. In MWI, we say limit? Watch us bounce from the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless.
私はもっと強くなる。しゃあなら背中合わせでいくわよ。
Ya, aku merem. Ulang dong.
Gak perlu.
Guys, review.
Walau yang lain terus berubah, Gope konsisten, kasih yang pasti murah. Bayar tagihan murah di aplikasi Gope. Gratis transfer 100 kali per bulan. Download aplikasi Gope baru, nggak pakai lama. Dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya.
Rasa baru makin seru. Pertama di Indonesia, kopi susu rasa cookies. Always ready, warnai harimu. Good day groovy cookies. Nikmati sensasi asyik kopi cookiesnya.
Tak ada hari tanpa mabar. Main nge-lag, kerap buatku tak sabar. Gimana mau main sampai kelar? Ini waktunya ku bersinar. Okay, let's do it. Game smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tim stabil main makin mulus, rankku fix naik terus. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Cuma game smash makin no debat.
Game Max Booster, kini dapat DG Rings. Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya di aplikasi Dunia Games.
In an age long forgotten, the wills of gods and demons shape the fate of the world. Prosperity and war surged, caught in the eternal clash of divine glory and infernal wrath. Mortals rose in defiance, and after a long war and countless sacrifices, the world finally knew peace. In the new era, wars on the chessboard replaced the clash of swords. Here, legends and epics are reborn in a form the world has never known. Magic Chess Go-Go. Make your move.
相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせで行くわよ。
よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
Ini bakal langka. Ini dari One Blade. Ada tanda tangan gua. Kalian harus dapat semua.
Minna! Utsumaki Narutoが帰ってきたぞ!第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
Dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we'll nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan buat sejarah. We dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. takkan berhenti hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan. Hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan. Hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan. Hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan. Hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan. Hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all in. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this.
Ya, aku bareng. Ulang dong.
Gak perlu.
Guys, review.
Walau yang lain terus berubah, Gope konsisten, kasihnya pasti murah. Tagihan murah di aplikasi Gope, 100 kali per bulan. Download aplikasi Gope baru, nggak pakai lama. Dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya.
Rasa baru makin seru. Pertama di Indonesia. Kopi susu rasa cookies. Always ready, warnai harimu. Good day groovy cookies. Nikmati sensasi asyik kopi cookiesnya.
Tak ada hari tanpa mabar. Main nge-lag, kerap buat ku tak sabar. Gimana mau main sampai kelar? Ini waktunya ku bersinar. Okay, let's do it. Game smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tim stabil main makin mulus, rankku fix naik terus. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Cuma Game Smash makin no debat.
Game Max Booster, kini dapat DG Rings. Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya di aplikasi Dunia Games.
In an age long forgotten, the wills of gods and demons shape the fate of the world. Prosperity and war surged, caught in the eternal clash of divine glory and infernal wrath. Mortals rose in defiance, and after a long war and countless sacrifices, the world finally knew peace. In the new era, wars on the chessboard replaced the clash of swords. Here, legends and epics are reborn in a form the world has never known. Magic Chess Go-Go. Make your move.
dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this.
Live from Jakarta International Velodrome, MPL Indonesia Season 15 is powered by Moonton. Supported by Esports Federation of Indonesia. Presented by official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy. Official e-wallet GoPay. Official sponsor, Head & Shoulders. Official coffee, Good Day. We own this.
Superfans, bersiaplah karena hari ini di match penutupan hari yang ketiga kita akan mencari tahu dan sama-sama mengetahui siapa yang akan menjadi saksi untuk perjalanan dari tim Indonesia. Satu tim perwakilan Indonesia akan melangkah ke MSC 2025 dan sebagai grand finalis pertama di MPL Indonesia Season 15. Dari Kingdom dan juga Sonic semuanya berkumpul untuk menyaksikan Royal Derby yang terasa berbeda tentunya karena kedua tim ini sedang memperlihatkan kekuatan mereka dan dominasinya. Bagaimana tidak, RRQ, raja dari segala raja. Mereka merajai regular season dan pula mempertahankan posisi mereka di upper bracket. Perjalanan yang begitu manis. The Dream Team kali ini mereka akan ditantang oleh The Sky King. Mereka hadir ke babak playoff dengan suasana yang berbeda. The Terrifying Team. Suasana dan mode playoff yang dibawa oleh Onyx membuat beberapa tim pun mulai ketar-ketir. Karena RRQ dan Onyx kali ini harus berhadapan satu sama lain untuk memperebutkan satu slot pertama. Yaitu slot Grand Finalis dan juga MSC 2025. Semua menginginkan hal ini, namun hanya ada satu saja yang bisa mengamankan slot itu. Dan kalau ngebahas tentang semua super fans yang sudah berkumpul, yang ada di rumah, yang ada di Jakarta International Velodrome, pastinya kita melihat bahwa antusiasme dan juga harap-harap cemas yang ada di dalam, yang ada di luar festival juga semuanya benar-benar menantikan dari kericuhan, keramaian yang akan ditunjukkan oleh kedua tim ini. Namun Bude juga nggak bisa lupa bahwa semua ini bisa terwujud karena MPL Indonesia Season 15 powered by Moonton, supported by PBSI, presented by official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy, official e-wallet GoPay, official sponsor Head and Shoulder, official dari coffee partner Good Day, dan juga partner ini sports kita ada Telkomsel, Dunia Games, dan IndiHome. Bersama juga dengan advertiser Kacang Sukro dan Hokben. Tak lupa kita punya suppliers, ada RSV Helmet, UBS Gold, Kila Food, Royal Guard, Mercon Merah Putih, Imaginary, dan venue ini tentunya Jakarta International Velodrome. Yang terlihat begitu ramai, di atas sana super fans juga sudah bersiap. Dan di sini pun, di area Mythic juga mulai penuh. Dan tidak terasa, tamu-tamu istimewa juga sudah hadir. Tapi kalau ngomongin tentang tamu istimewa, ternyata karena ini adalah match yang begitu penting, Bude nggak akan sendiri. Ada satu sosok yang bisa memberikan kita insight yang begitu banyak. Jadi bersiaplah untuk menyambut. Inilah dia, antagonis atau Anca. Wah langsung ya, ini bukan coach online. Ini bukan coach-coach online yang datang, ini real coach hadir di MPL Indonesia. Finally Bude bisa ngobrol langsung satu panggung bareng dengan Anca. Gimana nih? Di MPL Indonesia suasananya mungkin?
Antusiasmenya sih jauh banget ya Bude. Antusiasmenya emang di sini, tadi aku jalan di festival aja udah rame banget gitu. Ini kayaknya Kingdom yang lain belum datang, sama Sonic yang lain belum datang. Tadi aku lihat yang bawa drum tuh, itu kalau udah datang sih, wah gak tahu lagi sih.
Pecah ya?
Pecah banget.
Tapi kita boleh tahu bahwa sudah berapa season berarti melancong ke Malaysia?
4 mungkin ya, 4 season.
4 season bersama dengan tim. Kali ini ada di DP Niners. Namun memang tidak bisa melanjutkan berjalan di sana. Namun kita boleh tahu dong, ini memang lagi MPL Malaysia, lagi ketat-ketatnya atau bagaimana?
MPL Malaysia emang lagi ketat sih Bude. Soalnya season kemarin tuh hampir gak ada yang bisa matahin dominasi SRG kan. Nah cuman season ini kayak SRG udah mulai ada yang gigit gitu.
Udah mulai tergigit?
Udah mulai sedikit tergigit lah.
Sedikit, jadi mulai pada mengejar walaupun kita tahu SRG udah ngedapetin slot nih.
Ya.
Tapi gimana halnya dengan MPL Indonesia? Pasti ikut nonton dong, pasti ikut ngelihat bagaimana perkembangan di Indonesia.
Kalau Indonesia sih bedanya Indonesia sama Malaysia ya Bude. Kalau Malaysia tuh bahkan semua netizennya udah tahu gitu. Yang juara tuh SRG. Kalau Indonesia kan ya ini final ya antara Onyx atau RRQ yang juara.
Weh, cepet banget nih langsung ngasih tahu kisi-kisinya. Tapi kalau ngebahas, oke kita akan ngebahas itu lebih dalam nanti. Cuma kalau kita ngebahas tentang MPL Indonesia, regenerasinya. Banyak banget player muda, anyar. Dan terlihat mereka performnya sangat memukau. Gimana new generation dari MPL Indonesia?
Regenerasinya bagus sih Bude. Sama kayak kita lihat nih, kalau di Onyx ataupun RRQ. God lane mereka dua-duanya rookie. Tapi udah ngasih performa yang bagus gitu. Jadi regenerasinya bagus lah.
Regenerasi bagus, nggak cuma dari player-player, namun kalau kita ngebahas tentang MSC yang sesaat lagi memang dinantikan, kita udah ngeliat banyak banget dari berbagai region sudah terlihat para juara dan juga kalau dari Indonesia sendiri sebenarnya kita ada di potential. Tadinya ada 2, sekarang tinggal 1. Ada Geekfam dan juga Alter Ego. Kalau dari Indonesia, mungkin gak sih ini akan menjadi new gain di MSC?
Mungkin, tapi kalau Geek dibilang baru kayaknya enggak juga sih. Soalnya dia M5
internasional, tapi
aku
belum
bertemu
MSC.
dia. Oh MSC belum, ya benar. Mungkin bisa jadi, tapi for now aku rasa finalnya tetap, siapapun yang menang di sini finalnya tetap RRQ Onyx.
Itu bold statement banget.
Bold.
Wah. Tapi gimana halnya dengan MPL Malaysia? Karena kita lihat banget banyak new generation untuk MSC 2025. Aero dan juga DX, ini kan 2 tim yang ada player Indonesianya.
Betul.
Mungkin nggak mereka ke MSC?
Kalau Rasi sih ya, Rasi kayak aduh semoga lah gak bisa ya, walaupun agak berat. Semoga lah, gak tuh Arga maksudnya dia Rasi.
Semoga bisa.
Walaupun saya yakinnya kemungkinan besar Aero sih. Soalnya semenjak kemasukan Hazel tuh gameplaynya lain. Kita kena bantai waktu itu sama Hazel.
Oke. Jadi perubahan signifikan terjadi ketika ada player dari Indonesia masuk. Gameplay tim Malaysia jadi berubah.
Ya betul, saya sebenarnya agak kecewa lah sama RRQ. Masuknya pas banget lawan tim saya gitu. Saya udah ready lawan jungle sebelumnya, pas masuk kena bantai, selesai. Pusing kepala saya.
Pusing. Tapi kalau ngelihat Malaysia, ini sebenarnya jadi penasaran. Perwakilan Malaysia juga harus dihadapi oleh perwakilan Indonesia. Ini Indonesia bakal ngelawan gak sih? Karena dari tahun lalu Malaysia lah yang mendapatkan MSC 2025 SRG. Udah bisa ngelawan belum nih kita?
Saya rasa udah bisa sih, soalnya kalau ngelihat track record dan gameplay RRQ, Onyx ataupun Geekfam, bagi saya bisa melawan lah SRG. Defending championnya SRG kan, saya rasa bisa.
Well, namun yang menjadi penasaran adalah peta kekuatan. Kita ngelihat Indonesia, lalu Malaysia, fokus ke Malaysia ini kayak karena ada Anca ya. Tapi apakah memang musuh utamanya masih Filipina?
Musuh utama sebenarnya Filipina, SRG sama tim Indo menurut saya setara. Menurut saya setara, 3 ini. Tim Filipina, tim Indo sama SRG, bukan Malaysia, SRG.
Oke.
Ya menurut saya setara.
Namun apa nih bedanya?
Bedanya gak ada sih, menurut saya sama aja, tergantung strategi yang mereka bawa nanti.
Oke, berada di level yang sama namun bagaimana strategi itu yang akan membuktikan.
Betul.
Dan ngomong-ngomong tentang strategi, kedua tim ini sama-sama solid dan kuat. Untuk match kita yang akan menjadi perwakilan Indonesia, ada Onyx yang lagi mode playoff, ada RRQ yang menunjukkan kestabilannya dari babak reguler. Gimana ngelihat 2 tim ini nih?
Wah ini sih seru banget ya, jadi kalau kita lihat 2 tim ini ada 1 perbedaan dan 1 kesamaan.
Oke.
Kesamaannya, mereka tuh kalau udah snowball susah dibalikin.
Oke.
Perbedaannya, RRQ tuh power pick, sedangkan Onyx unique pick. Jadi makanya ini match yang sangat seru buat ditonton dan kalian semua yang udah datang menurut saya beruntung sih bisa ngelihat match sebesar ini di sini.
Yes, kita semua pastinya akan menjadi saksi. Namun, satu terakhir, prediksi untuk match ini.
Wah gimana ya kalau prediksi ya, sama kuat sih ini. Cuman ini siapapun yang menang ketemu lagi di grand final. Kalau buat prediksi sekarang, best of 5 ya? Saya rasa 3-2 Onyx sih.
3-2 Onyx. Namun bagaimana dengan para panelis? Apakah setuju dengan Anca dengan antagonis? Atau mereka punya insight-insight yang berbeda? Karena 2 tim ini terlihat sangat kuat dan mendominasi. Kita langsung lemparkan saja kepada para panelis. So panelis, let's go Royal Derby!
A massive entrance because we have a special guest. Who is the guest?
Who's that?
Welcome back to MPL ID Season 15. It is the panelist desk with me, Realize, Mirko, and Arashi. It's just the 3 of us accompanying you to match number 2. Is there someone beside you? Or are we gonna wait till midnight?
Well, to be fair, we already started with a dark screen for you guys. Just to mystery but the revelation is already here. We have Arashi all the way from the Philippines.
Arashi!
Oh, thanks for coming, man. How you doing, Midnight?
I'm an RQ fan, by the way. I'm an RQ fan.
Obviously, it's Midnight from MPL PH. Welcome to the Indonesian MPL. I was about to say Indonesian broadcast, but we're in the English broadcast. And by the way, you know, our producer just gave the information that the reason why we had our lights off is to introduce him. How are you doing today?
Yeah, I mean, I kind of caught on. I was like, oh, it's like, oh, they're introducing, you know, the name. But yeah, MPL ID's crazy good, crazy wild. It's been so hyped. Got a lot of experience, especially with Arashi watching with me yesterday. I got Experience Kingdom.
Yes, sir. Yes,
oh,
sir.
My days. It's crazy.
Yeah. What can you say about the Kingdom crowd yesterday, America?
I mean, now you really know, right? For everybody back at home as well, that whatever stadium, whatever arena we go to here in Indonesia, it's always home turf. It's always a home crowd for RRQ. Heck, even here up against Onyx, pretty worthy fan base at rivaling RRQ. It's still the Kingdom who are overwhelmingly controlling the atmosphere of Jakarta International Velodrome.
You gotta be careful though. Their opponents are the Sky King. So it's Onyx arriving on the Velodrome. We're gonna go to Alyssa for an interview with the players arriving. Who will be interviewed? We had a few of the players interviewed earlier on, but now it's gonna be Onyx standing in their way. I believe they're arriving very, very soon, and we'll have Alyssa to interview the players. So Alyssa, walk us through. Who will you be interviewing?
Kembali lagi bersama Alisa Natali pastinya di MPL Indonesia Season 15. Dan hari ini Alisa melaporkan langsung dari backstage yang akan kita lihat para player dari Onyx yang hari ini akan bertarung dengan RRQ di match kedua di hari ketiga. Hari ini mereka akan memperebutkan final upper bracket. Mereka sudah ada bersama kita. Good luck Onyx, semangat, semangat, semangat. Oke, kita culik sedikit kali ya. Di sini ada Sans yang bakal kita ajak-ajak ngobrol. Halo Sans, apa kabar hari ini?
Baik banget.
Oke. Sans, gimana nih di Jakarta International Velodrome lagi? Apakah ini bisa membawa Onyx untuk juga bisa melaju ke EWC MSC 2025 nih?
Ya insya Allah hari ini rezeki kita. Ya semua pasti tim berekspektasi bakal menang, tapi kita nggak ke situ. Cuman kita fokus di tim kita sendiri dan fokus di match ini.
Oke, kita akan lihat ya. Tapi kalau misalkan ngomongin soal matchnya nih, soal orang-orang yang kira-kira kamu perlu waspadai nih. Kira-kira siapa sih dari RRQ nih yang, aduh kayak patut jaga-jaga nih?
Kalau di situ sih aku sebenarnya nggak ada sama sekali. Aku sama seperti yang aku bilang, fokus kepada tim sendiri dan kasih yang terbaik.
Oke, baik yang bilang kalau misalkan mid laner yang bisa bermain seagresif kamu adalah Rins nih. Menurut kamu seperti apa nih? Kamu nanti akan menghadapi Rins juga?
Sebenarnya nggak kenapa-kenapa sih. Emang itu pendapat netizen juga. Jadi aku sama sekali nggak peduli mau lawan siapa. Jadi aku siap dengan match siapapun.
Jadi sama siapapun ready aja ya pokoknya. Ada pesan nggak sih untuk RRQ?
Semangat, kasih pertarungan yang seru.
Kasih pertarungan yang seru dan kita akan lihat apakah di final upper bracket ini Onyx menjadi tim yang pertama bisa mengamankan posisi mereka untuk mewakili Indonesia di EWC MSC 2025. Thank you so much. Good luck ya Sans dengan Onyx dan kita akan melihat dan pastikan kita akan menonton di match kedua hari ini antara Onyx melawan RRQ. See you.
Thanks Alyssa. Midnight. Translate it for us.
He said he's ready. He wants to be at MSC. He wants to do his best, and he's gonna prove himself on this stage.
Okay. That's what being in Indonesia for 3 days does to you.
That's benar.
That's benar.
Everything I've learned in the Philippines were like bad words. How do you already know how to speak good Indonesian?
Because I have good teachers. Thank you, Arashi.
No, like,
oh man.
Wait.
He was with me the whole day yesterday.
I taught him good Indonesian?
Yes, sir. I claim full responsibility.
He was.
Yeah.
But if you can wrap
there's
up,
good and there's good. So, you know.
Yeah.
They're good.
It is good. But Sans obviously was talking about how he wants to focus more on himself compared to maybe just comparing himself to Rins.
Yeah.
But Rins yesterday was delivering a very good performance. Same goes for Sans. But what can you say, Arashi, about Sans yesterday?
Sans yesterday is classic Sans, man. He goes with this aggressive hero that has vulnerabilities and somehow, some way with the synergy with his team, he just makes sure that all these windows of opportunity that should be allowed to try and go with something like a Farsa, for instance, were just denied completely.
We're hearing the banging of the drums from the kingdoms marching into the arena, but it's also the RRQ Hoshi players arriving. So Alyssa, take us through.
Halo, kembali lagi bersama Alisa, pastinya masih di backstage karena Alisa akan segera langsung menunggu kehadiran dari RRQ yang hari ini akan berada di final upper bracket bersama dengan Onyx. Nah, kayaknya match kali ini bakalan panas banget sih karena ini adalah dua tim yang sudah hadir juga ya, yang juga sama-sama memiliki banyak super fans yang mendukung mereka untuk bisa mewakili Indonesia di EWC. Halo, Rins, apa kabar hari ini?
Alhamdulillah baik.
Oke, Rins, gimana nih hari ini akan melawan Onyx? Kalau misalkan kita tarik sedikit ke regular season, kalian kemarin sempat kalah nih dari Onyx. Gimana nih hari ini persiapannya?
Persiapannya mungkin sekarang kita lebih bersemangat lah karena ini playoff kan. Jadi kita lebih bersemangat lah buat melawan Onyx.
Oke, sudah lebih siap ya. Tapi kalau kita ngelihat kamu nanti akan melawan Suns nih, mid laner yang juga sudah diakui secara global. Nah, apa nih yang kamu persepsikan menurut kamu Suns itu seperti apa sih mid lanernya?
Suns jago sih dia, terus mekaniknya juga tinggi, terus gue juga banyak belajar lah dari dia. Ya semoga bisa menang lah hari ini lawan dia.
Semoga hari ini bisa menang ya lawan Suns. Oke, jadi sudah siap hari ini untuk final upper bracket mengamankan tiket ke EWC MSC?
Siap banget.
Oke. Boleh dong pesan untuk Onyx.
Buat Onyx, good luck have fun aja.
Good luck and have fun juga buat Rins. Good luck dan kita akan melihat apakah di match kali ini RRQ akan bisa mengamankan tiket pertama ke EWC MSC di tahun 2025 ataukah sebaliknya. So, kita lihat di match kedua hari ini. See you.
That was Rins with Alyssa talking us through about his preparations on towards today. In the past, he received a few criticisms on being off position sometimes, but now he's able to restore himself into a better position and he's able to play very, very flawlessly yesterday, I would say, against Alter Ego. And I want to hear on what the audience back at home has to say. Sky Kings versus King of Kings. Who secures the first ticket to MSC 2025? Because we have to note that we will find out our first Indonesian representatives for MSC.
What do you think, Midnight?
I'd say, I've talked about how great the kingdom is. The fandom is very, very incredible.
Yeah.
But I gotta give it to Onyx. Like, they've had an amazing journey in the regular season, even though it wasn't really their best shape we've seen from this team. I think the progression is there for this squad. So I'm really looking to see the Sky Kings fly once again.
It's funny when you say progression with a team that's been around, they've been around, been doing that. So, yeah, I think they've been really, really good. But I think that we haven't seen all that RRQ has to offer. So I'm banking my hopes on that.
They did say yesterday, I believe it was Rins or Sitsujin, that they were still saving a few strats. And after that, in the interview, Sitsujin said that, Alter Ego were going to get 3-0 by Geek Fam just because they're pretty bad. They don't have any gameplay to show here in the playoffs. And technically that was proven. So hopefully they will be able to prove that, yes, they have been hiding a lot of their strats because it's now or never. The Royal Derby, the Royal Bestie era might be back.
It's obviously an era where we had to go through MPL ID Season 8, the Grand Finals was there, Season 9 as well, Season 10, even a treble of that era being around. Royal Derby though, in your eyes, Midnight, what does it kind of provide, to the fans watching?
It provides history and, a backstory to this entire affair between RRQ and Onyx. Back then, when they're at their prime era, this was really a huge match to witness. When this was happening, I was still coaching in the Philippines. Onyx, Indonesia was really scary, as well as RRQ. Even though there was a big curve down to their performance, now we're seeing these two kings come back in the the grandest stages.
I think for the longest time for Onyx, especially in this season and even the previous season, the only slump I saw from Onyx was really about it's kind of weird. I think the meta shifted in a way where it didn't help a lot of the players that have made Onyx so special. Trio mid has lost a lot of power back in the day. It seems like the Sky King's domination is back. Over. No, wow, 79% to 21%.
79?
To be fair, Rush,
come on.
This is the English stream where we
I
have
know,
mostly international viewers. who probably don't have RRQ in a lot of their pick'ems in the world stage.
I'm gonna be honest, 40% of those Filipino fans.
But 40? No, you're 70.
70.
It's sounding more like 70, yeah.
You know, Arashi, if
What's up?
there is someone that they can play for, you know, a window where RRQ can play for RRQ to win. By the way, before that, we're going to talk about Severo and Toy. You know, head-to-head, obviously these players are both rookies, right? Severo has been, for quite some time, the tip of the spear for Onyx in terms of when Kyrie's not showing up or maybe Sans is having an off day, Severo is there. For Toy, though, will he be a player that RRQ can really play for to get that win against Onyx?
In fact, throughout the regular season, he's been the player that has a bit more like unpredictability, for sure. After the Coach Yeb effect, though, we've seen Severo with his own share of crazy performances. So I feel like that is the main difference. What do you think, Midnight?
Honestly, Severo is the kind of player that needs momentum. He needs like a natural build-up. He needs to be built upon as a goal laner. But there was a time where I kind of questioned why they replaced CW with Severo, but he did shine on his signature heroes. But I think for Onyx Indonesia, that's something that they really have to polish on, because I think Severo has fantastic mechanics. He just has to work on some positionings in the game, you know, be able to like have a good grasp on the early stages of the game for Onyx.
Yeah, I think in the gold lane it's always kind of been a task, a very difficult task for a lot of the Onyx gold laners in the past. When you have such a big emphasis on the trio mid, your gold lane tends to be the weak side for like 90% of your games.
Right.
CW had that problem as well. That's why we've always really spoken about Keyboy, Sans, Kyrie when we're talking about Onyx. Even Boots, right? Even the XB usually gets shafted in the draft, gets placed onto heroes that just is forced to enable the team. But that's why I think Lutpi is so special now. He is given the role of carry because he is really good on the XP carries. When he's on the playmaking and enabling picks, he's actually not as good.
The Arlet, the Terizlas as well, that's where we saw him kind of struggle in that. But now the duo mid showdown, Sans and Keyboy against Edoc and Rin. Sans and Keyboy, they need no introduction. Seasoned veterans, by the way. And Edoc, Rins, these are the newcomers, not relatively new. They have been there. I mean, they made it to M6. But where do you think lies, you know, the loophole where maybe Edoc and Rins will win out against Sans and Keyboy?
Well, I feel like if it turns into like a waiting game where both teams just kind of waiting around, if Onyx doesn't really put RRQ in a position to respawn and let them make the first move, I feel like they've been really, really good at that. And that is what makes this Edoc-Rins combination so good. Both of them do unexpected stuff. And so if you let them, you know, plot for something unexpected, you're gonna pay the price for it, man. And this is a bit of a matchup between the old gen mid-roam combo and the new gen mid-roam combo. So I think you can see a bit of a similarity with how aggressive both these combinations can be.
Yeah, I think personally, this is like the benefit of being a rookie. Like Rins and Edoc, they look like Sans and Keyboy when they're in prime form. You know, they're very aggressive. And, it's because of the fact that there's like there's a significant amount of Keyboy is so victimized, not victimized, but they're kind of a victim of overwhelming discipline on Onyx, because I think most of the times I see Sans and Keyboy, they're sort of like controlled back, they're held back by certain back for Onyx.
All right. Again, I think we've seen a lot of again, a lot of the plays from Sans. This is what I was talking about, player rankings in #1 mid lane total kills, and #2. It's both Moreno and Sans, super active, hyper carries in the mid lane. We've seen a lot of those Kimmies, those Farsas for Moreno, for Sans as well, especially Sans. He really has been the carry for Onyx in the regular season. But it's the complete opposite, I'd say, for RRQ's captain in Rins. We've seen him play more utility picks, and that's why usually when we talk about Rins, we talk about this shot calling, we talk about the assists, but even with the assists, it's Sans who's topping the board.
But we saw the carry picks come out, right? The Farsa, the Yves yesterday was delivered in the hands of Rins. I mean, sure, we did see the Faramis. That is a Rins type of pick, right? The utility carry. But I'm talking about mid laners. I mean, before that, obviously we're gonna come and prepare for the players to walk out. So I think it'll be a very, very strong mid lane battle now. Sans against Rins, but I think Edoc and Keyboy at the same time, they'll be on the helm to charge forward as we take a look at the players' entrance.
Ladies and gentlemen, your first ticket from Indonesia, your first rep will be decided here. A battle of fate, a battle of destiny between the old guard, the trio mid who's been at the peak of Indonesian MLBB forever, up against the new kings in the block. It is once again the fated duel. Royal Bestie, who's we've seen for so long. The Sonics versus the Kingdom. Raise your banners for the battle between Onyx and the Kingdom's RRQ Hoshi.
This is the moment we've all been waiting for. The Kings clashing in right here in the Jakarta International Velodrome as our Marshal Gary brings in KSQ along with Rave coming through with Coach Yep and Adi. As always, drafting is so important. And with Coach Yep and KSQ duking it out, fully expect the mind games, the flex picks, the jukes in the drafting phase.
Looking at the way both these teams have played at this point, I'm just expecting high-level MLBB. I'm expecting guns blazing as well in a way, where it's kind of weird. Onyx and RRQ, they've always kind of been a team that takes it slow in the game, very disciplined route. But RRQ have shown a different side entirely in their match against Alter Ego. It's much more brawly. It's completely different from the systemized KSQ style of RRQ that we've seen in the regular season that we saw just last season too.
Yeah, I think for this time, RRQ and Onyx has to start in an explosive way. Like, you know, for RRQ, they have to show their guns blazing. Game number one, show the strats, because I think Onyx has the advantage in terms of like pool, strategy pool. Like they have a lot of heroes to work with. They're very diverse. We've seen Kyrie pull out a Kaja jungle. Who would have thought Kyrie, you know, being the mechanic god that he is, pull out a utility jungler. Not just a utility jungler, a one-trick utility jungler that is just basically a walking stun, a walking divine judgment. And for me, that is the main weapon of Onyx. They could just target ban the specific heroes or the key heroes that RRQ could pull off.
And that underlines, Mirko's point about Ludwig being the carry even more. Because Kyrie, the hyper carry that has been under Onyx spotlight, transitioning into that Kaja pick of the jungle, enabling Ludwig. And by the way, in that game, as the Masha, he was rampantly just juking it out against TLID, so I think that's insane. But now, the meta, I want to talk to Midnight a bit about this. What are some stern comparisons you can pull out, in terms of the meta in ID and PH?
I think the shift to the utility jungler and having more damage XP laners allows for more breathing room in terms of the objectives, because now there's a lot of ways to to play the objective fight, especially the first turtle. You can trade with the damaged junglers. That's why you've seen like the downfalls of the Fannies, because they're very multiple objective dependent with the purple buff, and then also the the turtle. Now you're seeing more of the Bakshas, more of the Fredrins, and the flex picks. And I think that's one of the the key factors as to why this meta is not really diverse in a sense, but kind of like diverge away from the previous meta, wherein you allow more utility, more macro in the game rather than just completely brawling in the late game. There's more ways to play the game now in the early stages of the game.
Especially with the higher level teams here in MPL ID, that is so true. You're seeing a bit of a multifaceted approach in the late game. Usually it's a pretty textbook situation where, okay, you control the waves. If you control the waves, you win the lore dance. But now, especially with teams like RRQ, like Onyx, you're seeing them find ways in their rotations, in who they send. They find these small changes, small little strategies that allow for more of the balance to swing in their favor. Even when they don't really have the wave control, they'll find ways to maybe dive in, go for a fight instead, right? So now that there are just multiple answers to a similar problem, teams that know how to pick the right one just have so much more of an advantage, and that comes with experience. So in theory, oh man, I think Onyx has a bit more of an advantage when it comes to that late game.
Speaking of advantage, both teams will have their advantages sides, right? For Onyx, it's always been the red side. Yeah,
oh boy,
that red side. But for KSQ, for the longest time, it's always been the blue side.
Yeah,
we're gonna see two masterminds at work. This is the battle that we really wanted to see in the regular season, but we'll go all the way to a best of 5. The fact that we finally get a best of 5 between KSQ and Yeb, I really think this is a time where we can really shut up about oh, bad drafts. Oh, why would you go for that pick, you know?
Yeah. Like, I mean, I really like where Onyx is at right now in terms of like strategy-wise. Like, there's a lot of different compositions that Coach Yeb could pull off. But for RRQ, again, as you've said, in their interview, they've exposed themselves with saying that they've hidden strategies. But so far, Onyx has revealed theirs. Question is, how many does Coach Yeb has in his own pocket? Because right now they are the clear advantage, being on the red side as well. They can eliminate some of the heroes of Sutsujin, effectively blocking some of the comfort picks here for RRQ.
Yeah, and now we are in the drafting phase presented by the official tournament smartphone. Samsung Galaxy S25 series. Again, the Fanny just not seeing the light of day. And that Masha, is that deliberately banned because they were able to see that Luo Yi Masha combo and that Ludpi was able to rack up 11 kills against the LID?
We've seen a lot of teams really respect Ludpi's potential on the Masha. And in fact, I think we were, when we were watching Onyx, I think in day number 1, right? We talked to Dalar a little bit. Shout out Dalar.
Yeah.
And he was saying that, the Masha has so much potential here. So,
oh
man, Baksha though.
Yeah, that's a good start. I think RRQ is gonna flex here. They're not showing their cards right away, but Baksha is such a power pick because you can flex it to both EXP and Rogue, and also give it to Sutsujin if Onyx decides to eliminate all assassins.
But Mirko, why is in this match, Baxia let go? Because previously we've seen the Baxia completely banned Ultra Ego against Geek Fam, and even in the previous days.
They want to battle it out, right? And obviously there's more respect than just the Baksha.
Yeah.
I would say Baksha usually is a very, usually picked up by teams who don't have more ways to win the game. Like, you only have Baksha. We saw that from Alter Ego, Bigatron as well. Very one-dimensional teams tend to go for the Baksha. And this is the reason I say it's kind of weird for RRQ. Usually they always start the draft with a Kalea, a Joy, a normal strat.
Whoa!
They've gone for the 1-1, the Farsa here. And again, for the Baksha, why it's so weird is because RRQ have only picked it up once in the regular season. This is what we heard from the players yesterday. They've been hiding strats for the longest time, and now they finally get to show it against probably the best in Indo.
And take a look at this, dude. For the longest time, I think we've seen from RRQ, they don't really show the gold lane and mid lane this early. But now that they've done so, jungle, gold lane, and mid, the picks they're hiding right now is the Roam and the EXP. And we all know, Daiwen Edok, man, a world-class combo.
That's nice, Mirko. Is this Ling good against the Farsa, or is there even more layers to this?
Midnight, both, right? I mean, 1-1 and Farsa, this is crazy value.
Yeah. I mean, as a Ling main, I'd also want to play into that trio. Like, there's no stun yet. Like, there's no surefire for RRQ to actually lock down the Ling. But one thing that they have is the threat of the objectives, right? Like, purple is going to be very, very important here for RRQ if they do get that early advantage. So it begs the question, will RRQ force the Baksha into the jungle role? Because that also encompasses the second phase. Now you bring in the question, Roam or EXP? Will RRQ put the Baksha on EXP? Because now Onyx has a damaged jungle. That means Ludpi has to be sort of like a tank setter for Onyx. And for RRQ, if the Baksha is a jungle, you could pick up the damage, but Tyron is better on setter tank. So again, it kind of begs the question here for RRQ. Where do you actually put the Baksha?
Yeah, I think the Badang is a good choice to go for here, again in the XP lane, but I think a solid choice to go for too would be a possible Lucas in the jungle that gets banned out straight away as I say that. The setup was there with Valentina. Another thing I want to bring up for RRQ is the fact that here, I think they open themselves up to a possible Phobius pick. Ling, Harith, both going to be countered in a way, especially in the early game with a Farsa 1-1 and Baksha. It already looks like RRQ want a snowball from the start.
They certainly have the tools available for the job, and immediately, right, the thoughts go straight towards Edok on that roaming position. A lot of teams have spent multiple bans to try and shut down his hero pool, but his signature heroes as of right now are still left open. Onyx playing a dangerous game right here.
Yeah, Onyx might have likely wanted that blue pick for their side. Would be good against Farsa and 1-1, but Hilda is still available here for Ludpi, and also the CC pickup that could be taken from both sides. RRQ go on a second phase. Again, Badang is looking like very, very good here. Very good against the Ling. Quite annoying to play against Insu because there's a lot of mini crowd control that he can dish out. And it also acts like a secondary wall alongside the Baka, Farsa, and the 1-1.
One of the picks that Onyx could go for. They take the Phobius away. Good deny pick. That could have really been, I think, the nail in the coffin in this draft had they not picked it up. Again, this is pretty value for Onyx too. They're up against the 1-1. The only concern I have is the instant burst if the Phobius walks up in front of Pursuit, right into Farsa, right into the box shell, locking him down. And I think RRQ, despite the Harith, can still go for something like a Gatot Kacha if they want to play safe.
Yeah, I agree. And they've played 3 times the Gatot Kacha yesterday. And Edok has been really phenomenal on catching these heroes that are all out of position and could be useful against Onyx. But right now, I think Gatot Kacha and also like putting the box shot on the jungle. And there goes the CC.
CC against the Phobius. Obviously, it's a kind of siding for CC as well, but the Gatot Kacha. Any thoughts on this pick, Arashi?
Gatot Kacha, I think I would prefer Edok on something a bit more dynamic. But considering the needs of the team right here, they do require a bit more frontline. They need ways to deter Onyx from walking up straight towards that backline. So I think it's a great option to have an aggressive tool, but also a defensive zoning tool.
Mirko, you might hate me for this, but I think Faramis is good here.
Honestly, I see it too, right? They just really want to dive in. I feel like it's okay, especially against the 1-1.
Yeah.
But there's so much AoE. Once you get silence, this is going... Remember, your comp needs momentum. You get silence in a team fight, you have a few seconds where you're down.
Yeah.
It's going to be tough. I think they might have to go for a risky Eve instead. They go for the Eve. There you go.
Okay, that wraps up the draft, and now it's up to Chefin and Gani to bring in the hype. Take it, casters!
Wow, a very interesting draft has been concluded between Cascute and Coach Yep. Gani, early prediction as an Onyx fan.
You know what? I really like the draft coming from RRQ, but you know that last pick, that Eve, yeah, very stable. And let's see, I just want to see and watch and enjoy, man. Game 1, jump into the Land of Dawn.
Yep, this could go either way, ladies and gentlemen. These are the teams that has been dominating Indonesia for the longest time. And they are here in Jakarta International Velodrome. A chance for a shot at one of the most prestigious Mobile Legends stage. 2 kings who reigns over Indonesia. But today, there can only be one ruler here in MPL Indonesia Season 15 playoffs. Who's gonna book an early ticket to Riyadh? Will it be Onyx or RRQ Hoshi?
Let's just jump into the Land of Dawn. Let's watch for game 1, and let's see here. Early spell check though. I don't think like something out of the ordinary. All right, so 2 Purify. Siren opted for a Purify. Keyboy though, 1 HP, very early. Is able to space out though.
Well, the fact that he didn't spend the flicker at all shows you the kind of bravado that Keyboy has. And Sutsujin in a true Baksha fashion already invading the jungles of Sutsujin. Salvero might be solo killed here, Toy. Just a sliver HP away. We're gonna take a look at the emblem by IndieHome. Again, nothing too crazy. Again, pull yourself together. The usual 1-1 thing that people are going for. A lot more cooldown on the Wind of Nature to come, and also that Inspire that they really need.
Seems like trade-wise, it has been favoring for RRQ, right? But nothing too fatal, nothing too lethal as well. Still, there is no kill. Let's see here though, as we are entering the first turtle fight.
Yeah. Speaking of first turtle fight, it's gonna be interesting because we're talking about Phobius here. A hero that pretty much almost guarantee you to have a good zoning. Well, we gotta wait for a second though.
That's gonna be the first engage. Keyboy pops his flicker calmly. That's expensive info though, before the first turtle fight.
Yeah, it is expensive for Keyboy. He's gonna have to secure level 4 first before it's gonna be relevant in the team fight. Ludwig also spend that flicker, so a lot more resources for RRQ before the fight. As Rin's already secured that level 4, he's gonna be able to poke sounds to the ground here. And Sutsujin is gonna secure this one freely, and Kai will just back off and play it safe. And just like Kingdom's fashion, Donnie, the crowd roars.
Almost a solo kill by Sans there. Rins was able to get out without using the Purify. Yeah, seems like Tsujin will be aggressive. Ludwig though, Onyx, they want to fight for a V3 as of yet. That's going to be the Tempest of Blade connecting onto it. Tsujin, the damage will be enough to take first blood as Keyboy will take it. Dyron now out of position. Kyrie punish him. That's 2 kills on the board for Onyx. Might be more as Ludwig taking care of Rins, and that's going to be Edok taunting Kyrie. Trying to buy time perhaps, and that's going to be Kyrie not over aggressive.
It does look like a good invade there coming in from RRQ, but in the end, the quick thinking, quick response from the whole Onyx team, knowing that they are trapped in their own jungle, was able to capitalize this and punishes the whole team of RRQ. Talent prediction though by Gope, it looks like it's gonna be a close one, but maybe we gotta shed some light towards Midnight's prediction, because here's the guess here. 3-2 for Onyx. Oh my goodness.
Kai caught early on. Great connection between Rinza and Tsujin there, and Kyrie will fall.
Yeah. That's, I believe, Toy secured the gold crab. This has been an interesting battle in the gold lane. Salvador is on towards very early.
Oh my goodness, that's gonna be the crossbow Tang. On towards Keyboy though, AOG defensively, but Toy isolated and will be taken down. Tsujin looking for an angle on towards Salvador under the turret. Great cover as Keyboy will be the sacrificial lamb. It's a 1-for-1 for Onyx.
The pendulum swings quickly here in the Battle of the Kings. Already the gold swing favors RRQ as of now. Good response once again. And these are the sense of 2 elite teams, Connie, finally fighting it out in the playoffs. You can see it's always quick. They're always quick on the uptick when something needs to be done. As Tsujin might secure another objective here.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think Onyx will take a risk, right? I think they will look elsewhere to find compensation. But yeah, for now, all is well. RRQ getting the second neutral objective.
And it's going to help them by a lot. Because when you think about it, the late game composition here from Onyx, they have a Harith and they have a really good backline diver here in Kyrie. And we know this guy is absolutely amazing on this mechanical hero. It's one of his signatures. And Yep trusted him to pull off this sling and take care of 2 backliners of RRQ. Might be a bit too much to chew for Kai here. Keyboy, Tsunami Slam, and that's a Purify by Rinse.
Now that's going to be info though. No Purify, and Severo just pops his Shaman Force to clear top.
Whoa!
That's going to be a taunt on towards 1. Sans now figure out of danger. Oh, no way! It's going to be a 3v3 as Toy jumps in. Has the Inspire as well, but RRQ, they will not commit more.
Wow. The fact that Onyx didn't really panic at all was actually amazing. Sans with a good flicker. And the whole team didn't really just try to back up Onyx. Instead, they're just trying to play it safe here because they know RRQ definitely has the lead in economy and also items. Looking at what they've secured right now, especially for Tsujin, a lot of emphasis towards the magic defense, knowing that San is going to be there, and he is, in a way, a main threat for these guys, the frontliners of RRQ and Salvero. The more the game goes on, once he secures that Divine Glaive, it's gonna be crazy. Sans!
RWM just get out of the knockup, but Dyron has enough damage to take him down. That's gonna be Edok, the only trade for now, but Rins actually will fall as well. Shaman Force pops on towards Dyron and Tsujin, but they were able to hold off to that damage. Toy, that's gonna be a turret on towards RRQ. Onyx, they responded too much in the mid.
Yeah, mid lane trade there, and Edok traded for a turret in the bottom lane. I would say that favors RRQ just a little bit for that map pressure, and the fact that Edok is the one that goes down. He is the roamer of RRQ. And now, Tsujin very quick on the uptick. RRQ, Toy already secured that crossbow time drop. Does he want to play?
Rins from the mid, Feather Airstrike pops. Kyrie looking for an angle to find a steal. Seems like, oh my goodness, damage will not be enough there as Baksha will secure the perfect turtle for RRQ. AOG under the turret. That's going to be a stun. That's going to be a knock-up as well.
Oh, Stun Slam on towards the... Oh, RWM by Sun!
Under the turret as well, but that's going to be the damage coming through. It's still RRQ claiming the bodies of Lutfi. The only trade is just Edok.
Oh my goodness. It is a brawl server indeed, but we got some good brawl here from both teams. They're not letting up. They're not really want to lose this game. Of course, because the stakes are higher than ever. A ticket to EWC.
Let's wait and see here, folks. 7 minutes in. 2K in the bag for RRQ. 3 turtles, and yeah, Onyx, they're still behind. If you take a look at the level lead that Syzygy has, it's just level. So yeah, Kyrie needs to work in that department. And let's see what he will bring to equalize or do to equalize that gap.
Yeah. Just a little item check here. Toy, it seems like he's gonna go for that crit 1-1 build towards the Hoskloss and Berserker's Fury as the game goes on. I think that's a good decision, knowing that Kyrie will be on his back a lot of times, and you can trade with the basic attack much better when you use the gotta wait up for a second.
Sans RWM flicker as well. That's gonna be Sans repositioning. Toy looking for an angle. That's gonna be Keyboy though. Overextending and will be punished. This time around, it will be Savero pushing the inner turret top lane. RRQ though, they have a free mid.
It's always a trade. This is what I love about this game so far. There's no one, yes, RRQ right now is leading in gold, but when you see the skirmish, when you see the exchange they've done in this game, it's always intellectual. No just pointless brawl in the playoffs in MPL Indonesia, because right now it's RRQ and Onyx in Jakarta International Velodrome. But yeah, back to my point earlier about the items. It looks like Sans is gonna go for an early Wishing Lantern, knowing that Rinse and Edok will be his main target along with Tyron. And he needs to play that front to back, especially for Savero as well. RRQ, they want to chase. Ludby might be for extending. Keyboy.
Oh, that's gonna be Keyboy looking for an engage. It's just Edok though, so no commitment on the Tsunami Slam. Kyrie around the top area. That will delay though on the lower take. Yeah, far lane is the RRQ who has the prio, and yeah, Kyrie shows an RRQ. They start to pull the trigger.
Yep. AOG though, Sans gonna get jumped on.
No flicker, Sans taken down. Ludby now trying to buy time in front lane, will be taken down. Crossbow attack, Tempest Blade in response. Rins goes down.
Oh wow.
Kyrie very low and will be taken down by Toy, who claims the double, and that's gonna be Onyx. 2 members only up.
It's only Savero and Keyboy. I don't think they want to contest this one at all. Syzygy does not have the retribution, but no Onyx players is in sight, and that is a green light for RRQ to take this one. And it looks like they want to wait just for a second to kind of handle the wave. 10 seconds, and it's going to come in the 40-second mark, along with Rinse and Syzygy. Will try to recall and heal just a little bit. And RRQ have the full firepower to be able to burst through some of these inner turrets that Onyx has.
Amazing stuff, RRQ. They were able to have a great foundation, build a great early game foundation, and they were able to just translate it towards the mid game.
Yeah, Jakarta International Velodrome is packed. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're not here, you are missing out. You can go here for free, by the way. The festivals is amazing too. And now, this match is nothing short of amazing as well. Keyboy secured an early Winter Crown instead of the fleeting time, knowing that he has to somehow tank up that crossbow attack, and it's very likely that Toy will be able to proc it down to the frontliners of Onyx.
Let's wait and see. Onyx behind 4K. They need to defend this first lord. They have the Holy Shields, and let's see how RRQ actually execute this push.
Yeah. Decent wave clear for Onyx, for Sans, and also Savero, but it is Kyrie, so he has to, if you want to be useful in this kind of situation, he has to somehow, split push and take down like a single minion wave for him to be able to make a big difference. Keyboy though, that's a lot of damage. Oh, almost taken down. Oh my goodness! What was that? That is Rent with an early Divine Glaive.
Lethal Ignition as well, and that was Keyboy just miscalculating the damage.
And I think he knows the fact that he only has the robe, and it's not enough to counter the early game or mid-game damage for Renz here.
Big mistake. Let's see, will that mistake cost game one? AOG under the turret. That's a great taunt by Ludby. One more Onyx member taken out. RRQ, they will not be hasty. They will back away.
Yeah, Kyrie you can only watch in this kind of situation, man, because it's a lane, it's not a hero that you're supposed to engage in the first second. You gotta wait for your teammates to be able to burst on or chunk up some of his HP, some of the opponent's HP away a bit, and then Kyrie will jump in with the Tempest of Blade. It's a bit hard. 6K and counting for RRQ once they got full control of the map here. But Kyrie, this is a problem that RRQ needs to address too, because in terms of long lane presence, RRQ does not have a lot here. Yes, Tyrant can definitely solo lane and a far lane, but Ling will be able to make a difference if there is a 4v5 or a 4v4 in the strong lane. Kyrie will be there in a second compared to Tyrant.
Yeah, and it seems like, right, Onyx, looking at the map, I think they want to contest this Lord, which I don't think is wise.
Oh.
That's gonna be engaged though. Real world manipulation pops. T-Boy flickers out. That's gonna be Severo.
Oh!
Shaman Force Toy taken down. Now Kai jumps in towards the back, wins, being the main target. That's gonna be Tempest of Blade connecting on towards 3, but the damage will not be enough just yet. RRQ repositions Edok now with the counterplay. Alongside Darren finds the double. Edok will be the only trade. 3 for 2.
Oh my goodness,
Shaman Force pops. That's gonna be RRQ down with the feather airstrike almost locking the Pharaoh down. RRQ still applying pressure.
Despite Toy going down in the first second, RRQ capitalizes. And right now, they have the green light towards the Lord as well. It's an evolved Lord, and Kyrie, if he wants to win this game, if Onyx wants to win this game, there's gotta be some Kyrie magic in the building. And it's hard to pull off.
Yeah.
He is without a purple buff, and that is Ling.
Take a look at the
potential halved.
Take a look at the read as well, right?
Oh
Wins
my lord.
immediately rotates towards their own purple buff. That's gonna be a free Lord. Let's see though, Onyx high ground, not too shabby.
Yeah.
But they lost already 2 base turrets.
Yeah, but the thing is, Gani, Keyboy will look for someone to Tsunami Slam. And I cannot think of a good target here. Keyboy will be pretty much someone that burns a Purify or a spell from the opposing team. Edok gets caught up, just AOG away. Tyrant still has a Purify. Suchushin, do you really want to go for a turtle that's already snowballing and has a lot of items? So, Keyboy, like, what's
the
plan here?
I'd say Lord marching mid. Will this be the final push of game 1? Toy, half HP. That's gonna be Tsunami Slam under the base. Edok, revitalized pops. Toy destroying the base. That's gonna be Edok taken down. Lord will be taken care of. And look, he bursted down by Dyron. That's gonna be Keyboy falling next. Wind of Nature, but too soon. Kai finds the angle and takes Toy down.
Kai once again being the savior of Onyx. Sabado goes in, Kai again!
Oh my goodness! Both going at it, both trading blows. Sutsujin very low. Can Sans pull the trigger? The answer for now is no. As RRQ, they have cracked open the base, but Onyx, they have defended.
They have defended, but advantage is definitely still on RRQ, especially with all the turrets are taken away from Onyx. 4K, that's a gold swing for Onyx, so that is a silver lining for the Porcupines, but I don't know if they're going to be able to use it properly in this later part of the game. Real-time victory rate, that seems about right. 85% to 15%. The odds are against the Sky Kings.
Let's see. Minute number 16. So we're 2 minutes away for the next Evolved Lord. Question is, RRQ, will they wait for that Evolved Lord? Timing.
I would say yes, because it's only a minute. And they can afford extra 30 seconds to kind of like delay. And RRQ right now, they have a pretty safety lead, I gotta say, especially from the map. And you can see there in the in-game equipment by Dunia Games, the main difference here is the EXP laner ready on brand for a CC against a Phoveus. CC clears the lane much faster when he has the item, and also that Sea Halberd will come in handy against some of the healers or some of the guys that has a shield proc from Onyx.
Uh-oh, that's a good taunt. That's a set. Keyboy flickers out. Feather airstrike, everything. Tsunami Slam onto Tsujin, but that's going to be the Buisan in response. Oh my goodness! The all-in from RRQ will finally find Keyboy in the back lane. Tempest of Blade, Toy, and his Wind of Nature, good night. As Savero is cleaning house in the back. Tsujin falling. 3 members out of nowhere taken out.
RRQ is overzealous and Kyrie once again being the executor of Onyx. That was a beautiful RWM by Sans. Maybe, just maybe, Toy needs to stack up with the magic defense because that was a bit too much damage. I do not know if a single, Rose Gold Meteor is enough for him to be able to handle Sans and Savero.
Let's see, Sans now half HP, winner crown bought by Sutsujin Onyx. They might commit this Lord as Savero is using his Salmon Force to shield the members of RRQ. Mind you, that was the Lord not involved just yet.
Oh, how does Onyx do this, man? This is the MSC Champ Composer as we're going to take a look at the replay presented by Samsung Galaxy S25 series. You can see there, Keyboy kind of acts like a bait and the RWM damage is absolutely insane. I thought Eve is not really a burst type mage, but apparently when you don't have enough magic defense, it kind of turns into one.
Let's see, the 15% odds are now doing the offense, ladies and gentlemen. Lord marching top.
There you go.
Onyx just playing it rather slow. Kyrie is busy doing work in the bottom side, so let's see how RRQ handle this wave.
Oh, Ludwig might be on the receiving end of RRQ's onslaught, but it looks like they want to back off just a bit, knowing that Keyboy, pretty much the whole team of Onyx is ready to back him up. And by the way, Toy finally secured that Athena shield. That's a game changer, I gotta say.
That is, that's an angle. Tsunami Slam will not connect though, as the Purify was triggered by Rins. Again, Onyx playing it slow with this Lord push. They want to take everything surely, but slowly.
Yeah, especially they want to take that purple buff for Kyrie, because that's what a Ling needs to be able to be super aggressive to the backliners of RRQ. The lowest crashing down Keyboy. Didn't pop this Tsunami Slam just yet. He's still picking his targets.
Let's see, half HP on the Lord, and that's gonna be Iron now. Sandbagging the front. Oh my goodness! The damage will be enough to take him down! 10 Pistol Blade, with a Nature Pop, that's gonna be Toy! Now Crossbow, a 10 winner crown! Ladies and gentlemen, it was 85-15, but Onyx, they find game 1.
Odds do not matter to the Sky King as they come down to the earth to show the King of Kings how it's done. First blood goes to Onyx.
Yellow Porcupines was able to find all the angles, the win cons, and RRQ, they fell short.
Ladies and gentlemen, I can assure you, we got a series in our hands. That was pretty close. But the fact that Onyx was able to hold the base despite them losing all the turrets is nothing short of miraculous. This is the prime Onyx that we've always remembered. The Season 11, the 4 peak champs, and this is their ground. This is their home turf. Jakarta International Velodrome was once theirs 1 year ago, and it might be theirs this year as well.
Just another step, right? Another step for that grand final. It's a step for MSC. Let's see though. It was just game 1, Sheffin.
That's what I said. We got a series in our hands. And all the Onyx fans, all the Sonics, definitely happy to see this turnaround. 15% for the AI prediction win rate. But this is a bunch of humans that do not know when to give up. The Winter Crown was a huge game changer for Onyx. That's a counter towards Toy. And in fact, Toy got toyed around in the late game. Ludpi, the whole team of Onyx popped off. But this is the job for our panelists to break down. A lot to break down, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes. Yes. Absolute cinema. Bamboozled. Gobsmacked. Every word gobsmacked in the dictionary out there, because that was one fight back from the Sky Kings. They take game number 1 of this upper bracket match. How are you feeling, Arashi? You okay?
A bit sad, but it is what it is. I am a bit concerned though, because I feel like if you just read into the intentions, this seems like RRQ trying to steal away the initiative right, show this this fighter style that we haven't seen RRQ use, right? We were talking about how Sutsujin hasn't really played the Baksha at all.
Yeah.
And then they bring it out. They were doing so well. They didn't get it done though. And I feel like if that is the intention, to start off strong, to kind of set the tone, then this is going to be a tough loss, you know, for game one, but also for the mental state of the players of RRQ as well.
Yeah, it's a good start. Honestly, like, exploiting strategy like this, something that you've never done in the regular season, not even once in the playoffs. And this is RQ stepping out of their comfort zone to pull off a game like this against Onyx. I think it's promising. It's just that, again, late game Ling, especially in the hands of Kyrie, you know, gonna suffer a same fate.
Commendable.
Oh boy.
Commendable, but obviously the MVP presented by the official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy S25 series. It's the man in the mid lane. It's Gila-san. Mirko, talk to me about his performance in that match.
I'm gonna push my agenda of the anti-Faramis group even further now. If that was a Faramis, that was gonna be a cooked game for sure. Sans, put him on a damage dealer. Put your mid laners on a damage dealer, please. Top 3 teams, please. Just see how much impact you could have. They really forgot about Sans, by the way. We called in the early parts of the draft that RQ were really looking for the snowball. 1-1, Baksha, and the Farsa, and they were able to get that. That's why you could see that Onyx were really struggling in the early game. They had some solid components to hold them in the early game, like the Kalea, I'd say the Yves mid-prio, and also the Phobias. But for Onyx, the main win condition is still the late game. Harith and Ling, and it's also the way that they played around the Yves plus the Harith. Why the Yves gets so much value here is because with the real world manipulation, you're putting the immobility field in the box of the Zaman Force as well. So you get double value when you lock people down. The, I think, big ways that RRQ have been able to outplay in this game has been how they've been able to kite away from Severo's Zaman Force. Here, one small mistake, overextending just one play, and you get punished. This is, I think, Onyx always in BH and ID the way they play. They take a centimeter and they go for a mile.
Yeah.
And if you look at how they were playing there, like for RRQ, after a while, when they didn't seem to recognize that Onyx can now strike back, have reached that gold equilibrium to actually try and fight back with the items with the damage output in the late game. So again and again, you see Toy kind of left out alone, and Kyrie having space to actually operate, do at least a decent amount of damage, if not take out one member from RRQ and then get out. Whereas in the early game, especially in the mid game, when RRQ were just moving forward and there was no real safe zone for Onyx, you see that he got chased down again and again and was pressured for the most part. So I feel like his pressure there that kind of put Toy further away from the rest of Onyx, kind of slowed down the damage output from RRQ overall as well. And I feel like that was a big component in how Onyx eventually were able to just out-damage and outlast the late game coming in from RRQ Hoshi.
Yeah, to be fair though, let's be honest here, like RRQ had that game. There was just a timer, a deadline for RRQ to finish. When they took the Lord, they failed to push the top lane. But in all honesty, this was RRQ's game. Even though Onyx had the first blood, they had the 2 kills. We were talking backstage, they were cooked. RRQ was cooked because the Link was gonna scale, but they were doing so many good moves on the side of RRQ, like pressuring side lanes, pressuring the purple. The Farsa was doing so much damage onto the backside, and Onyx had to just rely on a split push game from Savero and Kyrie. But RRQ Hoshi, again, there was this problem with this composition that when you go for a team fight, you have to be very precise on how you engage, because you are going to be under the pressure of the real world manipulation. Mobility is not your best friend, because this lineup has reach, but disengage is something that is already being taken out of the equation because of the Zaman Force. Now add the real world manipulation to the equation. Positioning is important for RRQ, and where RRQ faltered is the positioning in the team fight in the late game.
Wow. I mean, the way they played it was just perfect. I agree with you. It looked like Onyx were cooked, but because they were holding so well, they kept their base turrets. Yes, Keyboy died. There were a lot of flashy plays from RRQ. It almost felt very, very stable despite it all. Yeah. We kind of knew that, especially after getting the Lord, it would have to be, especially I think after the second Lord, it would have to be an Evolved Lord to really end the game, to really give RRQ the final push over. And that's why you could see them making desperate plays. Towards the end, that Sans immobility field, that RWM that caught them all, was the big game changer in my opinion, right?
Yeah.
It was also a force because they knew that their game time, their win condition, their window of closing out the game was closing out real quick too. They needed a big fight to go their way so that they can get a free Evolve Lord perhaps, because in the late game, Yves, Harith, Ling, they technically outscale the damage dealers.
Yeah,
RRQ.
that was a ticking time bomb that RRQ was storing in their backpacks. Obviously, it was kind of scary. But now, we want to talk about the debut picks that have been popping in each region. This is the MSC Battle Plan. Let's take a look at Lolita being picked up by Team Liquid PH and MPL PH. Talk to me about this pick, Midnight.
Why don't you have that here in MPL ID?
Against the Kimmy,
there's
right?
a bunch of Kimmys, there's a bunch of Rangers, Irithels, mind you. Why don't teams pick up Lolita? I was talking to Arashi yesterday, and I asked him, why do you think Lolita's not picked here? And it was like, I don't know.
I'll give you an answer.
I agree. I also like the Lolita, as a potential solution to all of these marksmen.
I'll give you the answer. The style that we play is very different. You play in a very slow style where it's like a lot of objectives, while the fights can be determined by one big ult too. But here, the brawls are so constant, man. One big ult with a Numenon blast like that, and it's like, it's just an addition to the fight. You get a big stun, but everybody fights back. Like, because of that action alone, Lolita isn't really that type of hero where, you can stay in the fight for a long period of time and constantly deal CC, constantly heal your players.
Yeah.
Gatot Kacha, even the phobias, all the longer fighting abilities, all the longer fighting tanks are usually what we go for.
Yeah.
That's why we don't see Mincetar, Odette, and also Kaja. One Kaja.
On Rome,
right? On Rome. In jungle, we saw it.
But the most OP pick out of everyone.
Yeah.
Barats.
It can swing a game from a 2-0 all the way back to a 3-2.
Wow. That Barats miracle, is it going to haunt your dreams?
It's okay, brother. talk us through it. We'll work it out.
We're here for you.
I mean, you know what's funny? Like that was also picked in the MPL PH regular season. Didn't win a game. Teams were like, all right, just never pick that hero again. No.
At least like Barat, sure. Like it's a unique pick, but a 1-1, something is pretty good when there's no Irithel. Now that. Anyways.
This is the blueprint of our MSC journey. Indonesia against
Oh, man.
Midnight, you're one of us now, so never mind.
Oh, am I?
Yes. Against the PH teams, we have kind of a low rate. What is wrong here?
Well, I think it's the consistency of Indonesian teams for the longest time. I mean, we could go on and on. I think this is like an hour segment, really. If you want to talk about the deep problems about Indonesia against the world, heck, even against Singapore, against Malaysia, inconsistency all throughout here for Indonesia, even though we're the second best in the world.
Yeah, it's literally 50-50.
It's still 50-50.
Literally.
I think one of the major contributing factors is just the stark contrast of play. Like as Mirko's mentioned earlier, like we love playing the slow style of MLBB where information is very important. Very direct strategies are implemented. Very structured gameplay as well. And I think Philippines is, for the longest time has been consistent in that regard. But also just overall learning from Indonesia as well. That's why we stole chip from you.
Yeah.
Like there was a few weeks in MPL Philippines regular season where we kept on ignoring chip, but then teams found out that in Indo there were a lot of chips being played, and then they sort of like incorporate that play style into their own, and that's why there's a certain resurgence, I would say, of like brawl as well in PH. We've for 2 years we've had like 8 kills in a 15-minute game. Now you're seeing like 20 kills, 30 kills. 40 kills even in MPL PH.
Especially the top tier teams. I feel PH Onyx, a few of those games were like just action-packed, going at it, full battles. And that game actually reminded me of the Onyx PH versus TL PH matchup when Onyx PH were the ones with Ling, King Kong, and Kaura Harrod. They just played for the late game. They were losing in the early game hard against TL PH on a Bakche jungle too. How easy it was.
Same exact game.
It was.
Just waiting for the late game.
But Rashi, do you think that win rate will slowly boost up again in this MSC?
See, the truth of the matter is, it's a lot harder to raise your win rate than lose it, right? If you ever played a game, or if you play Mobile Legends, right, and you see I have a 100% win rate, one loss and you lose like 10%, you win 5 times, you'll even get back half of that, So I'm just saying, it's a lot harder to bring it back up, but I feel like if we keep improving the way we are, we keep getting quality coaches, quality people staffing the teams that can actually elevate our players even more.
Pretty scary.
Slowly but surely, that should be the case.
Stop stealing.
Capital, bold, italic, underline should. Okay.
Stop
Midnight.
Midnight.
Obviously, you're dominating our region now. Any
Not
advice?
Not me.
Any advice for the MPL idea teams?
I would say not advice, but it's more of like just trust the process. Because honestly, even your top teams have good macros. Like, Indonesia has been really, really good at adapting the PH way. Like there's a lot of games in the regular season, even in this playoffs, that showcase sort of like the lower dances, the slow games. It's just that it's kind of hard to pace yourself against something that has pioneered it. Like PH has been on that for years now. Indo, of course, is catching up to that.
Yeah.
And so was the other regions, mind you. So I think just overall trusting the process that everyone's gonna get there.
That process is going to take quite some time because Indonesia has been up there, but with the resurging power of MPL PH, I think we are humbled. We are humbled.
I think at this point it's like, I mean, how many more M series do we need to watch? How many more MSCs do we need to watch? But it's okay, because at least we have the better crowd, right? Right?
Yeah. Hey, everybody, when every Filipino caster that have been here, right? It was I think Renmar last year. They all say that Indo has the best crowd.
Yeah.
I think M4 and I think it was Tennis Indoor, right? That was I think one of the best crowds there is.
Yeah, when there was an Indonesian team, for sure. I agree. Like even for the grand finals, PH, they all showed
exactly.
up.
They were still in the huge, amazing, loud Indonesian crowd here, even though it was a PH grand finals. So hey, yeah.
That's why the argument is quality versus quantity.
Oh, now I see.
So in the teams, you have the quality over quantity, but in the crowd, we have both quality and quality.
we don't know. We don't know. But
Let's
to be fair though, like when RQ was playing yesterday, we were talking with Ranger Emas.
Yeah.
The outside of the venue kind of looked like a scene from The Walking Dead. Like episode 1,
Hey.
everyone was there.
That's the usual, bro.
It looks like so many dead bodies out there, but it's not even dead bodies. Like I see people jumping on and on the stage. Some people were trying to climb on the scaffolds, and I was like, this is a crazy crowd. Oh my goodness.
The Walking Dead mentioned, hey, it's a quality show right there. Still watching it until now. And now we're gonna talk about the game even more. What can RRQ do to maybe play the way they want to play, but not have that time restraint that they have to close in 15 minutes, in 18 minutes?
Well, if they want to go with the same kind of strategy, the timer is gonna be there.
Yeah.
That's just the way it is.
Yeah. Okay.
That's how it's balanced, right? If there's no timer, that will be the meta, obviously.
That's true.
But I think they need to recognize that Onyx understands that as well and knows how to play against it, and they were waiting for that timer. So they have to be a bit more smart, intelligent with how they want to play that early game and have like further plans on how to keep Onyx down as long as possible. And especially towards that late game, even though things are desperate, they want to make sure that they have a good balance of taking the right risks, but still respecting the counter potential. Because again, after all, this is Onyx.
Yeah, they have to be, honestly, they have to be little RRQ here and rap. And what we mean by rap is RAP, refine, and polish. Honestly, that was a good game for RRQ. Again, we all saw what happened early game, what happened mid game. They were in full control. It's just that mistakes have to be lessened. This is the playoffs. You're one match away from EWC. You should be able to control yourself. And I think that's where RQ lost their grasp in the game when they were forced into these errors from Onyx, like Toy overstepping as a 1-1, getting poked before the Lord actually pushed into the tower, getting boxed by the reload manipulation. I think RRQ, has the mechanics, to actually pull these crazy moves off. But there are some things in the game that you just don't do.
Exactly. I think if we take a look at, again, the Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Masters in the Grand Finals against Onyx Philippines, this was the main criticism as well towards RRQ Hoshi, is that they do really well in the early game. They have the better template. They know how to play the early game with their Kescute system so well. But when their opponents are good enough to handle that storm in the early game, to weather it, in the late game, their decision making, when it's no longer that system, when it's no longer as formulaic as the early to mid, it gets kind of weird. It gets very confusing for them, and that's where experience plays a bigger factor. Onyx, trio mid, we know that the experience has just been amazing. And again, for RQ, they are newer players. They have newer and younger players.
They gotta train that improv skill, dude, where they have no idea what's gonna happen, but they have to know kind of what they want to do, what they can possibly need to do as well. And I think it's more importantly, we've seen them already improve so much in that department as well. Because you saw earlier, even when Kyrie went for the purple steal to trade for a Lord, Rins was there. So the read to really shut down the maneuvers from Onyx is there. It's all about polishing. It's all about cleanup. And in that sense, I do have high hopes for RRQ. But let's see, man. With the next game coming up, only time will tell.
RRQ has first picked again, so they will set the tone and set the tempo for the draft pick. What can we expect? Will it be the same bands again, the same picks, or will they try to pivot into a different angle on towards the draft?
I really don't think they should change too much.
Yeah,
it was
I agree.
a formula that worked, and they should have just played it a bit cleaner, right?
Yeah.
And I think they can. They could adjust just a bit, and then they can capitalize on a lot of the Onyx early game mistakes.
Yeah, I agree, because the thing is, like, you know, I've watched so many MLB games, I've watched so many series. I hate when people try to change too much when they just played a good game. Just, you know, adjust accordingly, remind the players that these are the things that we shouldn't do, and, you know, stick with the game plan. 'Cause again, overall, RQ had a full grasp on the game against Onyx, and, you know, changing too much might just disrupt the momentum that they have.
Exactly. Now we are back to drafting phase presented by the official smartphone Samsung Galaxy S15 series. 3 bands for RQ. It's still the Fanny, the Masha, and the Loyi. The exact same 3 bands to enter the second drafting phase. But the Hayabusa there popping up for Onyx. What does this tell you, Arashi? Are they scared of a possible Kairi Hayabusa?
Well,
rather Sitsujin Hayabusa, excuse me.
To be fair, I mean, the 2 heroes that Sitsujin does really well is the Hayabusa and the Joy. That's a known factor at this point. So, I'm curious to see if it's actually going to be like you know, almost a repeat, right? This is not Coach Adi anymore, the man notorious for just doubling down. This is Coach Yeb, but he was still on stage, so maybe that's exactly what we're going to see.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, Joy on RQ is just suicide, because Onyx still has, like, Kalea Fredrin. This is what I like the, you know, the Farsa and the Kalea, the steal as well from Sans against Rins. Now Rins is forced to play like the utility mages now, which is still good at, you know, if he gets his hands on the Eves. Unfortunately, the Zushin is banned out, but it locks in that, you know, that damage for Onyx and also stealing away from RQ. Now, question is for RQ with the Basha strategy, what do you pick on Rins that deals enough damage in the early game to sort of like make sure that you also get the control in the early stages again for you know, for Toy?
It's so good, by the way, like the Farsa steal here. They go for the Kalea earlier, they went for the Harith with the Kalea, now they go for the Farsa. We get the response of the Valentina, which I think is pretty solid. You know, you steal away for the airstrike, and you will technically have a way to deal with the Harith if it's still picked up. But they go for the Irithel instead. This is, again, what Onyx did to Geek Fam too. It's just in a different way. Geek Fam made a mistake where they didn't go for the jungle, or sorry, they didn't go for the gold lane in the early phase. And then we saw the Irithel pick, the ban on Harith, the ban on Granger, the ban on Harith and Moscow to force the Granger or the Wanwan to come up for the opposing side. Now that they see the Granger, it's so easy for the Irithel, they swap it out again and they deal with the possible Feather Airstrike counter to the Harith. Again, Onyx, this is the refined Yeb we're seeing, the refined version of Yeb from game 1.
Yeah, actually both teams are you know, doing fantastic in the drafting stage. Most of the Valentina third picks I hate, especially if you're not taking Lucas. But in this case, again, as Miracles mentioned, the Feathered Airstrike is such a good you know, a good skill to steal for the Valentina, because you do need that damage in the early game. You have the lockdown from the you know, from the Baksha, and you also are supplementing into the early game of the Granger for Toy. So this is all in. This is the commitment of RQ. This is the shot that they've been trying to expose in game number 1. But this is more of a heavy commitment. Like, this is what they wanted in game 1.
Well, not to mention, if they want to be a bit more careful about the possibility of Kairi on an assassin, yet again, the Tsunami Slam stolen away by the Valentina can be a great deterrent or even an extra playmaking tool when there is that kind of urgency, depending on how this game goes. Although with the Joy banned away by RRQ here, man, that's an interesting move, considering that they would probably want that as well, but they're probably concerned about Kairi taking it away from them anyhow.
Yeah, I mean, the Fredrin is still up for grabs, right? No, it's not banned out, so if they did want to play the Joy, I think that could be a possibility, but hey, they picked up the box, so I think that's going to fall in the hands of Sutsujin. Last ban for RRQ. Now, how do they wrap up the draft, right? Because I think RRQ, they have a solid base, but for Onyx, they have to be, you know, wary of the Valentina.
I actually thought that it would be better for them to go up against Link than a Fredrin, because now if the Fredrin comes through for Onyx, they have a solid front to back, and this also opens up a signature Lutpi carry in the XP, which I think is a bit more dangerous than the Ling. it can have, with the Fredra, you could technically also go for like the Arla. You destroy the front to back with just one final slash, and you overwhelm Rins with how many good ultimates you have. There's already a Farsa and a Kalea in the team. He's gonna have to choose between one of them.
Yep. Yeah, I was gonna say if they were looking at the Fredra pick, might as well take the CC now, because it's like you're gonna get stolen by RRQ. Now they take the CC because there's no Fred chance anymore for RRQ.
Wow.
You get the +1 pick for Onyx, and this dives into that problem for RRQ that your timer is now real. Like you have to commit in the early game. You have to snowball, because if you don't, you're just gonna get steamrolled on by the CC and the Irithel.
I don't know how crazy this is, because it'll be greedy knowing that they already have a damage-dealing XP, Farsa and Irithel. But technically, if they want that insta-kill button, the Julian can still come up here in the...
Oh! What?
Oh, wow.
What?
Oh, wow.
Yi Sun-shin, talk to me about this pick, Arashi.
Oh, wow.
What is this? That's what I want to ask everyone else. What is this? What is it? Huh? Midnight Mirko, any thoughts?
I mean, the Traceless, man, the change on the Yi Sun-shin, the amount of crowd control that you can get, and also the overall vision helps you just, get the early game advantage that you have, the snowball as well. You can see where the enemies are positioned at in the first turtle, because again, the global vision, trades are very hard for Onyx to take in this game, especially with the YSS. The snowball that RRQ can get transitions to late game, because YSS is a scary hero if put in the jungle.
Hiding their strats. This is the strat that they've been hiding, I guess. Onyx. What will it be? Alpha.
Alpha.
They really just want to end, like they really want to snowball through the early game, controlling neutral objective 1, turtle 1, and snowballing from it.
Yeah. Instead of the Fredrin though?
I think it's a better way to shred the Baksha, to be fair, right?
Exactly.
True damage. The sustain that you have gets kind of countered by the Baksha, so you go in before the Baksha can do that, and you try to just shred through.
You're not gonna roam Baksha though. Not really the most playmaking hero, so we'll have to see. RRQ with a whole different style. This is not the bread and butter strat they usually go for.
Oh, a surprise pick to enter game number 2. We'll toss it over to our casters, Gani and Jeffin. What do you think of the Yi Sun-shin?
Well, it seems like they're not lying when they say they're still hiding some picks away. 7th hero, yes, 7th hero of Sutsujin this season, the Yi Sun-shin. But the question is, will it come to fruition against the mighty Onyx? We are on to game number 2.
Let's see if Onyx will double their lead, or will actually RRQ with the Yi Sun-shin equalize in this game. Let's watch and witness the Land of Dawn. Here we go.
Okay, quick spell check and also main emblem check there. Actually saw Mr. Kyrie going for a killing spree, so a lot more emphasis towards that survivability in the team fight, I guess, when he gets a kill, but certainly a very ambitious emblem that is taking right now. And for Mr. Sutsujin, a very on-brand quantum charge. This is very peculiar. I'm wondering if they're just trying to snowball here, but I'm sure that Onyx can do the same as well.
Yeah, that's gonna be that's gonna be a big question here in mid lane. Already an early recall. Edok trying to hold on towards that minion, but Onyx, Riverside, that's gonna be Sutsujin making a move, forcing Sans to use that flicker. Oh my goodness, that's gonna be Sans taken down. First blood for Sutsujin, as perhaps they might want more. No, that will be just the early pickoff.
On cue right away, it's Sutsujin. There was a play that he made on his own, feed Adok with the shield unity as well. But that was, I guess, like we can see the potential of the Yi Sun-shin is gonna come through in this match. Even Sans pulled off the flicker and they were still able to chase down Gila and Sans. Kyrie though already eyeing for Spirit of Alpha here. And the objective take is gonna be a bit tricky because Kyrie is on the Alpha, but the set coming in from RRQ with this Edok Baksha, with this Dyron the down, will be amazing as well.
I mean, the new and improved YSS is still annoying, right? The Mountain Shocker still gives a lot of information regarding the whereabouts. Now it's going to be Kyrie on the turtle. Sutsujin looking for an angle. Kyrie still finds the turtle. Sutsujin goes down. That's going to be Edok. It's almost taken down with the Revitalize there. Helps a little bit with survivability. But be looking for an angle to escape. Rins providing damage. Oh, the flicker from Dyron. extra 200 gold added for Dyren.
And also extra swagger as well, and that's why we've been saying that Dyren needs to have a set hero. And he actually can execute with those set hero as well. There's a reason why he is the first team in MPL Indonesia in Season 15. But that's also shedding some light towards the weakness of Yi Sun-shin, Gani. Especially in this day and age, you want to have a jungler that can somehow sustain or just go in and go out. Hayabusa is one of them, Ling is one of them. But Yi Sun-shin, it's going to be a bit tricky. You have to be a bit more reliant on towards your teammate to be able to make a play.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? So Sujin now, I feel like all he needs to do is not show most of the time on the map just to get that farm ASAP, just to get that level 15 spike ASAP as well. Let's see though. It's still anybody's game here, first 3 minutes.
Still anybody's game. And a second objective will be up. Oh, Tsunami Slam right away.
Yeah.
But Purify's there.
That's going to be Purify, and Mountain Shocker popped earlier as well. That's going to be Enoch though, out of position. Revitalize. Oh, a great Spear of Alpha. It's just a roamer though, but that was a great response from Onyx.
Get over here, said Kyrie. Sans though didn't want to take that trade with Rins, but beautiful punish there by the whole team of Onyx, knowing that Edok has nowhere to go. Even though he has the Revitalize, even though he has that extra damage reduction. But when you're up against the turret aggro and the Alpha, which is a great pick by the way, it's gonna be bursted with those 2 damages. We're gonna take a look at this, some of the win rates that's showing off just now. Keyboy 5 and 2 on the Kalea. So this is his bread and butter. Ludwig though.
Oh, that's a 3-man knockup from Keyboy. Finally finding Rins on the Tsunami Slam. He deleted first. That's going to be Keyboy soaking a lot of damage. Will be the trade as Savero joins in and will deal a lot of damage as Kyrie again finding the retribution. That's going to be Onyx winning the fight and the trades.
Amazing from Onyx. Now this is a whole different game from what happened in game number 1. It was RRQ in the early to mid game. Now Onyx has the advantage. And Toy taking a lot of beating from Safero. This is something that I respected from the Granger and the Airthel combo. And also something that, in a way, we kind of expected with the Yi Sun-shin as well, because you're going to be prone to getting bursted down if you're ever so slightly overextending, especially with the amount of punish that Onyx has. Keyboy, Sans, pretty much everyone can punish, especially Kyrie. It doesn't matter how tanky RIQ's member are, it's still going to get taken down.
Ludwig now isolated. Wow, what a fast setup there by RRQ. What? Onyx will respond. That's going to be Rins popping the Purify. Feather Airstrike does not land. Onyx failed to find compensation.
Yeah, good one there coming from RRQ. They know that they have to get away from the crowd and somehow pick off with a Baxia, which they did beautifully on towards Ludwig. And that's something that RRQ maybe needs to abuse the next upcoming few minutes until Ludwig gets the defensive items.
All fine and dandy again. Tempo gone down. Gold just 500-ish between them. Not even. Oh, Keyboy. Great respawn there. RRQ committing 5 members towards the top side.
And once again, folks, it might seem like Onyx is winning. It might seem that Onyx has the answers to all the questions that RRQ is posing, but what happened in game number 1, they were up about 8k, 6k gold lead, but Onyx came back.
Keyboy misses. Tsunami Slam though. That's going to be Dyren. Now take him down almost. Flicker, but Severo finds the angle. Oh! The counter play from Rins, and Severo will be taken down. Enoch will fall, but that is still... That trade is just still favoring RRQ.
RKO from Rins. This is one of the concerns that I have when I see Savero on the sprints. Something that we've been addressing throughout the regular season. Sans though, Toy might be overextending here. 2 guys on him.
Let's see the angle. Now that's Purify popped. Ludwig trotted by time, but Sans finds the finisher. But Sutsujin finds a trade. Now Ludwig alone. Dyren and Sutsujin will be able to finish him off, as that's going to be Keyboy a little bit late to the party. And that will be RRQ favorite. Just a bit from that trade.
You can call us the Brawl server all day long, but if the Brawls are like this, I'm happy to see the matches. 8-8 so far, 16 kills in a span of 8 minutes. This is Indonesia at its truest fashion. Brings though some pokes towards Keyboy, and he actually takes the Tsunami Slam once again because he knows that this is gonna be the main key for him to be, or for the RQ to be able to punish Savito without the Purify. Damage dealt, Suns, as usual, topping the charts. Sutsujin though, it's a bit of kind of a silent killer here. Didn't really see him that much during the team fights, but 5-3-2 already.
So, a lot of work here for both teams, right? Remember, first game it was RRQ leading minute number 8, but they lost. So, will it be different for Onyx, who has the lead early towards the mid? Will they choke? RRQ looks for a push in the top lane, but doesn't seem to want to fight as 30 seconds on the clock for the first Lord.
Look at the gold lead though from Sutsujin from the in-game equipment by Dunia Games. That was pretty surprising. Yes, Sutsujin is one of the best farmer in the whole game, but the fact that Onyx is leading right now and somehow Kyrie is behind in gold is a bit surprising, I gotta say, because Alpha is also a good farmer as well with the true damage. So maybe Sutsujin, this is the time for him to be able to use his advantage and being able to output more damage than Kyrie, as Toy also secures a really important item there in Malefic Boar. All the frontliners of Onyx will be screaming in pain if he gets hit by the Detonatas.
Tons pops the wings by wings. That's a cancellation by Edok. That's gonna be the flicker spent. That's gonna be Sutsujin though, taken off the board. Great offense set up by Onyx.
Yeah, no Purify, no Flickers. This is a Sutsujin jungler, and you gotta rely on the iframe. A bit of iframe to be able to handle all the CCs away from Onyx, and Kyrie did a good job pulling the trigger there. That was a 5v4. 13k on the Lord, they reset it.
Onyx taking their time. Keyboy looking for an angle. Revitalized box. Keyboy moves back with Severo. Very aggressive angle here. RRQ, do they snip this one out? That's gonna be Feather Airstrike. Moving back, RRQ members. Iron doesn't really find the connection with that passive. Onyx also repositioning towards the Lord.
That was a good cut coming in from RRQ. They know that somewhere Saviro is lurking. It's gonna be the danger. Oh, Tsunami Slam!
Yep, on towards Edok. This time he will fall. Iron finds a flank! That's gonna be time to lead it. Onyx though, they will claim the Lord. That's gonna be 4v3. That's gonna be RRQ moving forward. Mid exposed. Onyx, they find the objective, but they lose out on the fight.
And look at this. They still want to go for a bit more here. RRQ can take the turret, can take the purple for themselves. Kyrie looks like he was able to secure it. Sutsujin secures that endless battle elsewhere. So another true damage here for RRQ to be used to the frontliners, especially for Kyrie, which is deathless so far in this game. The killing spree did do some work. And this 11th mark, Onyx 2k gold lead, and the Lord is coming up in the bottom lane. The siege potential of this team is actually crazy. You have not a melee EXP laner, and also Savero. San's gunning them down. Tsunami Slam!
Oh no, that's gonna be one Tsunami Slam to engage the fight. Onyx though, HP bars not looking very great. Rita perched it down by Savero. Great positioning. Onyx now. They will lead the charge with the Lord marching bottom side.
I was wondering like what item did Edok take, because that was too fast. Yes, he is 056, but I don't think a Baksha with the Poisons and also the Revitalize is able to go down that fast against Savero's crossbow. My oh my, Sutsujin though, he is just farming all along the top side. Feathered Airstrike wins!
That's gonna be almost a solo kill, but that was Keyboy deleted. Looking past the benches, Kyrie looking for an angle, but Onyx, they will not force more. Sutsujin from the mid angle. Kyrie pops that retribution just to get to safety. Great recovery though from RRQ, despite them only having 4 members earlier.
Yeah, for sure. And when you look at the map here, it still favors Onyx with the turrets, but for the long lane, oh, it actually is equal. But for the long lane, RRQ is leading. There is one inner turret for themselves, so they can set this up a bit better with the fact that they can play that. So RRQ, despite them having a decent team, they have some fighting power in the objective fights. It's gonna come down to Sutsujin and how he finds the angle. As you can see here, the gold lead from Sutsujin. Oh my goodness, I feel like it's only 30 seconds to go. He secured the endless battle, and now Malefic Roar right away. a huge item for himself. The person on the front line of Onyx. And the gold lead is slowly dwindling down towards RRQ. It's all equal in kills, all equal in structures. It's a matter about how you execute this. They're trying one.
RRQ looking for the commitment on towards the fight. Onyx quick to respond and quick to be tight on the formation. Onyx now looking for some counterplay with Keyboy popping his own conceal. Doesn't find an angle. RRQ and Onyx here just looking to find an angle as the 8 seconds less. Lord will spawn.
Good one from both teams, considering that, or knowing that the threat was there. Tsunami Slam right away towards Tyron.
Oh, that's gonna be Keyboy jumping on towards just Tyron though. Kyrie waiting for the right timing upon that Spear of Alpha, that true damage.
Prince.
Oh, maybe this is going to the right time. Edok very low push Sans Pop. Prince has Pelea's ult, has Tsunami Slam, and he will spot Savera. Great taken, cover by Onyx. Rince knows he loses on that engage.
Good reaction there from Savero. He knows that Rince is missing and he is the main problem for this Irthel. Now the fight becomes even easier for Onyx because Savero, one threat is down. Kyrie already. Spear of Alpha.
That's gonna be Keyboy. Oh no. The cover. That's gonna be Tsunami Slam on towards the Tortoise. That's Sutsujin. Looking for an angle. Finds it. Edok goes down though. Lutfi taking care of Sutsujin. Dyron. All of the RRQ members are almost out on Septoy. Onyx again finding the right connection, and they will take the fight and the Lord.
Yep, there's no way Toy wants to contest for that one. Amazing play by Onyx, but I gotta give some props towards RRQ. That fight went down a bit better than I thought. Sutsujin was able to find a flank angle and use the ultimate to kind of stand up 3 members of Onyx, but when you're up and also having the man advantage, Onyx will just easily capitalize.
Let's wait and see, ladies and gentlemen. 3K now with the Lord marching, I believe, bottom side of the map here. And RRQ, they will be able, at least Onyx, right? They have time to manipulate the waves to have a 3-wave push. RRQ though, out of their base, not inside the not turtles inside their base.
Yeah. This is a game for Rince and Tyron because they are the setters of RRQ. They have to somehow find a way to get this backliners of Onyx. Considering that Sans is also rocking that flicker, so maybe Rince could shift his focus on towards Sans as well. But he has a Purify, not a flicker, so he can't really gap close as easily as he usually does.
Okay, that's very, very concerning for RRQ. Wind of Nature already built for Savera. Top lane though, exposed.
Oh no,
Sutsujin will claim that for free. That's gonna be a turret for a base turret. That's gonna be Keyboy though. Tsunami Slam on towards one. Iron immune, but he should fall. No, not yet as Lutfi claims it. That's gonna be the Lord taken care of. Savero just free hitting in the back. That's gonna be Onyx just pushing more pressure, adding more pressure as top lane. It's Sans versus Sutsujin. Sans, gotta be careful.
Yep, I knew that was coming.
Wings by wings. Is this a solo? It's not a jungler v jungler. It's De La Sans. Oh my goodness, Keyboy under the base. Onyx now base exposed. Ladies and gentlemen, Onyx, they will double their lead in this best of 5.
The calm and composed Onyx is here. It's Onyx time, baby. They are in match point. One more step towards Riyadh. 2-0. Not really the cleanest of games because RRQ also knows how to react, but Onyx was better in that exchange. Amazing from Onyx. RRQ dig deep in the back, but it's not enough.
But it was not enough. Seems like the Yi Sun Shin pick in this game did not work. And Onyx, they are 1 game away to securing the grand finals of MPL Indonesia Season 15. 1 step away and securing a slot to fight in the MSC.
And boy, we might see the old Sans back again. Now this is the playoffs. This is the ultimate stamp. This is the ultimate stage for Sans, for him to be able to announce that he is back to the Gila Sans form. Look at this. Wow. It's a 4v4, but Onyx still want to take it because mostly the gold lead is on Sutsujin. And Sans, like, I somehow knew that he's gonna be outside of the map because that's the only way for him to get away from Sutsujin's damage.
Calculation, the boldness, so composed. This guy, Gila Sans.
Gila indeed. I said that we have a series in our hand, but it might be over after the next match. Do you think so? Our panelists, give us an answer.
Gila!
Sans!
Gila!
Sans!
Gila!
Sans! Oh my. Bro.
Look at that guy. Look at this beautiful man right here. This handsome dude.
Brother man.
Sans, this guy is so good. Out of this world. Stop the recall from happening. Sutsujin couldn't even get out of that spot.
Good.
But most importantly, he was able to get the elimination against Sutsujin up top.
Mage against an assassin, by the way. Right? When Sans on the Farsa, it's a whole different beast, dude. It just makes the hero like 10 times better.
Brother, you do not play a YSS god with a YSS. You do not outplay the original YSS god.
This is the guy that picked Lee Shin in the grand finals of Season 8 and got a savage against RQ Hoshi. Sans, the original YSS god. You're right. Man, what a play. The recall. You know, he flickered with a feather airstrike in the base to cancel out the initial recall. Then he continued to chase on because he knows without Sutsujin, without the Lee Shin, it was going to be really tough to even go for the 4v5. Yeah. Dude, this guy,
We thought RQ got something there, able to get the base turret. It turns out like Onyx does not take that standing down. No way.
You were shouting, is it an end angle? But it was denied by Gila Sans. It was a perfect sequence too. Like he flickered, as Mirko mentioned. When he followed up onto Sutsujin, he was going for the chase. But it wasn't really just a chase of him trying to run down the YSS. He knew Sutsujin was gonna turn. So he just stood there under the in front of the bush, waited for Sutsujin to walk out with the trace vest, and Sutsujin thought the Farsa was gonna use any skill, but he didn't. He saved up. So when the trace vest was out, he was able to stun the YSS enough for the second skill to go out as well for additional damage and pick off the YSS.
And look at some of these fights, man. It really seemed like RRQ. Even we are quite confused on what the idea is. Do they want to go for the mid game, the late game, the early game? Because they were trying to go for that fight earlier, but they didn't go and focus on the turtle. They were chasing for the kills. And then afterwards, second turtle, we thought they would let it go and then let the Lee Shin farm up a little bit more. And then later, they'll try again, but they dove in. The Lee Shin dashed forwards, traceless, in the midst of the fight.
I don't know what it is, Midnight, but every single time we see Sanji pop off in MPL Philippines, Sans decides to be like, all right, I'm gonna have to do that too,
That's
you know?
competition.
Yeah. Like MSC 2023, that was when Sans and Sanji both met. Again, that Echo versus Onyx matchup was ridiculous. M4 it was as well. Both of them were doing really well. And then now, after seeing Sanji play the Farsa, do that play, oh my god, remembering it gives me shivers, gives me the goosebumps. Sans says, I'll have to have a highlight play and ID as well. We're gonna, oh man. Yeah. To do that, and then later on, if Onyx ends up winning this, going to MSC to meet Sanji, I wonder who's gonna get, please make it blind pick. Just make it Sanji versus Sans on Farsa.
Brother, he waited for the traceless.
The guy is,
that's
so
crazy. But how is he so confident? That's against
Because he is not YSS. Because he's insane, brother.
He knows.
He does not operate like a human being. He is Gila, bro.
He knows the limits of the Lee Shin. No one knows it better, I feel, than Sans.
At that moment, Sutsujin was not playing the YSS. Sans was playing the YSS. You're gonna do this, and if you do this, I do this.
Sutsujin was merely dancing to Sans' tune, brother.
Exactly.
Wow. But I will have to say, if we have to nitpick, that early game was disastrous for RQ. With this composition, you do not want to face off against the Alpha in the early game. That's why we saw the Alpha, we're like, all right, they want a snowball. And yet, RQ said, sure, have this on a silver platter. Luckily, they were good enough to actually stabilize somehow in the mid-game, which is, in my opinion, quite crazy in its own right. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough. Had they waited for that moment, had they traded up until that moment, I think we would have seen a possible RRQ win. But
Yeah.
again, they didn't. They dropped the ball way too early, giving an alpha. 508 on an alpha. This is
Yeah.
an assassin stat on a fighter that is very one-dimensional. You go ult, you need to win the fight. If you don't, you're kind of cooked.
Yeah, you know, he was sitting in the same boat. Kyrie, if you lose the early game, that's it. You know, you just lose to the snowball of RK Hoshi. But I think, you know, the definition of snowball here is not that you're taking the first objective. You're taking the first turtle. No, you're taking your timing. You're waiting for the power spike to come so that you're able to maximize the existence of the hero. And Arki Hoshi, this is not a lineup that wins first turtle, especially up against an Alpha, up against a Farsa, and a Kalea. You're a YSS. You have to time the trace list for the retribution steal, but guess what's gonna follow? Like never-ending crowd control from Onyx Philippines. You're gonna get doped on by the Alpha. Spear of Alpha with the feathered airstrike. YSS dead. So RRQ needed to play for the resource game so that when the YSS timer comes, you shut down the Alpha, you play with the Granger, play alongside it, the timer of Skypiercer, and then take objectives.
Yeah. I don't know if you noticed, but you said Onyx Philippines.
Oh, did I? Sorry, Onyx. It's a habit.
At least we know that game was PH worthy now, right?
Yeah.
So, hey.
Dude, it felt like, they know what they're supposed to do, but it's just at the wrong time. RQ, they needed to, wait for the YSS items to come out, play under the timings. But what happened was the reverse. Onyx was just allowed to utilize the Alpha, utilize the existence of the Varsa, and then the Granger, YSS mid-game power spike was no longer.
Yeah, like they mistimed when they're supposed to do the things they were supposed to do. I think the only reason why they were even able to recover, I think was mainly Dyron, right? With Edok being on a non-real playmaker hero, being on just a roly-poly, right? Rolling around. Professor KB walked over earlier, had a bit of a conversation, and he said like, Edok on a Baksha, really? What kind of plays can we expect? Well, not much. So it was Dyron that was going with those fist cracks, with the Badang plays. But it just, again, wasn't enough considering the context, how difficult it already was for them. So it's a possible winning angle. It just did not come through, man.
Yeah, but also the existence of Gila Suns. Like again, Dyron had an amazing crowd control. Three-man stun with the with the Badang, but unfortunately the feathered airstrike was there. Sort of like zone out the damage healers on the backside, and most of the time it was Onyx IDs. Pacing in terms of the team fight, and RQ wasn't just able to, catch up in terms of damage, in terms of farm, and in terms of execution because Onyx was just prevailing in every single team fight.
Yeah, this is so good as well for Sans. The storyline is that we all had kind of like the consensus that he might be declining in the early season of MPL IDC.
Well, he was.
15. He was, technically, and Yep came back, and it felt like he was finding his rhythm again and fitting well into Onyx, and now look at him. It's like Prime Sans all over again. Yeah. Or is it Prime Sans?
It's like it never left.
Yeah.
Like it never left. Yeah.
It's like it never left. To go back to the draft again, though, we were already talking about how RQ, they had a pretty good formula in game number 1. Unfortunately here, we said maybe don't change too many things. Onyx forced it upon them, right? With the Farsa pick. That in itself stopped that same composition from coming out for the side of RRQ. And despite Onyx winning game 1, they wanted to win they wanted to win convincingly. Game 1 wasn't that convincing. They had to wait for the late game. That's when game number 2, stealing the Farsa away, was a genius move in the end.
One of the best steals.
You saw the Valentina and you're like, okay, that Valentina is pretty good because you can steal the feather airstrike, but then you watch the game again. One of the many things that Sans was able to do that wasn't really highlighted earlier is the fact that in a lot of team fights, he just plays so far back that it's hard for the Valentina to steal the feather airstrike. So most of the times, Prince was forced on the Tsunami Slam. And with a Purify, it's very, very hard to get the Tsunami Slam on any of the real targets. You're really just kind of like a reactive Tsunami Slam user on the Valentina with Purify. And he had to go Purify because you're up against Kalea. You don't want to like gamble on who gets the tap on Tsunami Slam more faster.
I somehow get the feeling if the tables were turned and Sans was on the Valentina instead, he might just do it though.
Yeah, to be fair, if you're Sans.
I get the feeling like that might be the case.
Yeah.
We're kind of glazing Sans at this point. But yeah, exactly.
Valid glaze.
Valid glaze.
Sans and it's not just on the Farsa. Whenever he's against a Valentina, he is just so good at it.
Yes.
Back when the Faramus was meta, he does not give up the Netherrealm and all these other big ultimates.
That's
so
true.
His awareness, right? He just knows exactly what the opposing team is looking for, and he just knows the best way to kind of like be close enough, but not really. And it really baits out a lot of different reactions coming in from their opponents.
Yeah, and that's true. Like, if you're a Valentina, there's some things that you want to do in the game, but if the enemy knows what you're gonna do, it's hard because like information is one thing, positioning is also another thing. Valentina versus Lucas, sometimes Lucas, they flex it to EXP. They don't even show up to the fight until it's too late. That's the thing that tons abuse in this game. Positioning was very very important for Onyx ID.
We'll take it to Bude Clara Monster up on stage as she has an interview going. Bude, what's happening?
Di sini Bude berada di tengah-tengah, sedang memandang wajah-wajah dari semua super fans yang hadir di Jakarta International Velodrome. Mana semangatnya? Tentu kita melihat kalau dari Sonic, mereka matanya berbinar-binar. Bisa terlihat dari sini wajah penuh senyuman, namun kalau dari Kingdom, wajah mereka juga masih wajah-wajah yang penuh pengharapan. Mereka berharap bahwa RRQ bisa mengejar ketertinggalan poin. Dan kalau kita melihat semangat dari super fans tentunya berbanding dengan bagaimana perjuangan kedua tim ini untuk mendapatkan satu slot pertama untuk babak internasional untuk MSC 2025. Dan satu langkah lagi Onyx bisa mendapatkan itu, namun lawan mereka adalah tim RRQ yang kita tahu kestabilan mereka dari babak regular season yang dibawa hingga babak playoff. Namun kalau ngebahas tentang internasional tentu kita boleh berbangga karena kita banyak memiliki piala internasional. Dan khusus yang paling berkesan mungkin adalah gimana kalau kita ngebahas tentang legenda yang membawa piala internasional ke Indonesia. Di sini akan bergabung bersama Bude, langsung yang terkenal dengan kebarbarannya. Langsung wajahnya pada takut nih ya. Kita akan langsung sambut saja untuk ngobrol-ngobrol. Inilah dia Donkey Barbar Koyur.
Halo.
Kok udah lama kita nggak bertemu. Boleh dong disapa-sapa yang ada di sini kok.
Halo semua penonton. Salam barbar.
Salam barbar.
Gak jadi deh.
Salam barbar, semuanya pada say hi juga di sini kok. Tapi bentar, kok lagi ngapain kok?
Lagi di rumah Eko.
Lagi nobar kah?
Iya, lagi nobar sama Eko ini.
Lagi nobar
Terus
bersama.
lagi jodohin anakku sama anaknya Eko.
Lah. Jadi panjang ya ternyata ya. Tapi rame banget pastinya di situ. Lagi rame-rame, tapi sebelum kita ngobrol lebih jauh, kita akan membahas sesuatu karena udah ada legenda. Kita juga akan ngebahas perjalanan yang ada. Inilah dia, sesuatu yang akan kita bahas bersama-sama. Di mana kita tahu Koyur, Romer menjadi satu momen atau role crucial juga yang ada. Dan kita bisa bahas juga dari season ke season, era ke era, ada ikonnya masing-masing. Koyur, dari season 1 sampai season 5 wajahmu terpampang. Lalu selanjutnya ada Leo Murphy, tasnya. Ada Keyboy dan juga Idok. Tapi kok kalau ngelihat dari musim ke musim, gimana sih kok ngelihat ini?
Ya dari musim ke musim, setiap musim pasti ada tank yang jago ya. Jadi tapi ini kayak Keyboy ini keren banget, dia bisa bertahan lama banget loh, dari season 7 loh.
7 sampai 15. Tapi kalau kita lihat dari season 7 sampai sekarang performanya gimana kok? Masih bertahan, stabil atau meningkat?
Masih bagus. Kemarin kan Onyx sempat menurun. Nggak tahu kenapa, tapi memang efeknya Yep ya mungkin ya. Begitu Yep balik langsung jadi jago. Harus digaji mahal tuh dia.
Oke. Tapi tentunya kita ngelihat juga selain Keyboy, ada satu sejarah baru di mana MVP regular season didapatkan oleh Idok, seorang roamer yang biasanya jarang banget masuk ke leaderboard. Dan Koyur, kalau ngeliat Idok gimana nih sebagai pendatang baru?
Idok nih potensinya gede lah. Dia memang bagus ya, dia lebih mungkin team playnya tuh bagus banget. Jadi dia kayak sama temennya mungkin chemistry-nya dapet, tapi nggak tahu kenapa Onyx yang kali ini tuh kuat banget. Onyx yang sekarang tuh tadi kan kalahnya gara-gara game 1 tuh comeback. Jadi Onyx kemarin juga comeback juga kan lawan Big Fam. Pokoknya dia tuh kayak sekarang Onyx yang kali ini tuh kuat banget lah.
begitu
Tapi kalau
kuat.
Idok memang bagus.
Bagus. Tapi kalau kita ngebahas mungkin lebih dalam lagi ya, kok sebagai dari kacamata legenda Rome Indonesia yang
Ya.
punya piala internasional juga, M1 diting-tingin, ngelihat gimana sih, apa sih efek atau dampak yang diberikan masing-masing Rome, Keyboy di Onyx dan Idok untuk RRQ.
Kalau Keyboy mungkin lebih barbar ya. Dia mainnya lebih kayak ngebit gitu ya. Kalau yang Idok kan memang aku lihat lebih team play gitu. Jadi ya semua tergantung kayak chemistry-nya masing-masing sih, mempunyai kelebihan masing-masing.
Punya,
Gitu.
oke, kelebihan masing-masing. Tapi kalau ngelihat ini memang momen-momen barbar, kamu lebih suka yang mana kok? Emang jiwa barbarmu ada yang nerusin tuh seneng gitu kok?
Kalau aku tetap lebih seneng Keyboy sih.
Oke, memang ya jiwa barbar. Kalau di musim 15 dengan adanya dua nama Rome yang terlihat juga di poster, siapa sih kok yang memang ikonik banget nih untuk memegang roamer Indonesia?
Kalau mungkin memang dilihat dari performanya dari awal, kalau kemarin yang dari grup ya Idok ya kan stabil dari awal. Kalau Onyx kan setelah kedatangan Gap baru bagus. Gitu loh. Jadi ya Idok lah kalau season ini.
Idok, oke. Jadi memang terlihat ya dari regular season dan ternyata efeknya sangat berkesan bagi seorang Dangki Barbar. Tapi kok kalau ngelihat momen-momen banyak sekali yang terjadi untuk MPL Indonesia Season 15 sesuai dengan prediksi Koyur nggak?
Sesuai dengan prediksi enggak sih. Onyx aku pikir awal-awal tuh Onyx tuh bakal ya udah kayak stuck gitu. Tapi tiba-tiba Yep is back. Ya beda lagi dah.
Oke, Yep Effect merubah segalanya. Tapi
Betul.
kok ini tim yang menang kali ini akan ngedapetin tiket MSC IWC. Koyur punya prediksi nggak kok? Siapa nih kira-kira yang bakal ngedapetin?
Ya RRQ sama Onyx lah.
Oh, RRQ dan Onyx. Ini dua
Ya
nama
ini
ini.
siapapun yang kalah tetap menunggu. Siapapun yang kalah di lower tetap menang.
Yang dapat pertama siapa nih kok?
Yang dapat pertama ini udah pasti Onyx lah. Bukan pasti ya. Hampir pasti kan udah 2-0. Susah mau comeback gitu. Tapi semoga aja RRQ bisa comeback.
Jadi mengharapkan 5 game kok?
Oh harapanku 5 game kalau bisa.
Harapannya 5 game. Tapi mungkin ada yang mau disampaikan
Ya.
kok untuk penutupan perjumpaan kita yang online ini kok?
Apa penutupnya? Salam Juan COK.
Oh wow, pokoknya salam untuk semuanya yang ada di sini ya. Dan itulah dia kok Dangki yang memang barbar. Dan melihat hari ini thank you banget kok. Game harus terus berlanjut. Di mana Best of 5 Series kita hanya bisa melihat perjuangan dari setiap tim. Dari Kingdom yang masih berharap dan juga dari Sonic yang ingin terus mendapatkan kemenangan. Dan panelis pun sudah siap untuk membreakdown seperti apa. Tapi kita kasih semangat. Sekali lagi, mana semangatnya untuk match ini? Dan semangat sudah mengalir, langsung saja panelis. Silahkan game ketiga.
So Bure went back in time to interview an M Series winner.
Donkey.
Shrek. Kill.
Exactly, you're gonna say it like that. Donkey.
Donkey.
Get off me swamp. Get off me swamp.
Get out of me swamp.
Just want to say,
Yeah.
your last M Series win.
That's
Oh.
true. That's true.
Hey!
At least we have one.
I'm
There's
just
a
stating
region with
facts.
that.
Oh, LFL.
Oh! Name drop. Gideon.
Wow.
Any more? Any more?
Yasu.
Gives a shout out.
Oh,
Oh,
man.
whoa.
Husky.
No. Shout out to the whole world.
To the whole world. At least we can say we have all the M series here.
Exactly,
Like-
brother.
Let's go.
Yeah.
I think we gotta cool it down a bit because I think it's Dandruff fallen. Have you been taking shampoo, Virgo?
No, it's impossible.
No, I'm kidding.
That's impossible,
I'm
bro.
just kidding because
I shower every day with this. What do you?
Yeah. Where's it?
Right there.
Here.
There you go.
This. You gotta move
This is-
on.
this
Head
is a
and shoulders. It
midnight.
wipes out 100% of wet dandruff. Plus, it's oh no, I hate this.
This is a
initiation.
This is a custom.
Okay.
A
long-standing tradition.
Hey,
I'm
I
sort
was
of trapped
I
now.
was there. Thank God, my first season there was no Head and Shoulders yet. And then the next season I had this. constantly every week.
You hold it until we get to draft.
Okay,
Yeah,
This
okay.
is
You gotta hold it.
the signature.
I'm gonna be honest though.
Testimony, exactly.
I'm gonna be honest. I bought one. Yes, earlier in the morning. I bought one. Yeah.
Did you get this one? Or
Yeah,
mental or lemon?
yeah. I could show it to you later.
Okay.
Okay. And then even when I was in your room yesterday, right? We ate together in your hotel room. I saw Head and Shoulders in your bathroom.
That's me.
That's you.
That's me.
What's your favorite flavor?
That was stolen.
Flavor.
That was stolen.
That was stolen
Oh,
from?
I got a snitch on Arashi. Technically, we didn't steal it. All right. The end of the regular season means that like everything is technically ours, right?
Yeah.
Like the Samsung as well by the end of playoffs.
Like they've served their purpose, right? So I was reusing, recycling.
Reuse this.
I don't know if I can do that.
Hey, Arashi.
I had to do that for like I think 5 minutes or around like 10 minutes.
I'm committing.
Nah.
I'm committing.
And let someone like take a screenshot. It's just like some
I know. You know what? I know.
no context.
Deep inside Midnight's mind, he wants Mr. Producer to cut off to like to the draft.
Zipper, don't do it. We're gonna stick here up until draft.
Yeah.
Just want to say, there's a shower in our bathroom.
That's true.
That's true.
I can actually take a bath while we do draft. No, not in game. In game.
Well, that'll be a quick one. You're like,
How long do you take?
I mean,
There you go. See,
Zipper just told us
just
that
go.
we're not gonna do the drafting phase
for another
I think
30.
for another 30 minutes. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Oh.
you're gonna have to
Hey,
hold
let's-
that right there. It's gonna freeze. Oh, that's what they did at the end of the regular season. They put it
In
on
the
their
last day of the regular season, we all like we put it on our heads. Me and Eterna.
All right. Even though I'm holding on to this, I'm kind of tempted to just put it on my hair.
You want to do it after, like when we're done with the match later.
Yeah, but it's gonna like
Don't
drip
worry, we'll
out.
get another one. It's okay.
Okay,
can
nah,
just
nah,
fill
nah,
up
all
a
right.
whole
Thank you, Mr. Cameraman. But don't worry, chat. I'm still holding on to it. Thank you.
Ah,
Thank you.
finally Midnight. The Head and Shoulders treatment. Now though,
It smells good though.
game recap.
It is. It does.
Yi Sun Shin. Obviously, we were all surprised by that pick, but yeah, it was laid out and concisely. What happened?
No, just go on. Carry on.
Oh, it's dripping! It's dripping! It's dripping, dude.
Okay.
No, it's not dripping. It's not dripping. Don't worry.
Thank you, Mr. Producer, for making this off cam because we don't want to see that mess.
It's not a mess,
This
bro.
is
It's
between
not
his
a mess.
fingers. It's between his fingers.
It's not a mess. I'll be putting this on my hair later on.
Yeah, you have to.
Again, though, if we have to bring it back to the drafts here,
Yeah.
it's look at how relaxed the man is. By the way, who's the better? Oh, you really gotta do it
Hey,
here right
this
now
is-
after that performance.
Diabolical.
Type the players' names now in the live chat. You guys think it's Rins
Dude, this is rigged, dude.
or San?
After that clip, of course. And that was baked fresh in our minds right now.
I'll answer then. Moreno.
All right.
I'll answer.
The mid laner that's out of playoffs, right?
Sanji?
No. Moreno.
Suelo?
Hey,
Wait,
listen,
Suelo?
listen.
Suelo?
Listen, guys. Your mid laners will lose at MSC, like at least one game. My mid laner is undefeated.
Oh, that's true.
Okay.
My mid laner is undefeated in MPL PH.
By the way, my Fanny has a perfect record too.
Yeah.
0% win rate, 0% lose rate.
Perfectly balanced, as all things should
Perfectly
be.
balanced.
That's not balanced though. Who's
No,
the better
this is-
parser?
Yeah, that is not balanced.
Oh,
I think
man.
the Suns. Hey, usually when these kind of polls come out, it's broadcast native. Like if it's an ID, usually the RRQ votes, they pop up.
Oh,
but
not
over
even
there,
not even
we
ID.
can see that even in ID, Sans is voted to be the better Farsa user. Now,
Hey, it's equalizing now though.
it is equalizing.
Is it?
Sans is still far.
Ah, never mind. It
Mirko.
jumped back.
Mirko, what do you think are the comparisons between Sans and Rins when it comes to the Farsa?
Again, when it comes to Sans, he's crazy. The mechanics on that kid, man.
Yeah.
He's so good. He knows the limits of the Farsa. He knows instinctually how to utilize it. He has the calculations in his head. Meanwhile, for Rins, I think it's kind of like it's pseudo Sans when it comes to mechanics. He really shines when he plays the utility role, mid laners because he's the main shot caller for the team. He's not really the guy that you would look to make those mechanical plays. Even against Hijume, I had a conversation, I don't know who it was with, but we agreed that Hijume mechanically is the better mid when it comes to playing the Farsa compared to Rins, but Rins is just so smart with it.
Yeah.
And he knows how to calculate.
I haven't talked to you about it, but I would agree because even when I was with Arashi yesterday, in my mind I was like, Hijume's really good. the Farza as well, and he's kind of gapping Rins.
Yep.
In terms of the mid lane aspect, and I would say like he's not the best in terms of like damage dealer in the mage role, but he does have like the good moments of being able to zone out their opponents. But again, last game it wasn't really possible because he had to play against a Kalea.
And now, obviously, into the drafting phase we go on what could potentially be the last drafting phase of this evening.
Could be, actually.
And Onyx, just one win away from that ever-coveted MSC ticket. And EWC, will they be able to make their way in a quick notice? But now, drafting phase presented to you by the from a smartphone, Samsung Galaxy S25 series. The Lucas band coming in from Onyx with the juicer and the chip as well. As for RRQ, it's the Fanny and the Boxia.
The immediate extra ban there, with knowing that the Fanny factor is well at play. Now for RRQ, they're banning the Boxia as well. So, Loyi and even the Kalea.
Sans Loyi open.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness. There's no Boxia, there's no Kalea. Yes.
We both reacted at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, dude. Guys.
Oh no.
Time to drop the beat
Let's
of
see.
the
It's gonna be the Joy Fredrin
No,
up for
no,
grabs.
no. They can take the Fredrin, right?
But Onyx can go Harith. Harith is still up as well. Like, now it puts RQ in a tough position. Oh, they go for the... Oh, this might just be a give in the game. I don't like that at all. What is this, Fredrin Harith?
Yeah, Fredrin Harith.
That's Harith.
Harith, Fredrin. There's no way! There's no... Oh my goodness.
Badang even, right up against the high-lows. Or Glue, just pick it up. Oh, they go Ling. Okay. I think they already have enough with the Harith, I guess, to deal with the Joy, so they go for the Ling instead.
Yeah, at least this gives them access to the late game. You can just trade against the Joy. This is really popular as well in MPL PH, the Ling versus the Joy matchup. You're never going to be able to threaten the Ling, especially on the side lanes. He's always going to have that Tempest of Blades. He wins the 1v1 matchup. And now RQ goes back to the Granger. I would say RQ is in a similar fate here, where you have to sort of like get a formal control in the early stages of the game, and then have that huge power spike with with the Joy getting the Stardom side, Holy Crystal, and end the game before the Ling gets out of control. Because at this point, RRQ, they have to keep in mind this is still Kyrie's Ling. They're always going to be able to make space, and late game, the problem with this lineup is that they don't deal well with the split push, not just from the Ling, but also the diversion plays coming around from the Louis.
We've seen again and again, nowadays, the diversion can also be used just to facilitate faster rotations. And as a result, you're going to have pressure in all three lanes. And without pressure, you can't set up for ganks. You can't set up for dives. You can't really get extra farm outside of your own jungle and lanes. So that is something that a lot of teams have been able to use with the Loyi. It's not only about the pickup or teamfight any longer.
And
counter though.
Just to talk about how ridiculous it is, because hero encounter, whatever. For me, I'm still on the Sans on the Loyi. He's been inconsistent in the regular season, right? Mm-hmm. He has 100% win rate still on the Loyi.
Oh,
so there's one thing that stays constant despite that inconsistency of Sans in the regular season.
That is scary. Indeed, but obviously, 33% in the hands of the Ling, but I don't think that's going to be, representative of what's going to happen.
Good ban though, no?
The Cho ban. But I want to talk about the Hilda ban. Is it necessary to ban out the Hilda? Because
I think more Badang, to be fair.
But if RRQ pick the Hilda, they don't really have a setter, right? So,
I think it's just, to limit the options of Dyren, because Dyren has been, really good at the Hilda, but there's so many things that Onyx can just pull off. There's the Gacha, there's the Badang. I think the Cho is a little bit unwarranted here for the side of RRQ, considering that they have a Hylos. And Onyx removes the Farsa. Oh my goodness.
Yeah. Eve is still there, right? But is it strong enough?
No, not against the Ling and Loyi, man. No. I mean, as a Farsa, you can at least wings by wings if you get caught by the diversion. On Eve, you just ult and die.
Yeah. RQ?
A Faramis game?
I think
even worse, I think, against Loyi Harith.
Yeah,
man.
I mean, you'd understand the the sense of getting up the Faramis here, but it's just like the core idea of this lineup doesn't really work that well against Onyx, and you're not really solving the split pressure from the Ling. I think even though it's risky, you might need to pull off a Novaria here for Rins. You need that team fight and vision aspect. Well, that works. the Selena division against the the Luo Yi, and also the Abyssal traps that can be utilized in the early game to sort of like make space for this lineup of RRQ.
So that's why they banned the Cho. They want to go Selena,
Probably.
they want Shanpu. Onyx, if they want to go crazy, I think going for the Tigreal can work, no? But if they don't, Badang Gatot is probably the safe answer.
Or, if you want to go crazy, you could pick up both.
Badang Tig?
Badang Tig.
Damn.
Because honestly, I don't see any problems with the Badang being on the XP.
Right, especially there's an option for Ludwig to go with a bit of a damage approach as well. Maybe not full damage like what Nino does, but half-half. Still gonna have a lot of potential pressure, especially against the squishies from Zeta RRQ. But Phoveus is the pickup here. So a lot of ways to stop the forward momentum coming in, even when RRQ are trying to barrel through with that glorious pathway.
RRQ, does Edok play the Guinevere?
Oh.
I think they need to answer this Badang.
I think he has picked it up, but I think
it goes Tig.
The good old Edok would probably just be the Tig here.
Yeah, it's a little risky, but if you put the if you get a Guinevere here, you shut down the Phoveus, shut down the Badang. You let the you let the Joy do his thing in the middle stages of the game, and it allows for RQ to have this amazing engage comp in the mid game, but it is quite risky. Tig is the option.
There we go. Edok finally getting his hands on a pick that we've been waiting for all playoffs. So far, it's just been him on uncomfortable picks. Gatot earlier again. So finally, 3-0 or 2-1.
Yeah. I gotta believe, man. It's never over until it's over.
Hey, you got a believer and a kingdom in him. But obviously now it's time for Chefin and Goni to take the stage. Will it be Onyx that will jump to MSC, or will RRQ still fight back? Let's go to the casters.
Onyx is one game away from Riyadh bound, from MSC, from the prize pool of $3 million. All they have to do is win it out and beat RRQ in this game 3. But surely RRQ will not just stand back and let it happen. Who's gonna happen in this game? Game 3 commences.
Lanadon, here we go, as we will witness what will happen here in potentially the last game. Will today be the day of clean sweeps, or will RRQ deny that here and on?
Surely a clean sweep is not really on everyone's bingo card, but you don't gotta watch out for Sans' first level or 2-level damage here. Rince winning the trade there with the Abyssal Arrow. Now, this is gonna be pretty interesting. The Joy and the Ling, an assassin battle. Like, what's gonna happen here? They're gonna go toe-to-toe? Like, if we're talking about like the on-paper 1v1 potential, I think Kyrie has the edge, but surely this is not a 1v1 game. Edok finally getting his hero on the set. So it's gonna boost RQ's potential on the team fight, surely, if he knows what he's doing. And I bet you he knows, because he is the MVP of Season 15. Kyrie though eyeing for engage.
Let's say Edok still has the flicker, will not be able to have the time to flicker out of danger. That's gonna be first blood for Onyx.
Oh, very quick on the uptick, and that's the advantage, I guess, for essentially both junglers, because the rotation speed is amazing for both. But Kyrie was able to get there fast enough with the Finch Poise. Emblem though by IndyHome. Let's see the usual fatal for Kyrie. But so far nothing that's super interesting here. Maybe the mystery shop from Savero. So he wants to snowball a bit instead of just tanking up the damage. And he thankfully has the Purify for him to be able to just tank the CC from Edok if he needs to. Abyssal Arrow lands to Lutpi, but it's just a bit of damage before the turtle fight begins.
Let's see here, RQ, seems like they have Ryo. Dyron level 4, Rin's almost level 4, but yeah, Onyx, it seems like they will not force a fight here. Oh, perhaps I might be wrong. Sans with the diversion play, Rin's caught off guard. That's gonna be Dyron here. Glorious path by Luppi with the engage finds Edok. Revitalized popped. Onyx, will they fight more? Edok under the turret has the implosion, but Edok will fall for Lutpi.
Yeah, trades all over the place. It looked like an easy total for RRQ, but San said no, no way. Kyrie though, is that a steal?
Yeah, retribution used, so orange buff taken away. Keyboy hasn't engaged. Oh my goodness, Sujin. Level 6. Oh, the damage should be enough as Kai jumps in. Sujin finds an angle to get away. RRQ, they have counterplays here as 4 members is onto Kai, the leaded Keyboy, isolated. And this should be a free kill as a Glorious Pathway actually committed. Oh, no way! The cow! Oh my god! The minuscule mechanics actually favors the Sky Kings. Gila Suns again. What was that? I thought Irok was making the right play, and it was the right play, trying to drag out both the Suns and also Keyboy outside of the diversion area, but not enough apparently. Insane mechanics and also recognition that he needs somehow, you know, save Keyboy from his demise. But speaking of Keyboy, he is on the Badang once again, Gani, and we know he is 100%, yes, before this day, he is 100% on the Badang. 10 matches or 10 games he played on this hero. We saw Sujin finding a cheeky angle to escape Pen-san, say, hey, we can do better. Let's see here, reset gold. Yeah, very, the difference is very low. The turtle will be up here soon. Let's see who is going to take it.
Yeah, I think Onyx will somehow use the diversion again for Sans to be able to take the bushes behind RRQ, but Rince knows what he's trying to do here. He tried to just cover all the bushes for the whole team of RRQ for him to be able to spot out this micro mechanics or macro from Onyx for them to be able to catch them off guard. It becomes even harder, but Kyrie is there trying to get the total.
See here, seems like both teams taking it slow on the second turtle take, and RQ, they are filling and committing more in the river area. Then again, Kyrie is on a link. Also, Sujin knows this. He is a level ahead. Lutfi looking for an engage there on towards Sujin, and yeah, taking it slow.
Okay, some damage towards Sujin, but nothing too serious. Kyrie secured the Berserker's Fury. That's a pretty big item. Edocto getting stunned up. Oh, implosion!
Yep, on towards one. Severa Pass is Purify. RQ, what will they do? Edoc, half HP, Glorious Pathway committed. Turtle half. Selena doesn't land. That's gonna be Lutfi. Sandbag. Oh! Keyboy finds a connection and 2 members deleted. That's gonna be Sujin though, looking for compensation. He moves back, but Onyx, they will be in control of the turtle.
Immediately after I mentioned that he is still 100% on the Badang, he proves that this is why he's been unbeatable on this hero. Absolutely crazy from both Keyboy and Sans in this early of a game, and that is why they're the best roamer mid lane duo in MPL history. Sujin might be in trouble. No problem for him.
Let's see. RQ, they need to at least find something trade-wise. They are behind on gold. Map control. This is perhaps the play. That's gonna be the implosion. Flicker committed. 2 members caught. Tempest Blake also triggered, but nothing else. Sujin, half HP. Lutfi misses. Yeah, RQ, they tried earlier, but great spacing from Onyx.
Yeah, this is why Badang is such a good pick here. And even the Phobias, because you have this engager, the Edoc, even Sujin, is gonna have a hard time for them to be able to get into the team fight, because these two are engage denier, assassin denier. It is difficult for them to make the right play when you have these knockups, when you have these cancels from the first kill of Keyboy, and also not to mention the fist cracks that has been on point in this game. It's 1v1 once again, it's Sujin and Kyrie.
This time Sujin will take on a jungler, not like the last game. Seems like they will not commit on towards a 1v1 just yet though. Yeah, both teams taking it slow on it. They know that they have Prio here, 2k gold top lane. Almost, right? Almost taken down. So, yeah, map control. It's all blue for now.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if RQ wants to contest this. Yes, they have the tools. And if Rince can land a hook or a good Abyssal Arrow, then that would be a difference maker before the team fight begins. And there you go. Sujin is just gonna split and try to get the bottom turrets, the first tier turret for himself. And I think that's a good move, knowing that RRQ is at a massive disadvantage in this fight.
See here, Kyrie pushing bottom side, but hasn't really shown. So the fog of war here, playing it with it. There you go. That's the show from Kai. No real call just yet here from RRQ. Keyboy spotted out, taking it slow as the turtle will shift, and it becomes a lord.
I'm not sure if I saw it correctly, but I believe Kyrie picked the magic shoes in this game. That's so weird considering that he's up against a Selena and also Edok. I think extra CC immunity will come in handy if he's ever, get stunned up for a long time. That would be a difference maker. There's 25% of CC immunity or CC reduction should be something that he's looking for. Onyx, they're not biting on towards the objective just yet. They know that the long lane presence of Kyrie will help them immensely before they want to take the objective.
Wow. Just the play, right? Onyx, they know they have the far lane prio, so they are right now just manipulating RRQ and not forcing a fight. Bottom side, the far lane threat is very evident here in the third game.
Yeah. And currently, right now, I don't think they have enough damage to do this kind of play. This Edok and Toy burst down towards the Ling. If the Granger gets the item, yes, maybe they can do that, but currently, no. Edok, though, can still play. He might be looking for someone, but no conversion just yet. But back to the point, so Kyrie can just stay in the long lane as long as he wants to, and the only thing that can kill him is probably Rinse landing a solid arrow. Even then, the Tempest Blade is an easy get out of jail mechanic.
Seems like diversion play will be topped. Ludpi now will be taken down.
Oh,
doesn't find the connection here. Onyx 5v4. Dyron now looking for a fight. Keyboy goes down. Now it's going to be a 3v4 still. Heavily favoring the Kings of Kings.
Okay, good one there from RRQ, knowing that they can use the initial stun from the Hylos to combo it up with the Abyssal Arrow from Rinse. Now it's a matter of Kyrie, can he execute this retreat? Edok is eyeing for an implosion, eyeing for a stun, for him to get Kyrie down from the wall.
Severo is still in the vicinity. Sans now, juicy target, Shaman Force popped. That's Edok finding the implosion play! Two members of Onyx deleted an RRQ. They will take the Lord.
Never doubt Edok gonna set heroes, and this is his bread and butter. The tick, the implosion, the game-changing plays of the MVP of the regular season finally coming to fruition here in the third game. And it's not late just yet. They still have the chance to get back in this match.
Edok again just strikes again. Let's see though, with this first Lord in hand, will RRQ be able to take fully control of the map?
Toy, that's a big item too, Wind of Nature. Just to deter Kyrie's potential, and after what happened in the second game where he pretty much has a bounty in his head with that 1-1 Kyrie, 1-1 Ling interaction, surely he wants to rush this Wind of Nature as soon as possible. Looking at the whole thing though, let's see if there is something that we can discuss here. So far, it's nothing too crazy. Edok maybe not having that fleeting time is a bit interesting. He wants to go for more tankiness, knowing that he's gonna be one of the two frontliner of RRQ to take the beating, to take the front to back from Sans and Salvero in the front line, and he rushed the Radiant Armor.
Okay, will that MR be a big factor? Let's see. RRQ, they're taking it slow. Lord will march top lane. It seems like, Onyx will sacrifice all of their inners. Base turrets will be the main priority of Onyx to defend, and seems like now Lord will charge.
Okay, Ludpi didn't get arrowed. Salvero, look at the wave clear. That is immense. And RRQ will just back away. The Abyssal Arrow lands.
Nothing too much HP. Base turret top is not looking too hot for Onyx, but at least they have defended. Seems like the inner turret bottom side though will still stand, so that's a plus. RRQ, they will siege more as the mid and top enters the vicinity. Let's see, Toy healing out damage here, defending the top lane. base. RRQ not forcing anything. They have Prio on the jungle, so at least Kai does not have his purple buff.
Toy starting to hit a bit harder here in the late game. 13-minute mark diversion. Do they read it, or is there someone who's gonna go there? It's Keyboy, but I'm not sure if he wants to make a play from this place unless he has the conceal. But Edok reads that out.
Seems like would be half HP. Savero though alongside Keyboy here, trying to join forces, dealing out the damage. RRQ, oh my goodness, in the back. Toy repositions Kai. Will trigger that wind of nature. Iron and Keyboy should fall here as Susujin finds an angle.
Oh
but it seems
my
like
God.
Onyx, they're too tight in formation, and Susujin will fall for 35.
I thought it was over. Oh, diversion again. This might be huge. Can they read it out? It's Savero!
Savers and Toy! And Edok this time should be deleted. What a creative play coming from side of Onyx.
Onyx will never be underdogs despite them losing in economy. They came back 16k down in the biggest stage of MLBB. MPL Indonesia Season 15 is just another day for them as they shift their focus towards the Lord.
Oh my goodness. That's going to be Onyx taking the Lord. Rin's trying to salvage something, but no fruition for now.
Now, here comes the concern. Renz, on this kind of situation, he's not that useful. The wave clear is not there. Unless he lands a perfect arrow to the perfect target, that's the only thing that Renz can do. But with the level of focus that Onyx players has and the mechanic that they have, I'm not sure if he's gonna be able to land those, especially with the fact that Renz will have limited room for him to be able to, you know, shoot these arrows, because the map will slowly but surely be leaning towards Onyx side. Oh no,
that's a land.
On cue.
That is an arrow landed, but
oh my God!
Savero finds a solo in the mid lane. Toy taken down, Lord still marching, healthy in the bottom side of the map.
That's a legal diversion. Where to?
Bottom side, turret now. They want the base turret. Onyx is already invading the home of the Kings. Now that's gonna be Dyron under the turret as well. Taking some heat. Oh my goodness! That's an implosion, but the damage from Onyx is just too much. Now it's going to be Onyx running for the hills as RRQ. They actually have defended. 4 members of Onyx will down for at least 20.
And Jakarta International Velodrome roars with the turnaround from Edok. How? That 4-man implosion was huge. Forced out the Purify from Savero, but there's no Man Force. There's not enough HP. There's not enough shield for him to be able to survive that one. We're gonna take a look at the replay here. Edok spotting, I guess, the overzealousness of Onyx. They just grouped up, knowing that Edok is in front of them. That is not something that he should do against a Tig. This is a hero that brought RRQ or Onyx in M5. Came back from 60k down. Surely they know better.
And that's the thing, man. A little bit of autopilot right then and there from Onyx, right? Just inside of the base. And yeah, a team like RRQ with a roamer like Edok definitely will capitalize on that autopilot coming from their own opponent. So it's another reset. Keep in mind, we are 16 minutes in. So yeah, let's see here. Definitely RRQ have increases their odds to perhaps potentially force a game 4.
Yeah, the increased odds are there, especially with the... Oh, it looks like for this Lord in particular, Onyx has the advantage on the long lane because there's no inhibitor turrets for RRQ. So again, that's something they can use, especially this is Kyrie we're talking about. You know, he's gonna be there in a few seconds with the Finch Poise as long as he has that purple buff for him to be able to expand his energy a bit, you know, a bit freely. Now RRQ will pull the trigger on towards the Lord. Kyrie decided to recall because he doesn't have that purple buff.
All right, so Kyrie did not show in the bottom side. Fist crack. Onyx looking for an angle to perhaps enter the river. That's the winner crown. Trigger, oh, would be very low. He will be broken down. That's gonna be Sans flickering out, though. Savero taking out RRQ. The Kings of Kings have answered back. Kai finds a shutdown, but RRQ, they are moving forward as again 3 members will be down and out.
Only the dynamic duo of Sans and Kiboy can stop this avalanche from RRQ. Can they do it?
Low, Glorious Pathway committed. Sans stunned. That's gonna be Toy focusing, locking the turret. And ladies and gentlemen, this is not the day of clean sweeps. We are going to game 4.
Oh man, oh man. All in the back of Edok. MVP. Say it. MVP. With some MVP performance. What a match and what a performance from this guy right here. The sophomore is carrying RRQ to a W and to prolong the series to game number 4.
Oh my God. RRQ answered back and the kingdom erupts. Jakarta International Velodrome.
A burst of momentum for the King of Kings. They're up against the Sky King, but there's a reason why they have the moniker King of Kings. They can't take down this team. There's a reason why they are the #1 in the regular season. The consistency and also the composure for them to be able to stay in the course, believing that they can achieve this and come back from a difficult odds.
And also keep in mind, at least for this series, the team that has red side Chepin won the game. So I think that will be something to keep in mind.
And by the way, we doubted the Hylos, but I feel like the fact that the Abyssal arrow lands so much before the team fight, that's also because of the Hylos.
Yeah.
Maybe our panelists can break it down even further. Time is yours, guys.
Rejoice the kingdom. And if there's someone, a single player that the kingdom can pin their hopes to, it has to be Edok.
Do I have an Edok card?
Look for
I don't think so. But dude, that is why he's the GOAT,
you're
man.
unlucky.
That is why he's the GOAT. Oh man. Oh dude.
Yeah, this guy, obviously.
There is a
so
reason,
good.
realize we called the Tigreal. It's like,
Yeah.
all right,
Yeah.
they lost in the draft. They need Edok to go
Great
on a
equalizer.
Franco or Tig, and they got, oh man, what a
They
what a player.
needed. They needed that one moment,
They did.
right? That could turn the team fight around. That one big ult, which by the way he did on that possibly what was a last defense.
Yeah, that was an end angle for Onyx.
And then Edok.
But
So you were saying
Edok happened.
he walked into position.
Here.
Yeah, there, here.
This one.
So he went and flickered in.
Oh my.
Sans sort of walked in too. And Onyx did not expect that set because, you know, he waited for at least 0.8 more seconds before he went inside and get that found that set. I'm speechless. I'm stuttering because I'm stuttering. Not stuttering.
Dude,
stuttering.
Because
I couldn't believe Edok pulled off that play.
Yeah.
I can't talk that right now. I may or may not have been jumping around yelling when that happened.
Yeah, the whole place erupted. The roof went off and Arashi was just screaming on top of his lungs. But the MVP, the player of the game, it is, and it has to be Edok, presented by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S15 series. And yeah, that single implosion at least. But aside from that, anything you can highlight that Edok did in the entire game?
Well, he was doing a good job screening for potential dangers, and several times you saw very, very clutch intentions behind the Sacred Hammers from Edok. But unfortunately, Onyx were just doing a great job mitigating a lot of those big moments until later on when RRQ were able to find some trades off and they're able to kind of match when it comes down to the damage output. That's where Edok really started coming up online, dude. He was just so patient the whole time. Before that, I guess knowing that there was something they could have done anyways, but dude, that's it.
And it turns out, right, I mean, usually when you're up against Edok, it's so easy to just say, all right, let's go Purify, let's deal with it. Yeah. That's why the Selena pick ended up being really, really good in the end, right? I mean, at the start we were thinking, all right, why Selena? Turns out it was a setup for Edok to get those implosions. Before that fight happened, the one where the implosion landed on two, both Savero and I forgot the other guy. Oh, by the way, crazy
play
assassination here. when this happened too, the Purifiers had already been baited out, you know, from Savero, and it was just, well, in the end he actually did it, but like before that, the turning points when they were able to slow the game down. I will say though, for Onyx, I think we also didn't expect the Link to come through. We expected something like a Fredrin just to shut down the Joy and then have proper ways to deal with, again, this kind of composition. They went for the greedy route, they went for the comfort route in a possible last game of the series, and ultimately it went to RRQ. They can't let their guard down like this. They gotta stay consistent. Remembering, again, RRQ, even though we have seen them kind of neutralize in game 1 and 2, they're still #1 in the regular season for a reason. Edok and Dairon. Actually, 2 reasons then.
Yep. I hate to give a shout out a bit more to Syzygy as well. Like we said, on the Joy, this guy just is a bit better. He's not the clutch kind of player like we were talking about. He's still the same kind of more hesitant kind of jungler. But you saw that on the Joy. There was that one escape against Kyrie that was very impressive. And even in that final fight, he did a great job just actually outputting the damage and zoning out, dealing damage to the whole backline. Even though in the end he missed the final dash, and you know he got picked off against Kyrie. But you're seeing him just perform so much more, so much better in a clutch factor as compared to the other assassins that Syzygy usually brings to the table.
Yeah, weirdly enough, it doesn't brawl in Joy. I think that's why Syzygy Joy works for RRQ. Like you know, they learn to play the game in a slow pace. Not really slow, not sluggish, but they find their timings. And I think for RRQ, this is very important. But for Onyx, this is where they got sloppy. This is very similar to how RRQ played game #1. They just got sloppy in the the later stages of the game. Dairon getting picked off in front of the Lord, in front of the bush, where the Hylos was checked and used the glorious pathway. The arrow hit. And that's where the game started slipping off for Onyx, because even Kyrie couldn't hold the side lanes anymore because RRQ was forcing the issue.
Yeah, that Brave Smite pickup though by Sans, did he really need to survive with that emblem? Was sustainability necessary for this Loyi?
Yeah, I think at this point it's a pretty common spell, or sorry, not spell, common emblem to take right now. The Brave Smite over, just damage dealing, because on the low Yi, especially up against a very aggressive composition like this from RRQ, you do need a little bit of survivability, especially in the early game. I just gotta give props though to RRQ for playing that game well, because despite the fact that yes, we didn't like the Link pick, there were some picks that we thought would come out, like the Tigreal to deny Edok. RRQ just played a good game. Actually, Edok played the best game of MLBB here. I think throughout the series, out of all the individual players, despite Sans going and getting a crazy individual play last game, Edok, this is the reason you want to take away the playmaking from him. You want to just put him on the Hylos, on the Gatot, on the Baksha. No, for your opponents you do. You want to put him on the Hylos, the Gatot, the Baksha. Don't put him on the Tig. If you're his opponents, if you're RRQ, Keskute, he finally, I think it clicks now, he's like, damn, we really got to go back to the regular season. We've been throwing out strats that we've been hiding. There's a reason.
Yeah, I think this is comfort for RRQ. This is where they thrive on a lineup such as this. You perfectly realize what the timing is. You play for the late game. You let the the Selena and the Tigreal kind of sort of like control the early to mid, and then when you are in fighting shape, you execute to perfection. And I think for RRQ, this is where the coach comes in. All right, that's a good play. I like that he didn't panic. Because honestly, keyword there is not panicking. You saw when Edok tried to roll over onto the lane when Kyrie contested for the Lord, he didn't even use Flicker. He just let Kyrie waste his energy. And when they saw the lane had no energy, he went for that crucial ultimate onto the backside.
Yo, by the way, do we see 2 Skypiercer builds for a toy? Or is that a mistake? There's a Skypiercer there at about 6 minutes, and then there's another one at 18.
I think he might have sold it then for something.
Yeah, he might have sold it for something, which is like, yo.
They bought it again.
What?
Something behind that.
80's not enough.
Rose gold, no? There's like a rose gold behind it.
Because he has both Rose Gold and Wind of Nature, but it could also just be the boots that he sold for one of those.
Yeah,
I wonder what he sold it for.
Do you get the stack still? Like if you sell it and then buy it again?
Resets to get reset.
Yeah, it resets.
I think he knew that, like, okay, Savero was doing well, and he didn't get a lot of stacks, so he sold it, but then he was like, oh wait, we're starting to win again. I'll get it again.
Yeah, probably.
Which is, it's an interesting decision there, but I guess shows you again adaptability, and shout out to the whole team as well. Despite what we were talking about, the Sans, was it 100% win rate on the low Yi?
It was that cracked it. No,
Not any
100%.
longer.
It's gone.
The fact that the Selena, aside from just burning the purifiers, spamming out those abyssal arrows, kind of gave RRQ an idea of where they were.
Yeah.
And for the most part, despite some really good diversions made by Suns, in some really unpredictable locations, they were still able to actually spot it out and cancel it.
There were 200% that was taken away. Lo Yi and Badang. Keyboy Badang was 10 picks, 100%.
Yo!
First
No
loss
way.
for Badang,
Yikes.
Keyboy, and Lo Yi Sans.
No
Thank
way.
you, Mr. Edok. Thank you.
I mean, I still, stand by what we said earlier. They should have just taken Tig. Honestly,
Yeah.
Because when you mentioned it, I was like, why not? Just take the the Badang XP and then put Keyboy on Tigreal. Then
I agree.
RQ suddenly have no solutions up until late game. But you gave Edok, the Tigreal. He acted like Marky. He became the solution for RQ.
It was always been the staple pick for Edok, where he was, pushed on to make the clutch plays, right? Even the regular season, he has been doing in week in, week out. And that was one of his strongest picks, and now given to him on a silver platter, which, by the way, RRQ was losing in the draft until that pick come up. And maybe Onyx Greed as well kind of got to them, so yeah.
It didn't even seem like they won so hard in the drafting phase. It's just that the way that guy plays it,
Yeah.
it's a different hero, bro. My Tigreals in rank don't look like that.
Oh,
That's different.
Nowhere close.
It's shown up.
Yeah, let me play Tig for you.
We'll see, let's see.
An astronomical gap right there. That's like,
We're gonna cosplay as Edok, bro.
This guy's gotta go.
Midnight with the implosion.
or
Shedding darkness on the opponents.
just like
what was that? Midnight, what the hell?
but, oh man, what a game. Really
beautiful game. And now
I hope they finally found the formula, realize. That like, Edok needs a playmaker.
Yeah, because they keep on putting him on the high lows, right? On the box, yeah. Like Arashi mentioned as well, he's not going to do much with the box. I mean, he can scout, go around, but that's not what Edok is for. He's there to play make. He's like Luka Modric, right? Just setting the tempo, right?
Yeah.
Pushing
Me
the ball.
Steven Gerrard?
Steven, well, washed, by the way, washed. Edok's not washed, okay?
Yo!
And I think, to a certain degree, they were thinking of maybe making him the frontliner, but I think it's more than that. He's the playmaker. He's the one who have secured RRQ finally their maiden game in the series. But on stage, we have Bude Clara Mongstar to take an interview. So Bude, what's up?
Yas Bude di tengah-tengah sini sedang menjadi saksi juga nih. Kira-kira siapa antara Onyx dan RRQ yang akan mendapatkan tiket MSC at EWC 2025. Dan telah bergabung bersama Bude yang udah punya tiket untuk MWI. Ciko.
Halo Bude.
Congratulations untuk Onyx Pertiwi.
Terima kasih.
Menjadi salah satu perwakilan dari Indonesia. Gimana sih perjuangan Onyx Pertiwi untuk mendapatkan slot di MWI in Riyadh nanti?
Seru sih Bude, penuh air mata dan drama ya. Tapi drama-drama yang asik sih. Seru-seru, berdarah-darah lah pokoknya kita.
Berdarah-darah ya? Karena kita tahu perjuangannya nggak mudah dan sampai hari ini pada akhirnya kita sudah punya 2 perwakilan dari Indonesia untuk MWI. Namun ada yang kita akan lihat spesial, ini dia. Inilah yang akan kita bahas bersama-sama. Di mana One Game, Two Champions. Ada MSC dan juga MWI. Tim Vitality dan juga Onyx Pertiwi akan mewakili Indonesia. Sesuai yang sudah kita lihat juga dari perjuangan mereka dan 2 tim inilah yang akan bergabung ke dalam MWI. Melihat gimana peta kekuatan Indonesia untuk MWI. Gimana sih dari Coach Chico sendiri?
Kalau dari aku masih tetap sama sih. Keyakinanku tetap Indonesia jadi salah satu perwakilan region terkuat di MLBB Women ini ya. Cuman mungkin kayak kita harus lebih aware lagi sih. Jangan sampai kayak tahun lalu kayak tim Filipina kan tiba-tiba kayak lumayan cukup dominasi lah. Bahkan di Grand Final pun dia dapat skor yang sempurna gitu kan.
Out of nowhere tiba-tiba yang kita tahu tim Indonesia, tim Vitality benar-benar diunggulkan. Banyak yang mengira mereka bakal menang tapi ternyata kejadian banyak sekali. Ternyata internasional tidak bisa ditebak. Namun kalau untuk internasional sendiri gimana nih persiapan dari Onyx Pertiwi untuk masuk ke dalam babak selanjutnya?
Banyak lah yang kita juga mau coba adaptasi kan untuk di di Riyadh tuh karena itu juga first time lah buat kita gitu. Kayak gitulah kayak mungkin kita udah dari jauh-jauh hari lah preparation ya.
Preparation, namun kalau ngelihat dari banyaknya tim-tim yang nanti akan bergabung, udah kelihatan betul mana nih yang harus diwaspadai. Region mana atau tim apa?
Mungkin tim selain Filipina ya, ada Malaysia, terus Vietnam juga kebetulan kemarin tim aku kalah Bude di group stage sama perwakilan dari Vietnam. Nah itu juga perlu kita waspadain. Sebenarnya semua region kita sama ratakan lah, kita harus waspada gitu.
Kayak udah banyak banget berkembangnya ya.
Betul.
Seperti yang Vian bilang bahwa mau menunjukkan juga bahwa kita sebagai Indonesia, atlet-atlet Indonesia juga harus bisa.
Nah,
harus berkembang. Tapi ini kan udah dapet tiket nih. Sistersnya udah dapet. Dari Chico sendiri gimana sih ngelihat match sekarang di mana final upper bracket ini dua raja sedang bertarung.
Seru banget sih Bude, apalagi kayak audiensnya kayak banyak banget gini kan. Terutama untuk Onyx lah, kayak Onyx sekarang kuat banget kan Bude. Kembalinya Kocep kan apalagi tuh. Menurutku season ini bakalan di MSC-nya juga nanti bakalan lebih seru lagi lah dibanding tahun lalu.
Karena dari permainan tim Indonesia yang sudah berubah atau bagaimana?
Kayak Indonesia sekarang udah makronya udah bagus-bagus lah Bude. Bahkan udah nggak kayak dulu lagi kan kayak brawl server katanya atau apa, itu Indonesia udah makronya udah bagus banget sih.
Nggak cuma bisa jati diri gelut-gelut brawl server aja, tapi makronya juga udah jalan.
Betul.
Jadi kita bisa punya dua playstyle dong.
Sebetulnya dari dulu juga emang kayak gitu kan. Cuman lebih kental lah ke team fight-nya kan. Kalau sekarang mereka lebih wise lah kayak kapan ngambil team fight, kapan yang enggak gitu. Mereka makronya lebih bagus aja sih.
Oke, sebagai keluarga besar dari Onyx saat ini, Chico, udah penasaran. Banyak yang bilang ini adalah prime-nya dari Onyx yang tiba-tiba kembali. Onyx mode playoff, itu beneran gak sih?
Kalau yang season ini ya Bude, kayak Onyx lagi bagus banget sih. Kayak lagi anomali gitu. Anomali yang Kaja Jungle Bude kemarin. Wah keren banget sih.
Jadi dari hero-heronya aja bikin bahkan
ya,
keluarganya
dari
sendiri
strateginya udah menurutku step ahead sih, one step dari musuh lah.
Ya tapi ngelihat betapa kuatnya juga dari tim RRQ, gimana ngelihat tim RRQ di playoff ini?
Menurutku RRQ-nya juga bagus sih, cuman Onyx tetap lebih unggul lah.
Bajunya sudah terlihat ya di sini ya. Oke, di sini masih mengharapkan tentunya Onyx Pertiwi sudah ngedapetin tiket untuk MWI. Sekali lagi congratulations dan selamat berjuang untuk Onyx Pertiwi di MWI 2025. Dan kita masih akan mencari tahu siapa yang akan mewakili Indonesia untuk MSC. Slot pertama Grand Finalis dan juga slot pertama untuk Indonesia di MSC. So, kita penasaran banget. Game keempat atau bakal jadi game kelima. Langsung saja kita lemparkan kepada para panelis. So, panelis, go.
Thank you, Uday, Clara, Mongstar, and Chico.
Chico,
who is currently the coach of Onyx Pertiwi, which is the female team for Onyx, and he was ex-Rebellion coach.
Ex-Rebellion, by the way.
Ex-Navi, but
Wasn't he in Malaysia for a bit?
yeah, he was.
JP Niners.
Yeah. Then he, I think he got homesick.
Oh.
Are you homesick of MPLPH?
Not
right
really.
now?
I mean, I've been here for like 4
Been
days.
enjoying MPL ID?
I'm enjoying MPL ID.
Nice.
I am enjoying the crowd. I'm enjoying the games. I'm enjoying being with you gentlemen.
Hey, W man.
Yeah. It's on cue because I asked him, does he enjoy the food? He does.
do.
We're having sambal.
We tried this yesterday.
Earlier on. And by the way, you had this, right?
Yeah,
yesterday.
dude.
Just yesterday.
It's so good.
Tequila food. This is next level. It is
Yeah.
amazing. Obviously, this is the food that you want when you're hungry and you're lazy. Not to cook up some food, you can just grab tequila food. Yesterday we tried out the sablak and also the baso achi, and it was bussin'.
We had it again today.
Ah, yeah.
Oh, you got it again?
Yeah.
It's delicious.
All right,
He,
how was it?
he treated me. I mean, if you're gonna ask me, I'm gonna have to keep a stash at home because it's that good.
You'll have to stash it up because late night cravings, you don't really want to, make the time to cook. It's all simple with tequila food. Don't forget to grab yours now. They have different flavors. They have a lot of, variants that you can enjoy. Tequila food, midnight approved.
Yes. Sir.
Midnight approved.
Yeah.
Now, was that draft midnight approved?
I would say I say a lot of things, man. but I'm gonna say they should have taken that TIG.
Yeah,
I am
agree.
gonna swear by that statement till the day I die.
Yeah.
Because here's the thing. Me and Mirko were talking off camera. Now the Choban made sense because RQ was also prepping for the TIG. So both of them could have taken a TIG. RQ wanted the TIG, but Onyx was like, nah, let's just go full views, and Edo happened.
We were calling for the TIG too.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, so is that Onyx, trying to find out if they can deal with the TIG? Or is that Onyx really thinking like, they just want a different solution there? Because remember, even for the jungler, we were thinking Fredrin, not Ling.
Yeah.
So is that the idea? Can we deal with this Sutsujin Joy without the Fredrin? Because, I'm not going to put that beyond someone like Coach Air.
Onyx always, I don't know what it is with them in game 3s, man. Against
Game
Geek
3s,
Game 3 they lost, and then game 4 they
Geek
won.
Fam.
Geek Fam, game 3 they lost, and then game 4 they won again, and now game 3 against RQ, they've lost again.
Are they give chance?
Are they giving chance? Are they? Because they went for a comfort draft, dude. The Ling instead of the Fredrin, full counters the Joy.
Yeah.
The Phobias instead of the TIG that we were talking about.
I don't think it's an Onyx thing because even in day 1 of MPL ID and even in MPL PH, most teams lost game 3. Like they get 2-0 and then they get 2-1. Game 3, I think at this point is just a curse. Or maybe just because most of the teams that win game 1 stay on the same side now.
Yeah.
And then game 3, a
It's
switch
finally
up
stopped.
happens.
Yeah. So what can we expect then? And game 4's draft, I mean, obviously they were opening up their cards. Even RIQ revealed that Yisun Shin and the Tigreal is out. Do you think now it's Onyx time to respect that Tigreal or other playmaking heroes of Yidok, or go for a different route?
I think instead of going for their comfort, they would be benefiting a lot more from just denying RQ their comfort, right? I think this is the difference here when you have so many more versatile options where you can play so many more heroes at such a much higher level, like Onyx in ID right now. They can just make sure that the opponents doesn't get what they want, and for the most part, overall, most likely Onyx are gonna come out on top.
Can I pose a proposition here for RIQ?
What is that?
First phase tick.
First phase tick?
Some teams do that. Some teams do that, and some teams have found success in first phasing second phase heroes because your enemies are not going to be expecting it.
I'd say if they actually got the red side, yes, it makes sense.
Yeah.
First phase, last pick red.
Yep.
I mean, yeah, last pick red, first phase, yeah.
Oh no.
But if they're on blue, which unfortunately they are, Yevov has taken back the red side away from them. I think if they really want to go for another EDOC special pick, it can be the Franco later. So they can still save it for later.
Yeah, Franco. It's still
same band, back to the basics now. Wait, Harith gets taken out. Lo Yi left open again.
Oh, okay. This is different. This is different for RQ. Onyx.
Oh, never mind.
Let me just say, red 3 for Onyx is very, very dangerous because Savera could get the 1-1. So RQ might need to take it out, but if you're Onyx, you're planning ahead of RQ. You just take the Barca here.
Tranquility and battle.
Well, Padang
Lo Yi.
probably because RQ didn't. I would say the Kalea was a good priority, but now you have to be concerned about the Louis again, and then there's also that threat of the 1-1 red 3. So I think RQ needs to get their hands on the 1-1 on this next upcoming picks, because if not, I don't think they're gonna be able to stand against Avero's 1-1.
Wouldn't an Aerithal still be available though as a counter to that 1-1?
No, it's red 3. If they pick it red 3, it'll be banned out.
Red.
Unlike some
Okay.
teams.
Yeah. So if the RQ takes 1-1 here, Onyx just goes Aerithal.
Exactly.
That's a problem.
Yeah.
So
alright.
it's kind of like a lose-lose situation.
They go Granger again, I think. We really haven't seen Toy go for anything else when the Granger's up for grabs. It seems just to be the key pick for them.
Yeah.
Just
play two heroes.
Is still up for grabs too, and technically now it gives Onyx. Oh, they don't jump for the
What?
Granger. Selena early this time round.
Selena again. Is it a setup for another Tigreal?
It's a setup for a Tigreal, but it's also a pick that we are used to seeing up against Lo Yi. Just open up bushes so that when before diversion, you can read out some of the ambushes.
Exactly.
Yeah, there's a Fredrin threat for Onyx on the second phase, but I don't think they're gonna be concerned about. I don't think RQ is concerned much about a Fredrin pick because they could just remove it on the second phase unless Onyx wants to take the Fredrin here, which is kind of okay. But they lose the the gold date advantage that they could potentially take when they take the gold date here and then remove some choice heroes. So either 1-1 or Fredrin.
Oh,
Aerithel.
I thought it was preemptive.
Yeah, I thought it was either the 1-1 or the Fredrin.
We have seen Savero just go straight onto this Aerithel just as an option, not as a response anyway. So, I was questioning about that, and it's most likely due to how Onyx likes to go with distance management, and the Aerithel is a perfect solution for something like that.
I think what they're doing here is choosing to not care about gold lane matchup at all. Because now RQ can either get 1-1 or Granger, but all matchups, Savero wins. So now Onyx can just relegate their bans towards Edok, and then also the XP flex. This is next level from Coach Ship.
Yeah, and even if there's a pick that still does all right against the Aerithel, it's kind of like a non-confrontational pick, like a Moskov.
Yeah,
That's
Moskov.
Like you go fight, I'll go and play in the side. So if Onyx wants to, again, force RQ to play to play the Granger or 1-1, then after the tick ban here, they ban Moskov. If they want to play it safe, again, take away the playmaking heroes from Edok. But I don't think you want to take away Franco now, because the Kalea is still there. I don't think you want to double down fully, so the Moskov makes sense to ban here, right? It's another way to technically deal with the Aerithel through just playing in the side lane.
Yeah, maybe the Hylos or the Hilda. They could remove from RQ because well, that too. But I think the Hilda would have made more sense. Honestly, because she could just roll in, check the bushes for RQ, adds more layers for the Selena to work with, creates more angles for the Joy as well. But for Onyx, I don't think they're much concerned about the gold lane again because they have the Airfill. So Fredrin might be the next choice here for Onyx if RQ does not take it out.
They can still go Fredrin Masha, no? Like the Masha is actually left open.
Oh, you're right.
That was a pick that RQ have always banned out so far in Game 1, Game 2. I forgot about Game 3, but it's left open, so RQ, do they still decide to read into it? They ban the Fred, there you go. Alright, so the threat of the utility plus Masha.
They can still go Masha here and then last pick Kaja.
Wow. Oh, Kaja?
Oh, against the Joy.
Yeah, even though there's a Selena, this is not roam
against
Kaja.
The Kalea though, yeah. It'll be good against the Joy technically if the Joy walks up, but if the Kalea is the one who goes in first, then the Kaja with the low Yi.
Yeah.
I see it.
But then Onyx will be inclined to play.
It's still okay.
It's still okay. Off, right?
So thing is, like Onyx, if they take the Masha here, it could potentially set up the the Kaja, but I think the best answer here for RQ is still the Hilda. Like you just have a walking hero that tanks everything on the side of on Onyx, and also it's a Dyron special. Oh, they rushed it!
Midnight!
They rushed, bro.
Double
RQ, if you don't take Hilda here, I swear to God.
Whoa, Midnight with the call, and now it's up to RRQ. How do they want to respond to this?
You need somebody that just wants to die in front of the Kaja.
Hilda.
I mean, not really die in front of the Kaja, but suicide himself.
Let's see. Someone who's tanky, someone who can maybe survive if possible, right? The Hilda does fit the bill, with the movement speed, the shielding, the regen.
Hylos too.
The next best thing would be something that, deals with, that can run with a revitalize.
Yeah.
To just buy some more time.
What do you go for Dyron?
What do you go for gold? That's the question. Granger, Bruno?
Experience the youth.
Still the Granger.
Back to the roots.
Wow. Double G's.
All of them die, so this combo from Onyx.
So I agree.
Sure, Masha then?
Honestly, if you want to greedy out, go Julian and Kyrie.
Wow. Go Julian on Kai, Kaja on Keyboy?
Yeah.
And then Badang XP.
Yeah.
Insta kill button with the Julian. We have seen in the past as well.
Yeah,
they did
normal
Masha. There you go.
Still the same.
Man, they didn't ban the Masha.
It's a win-win draft for Onyx either way.
Midnight, the call. That was
Midnight.
good. That was impressive.
The call and the coach and the caster.
Wow, and now I'm getting glazed. But it's Kyrie that needs to be glazed in this game.
Yeah. And now
100%.
it all comes down to this. An almost repeat of the picks that Onyx showcased in their first match of the playoffs. And now, will it be the end for RRQ? Or will Onyx be pushed to a deciding game of 4? Let's take it over to our casters, Goni and Jeffin.
Second appearance for the Kaja, and two of them are Kyrie's in the playoffs. Onyx, they got what they want. The ingredients are falling into place, but RRQ, they stick to what works in game number 3. We are on to another match point for Onyx. Can RRQ force a game 5?
Ladies and gentlemen, we are potentially a game away again for Onyx to secure the grand finals and secure themselves a spot for MSC. Let's watch and enjoy potentially the last game.
Yeah, some good points being raised by panelists about the Kaja. Yes, technically it does counter Sutsujin, but that is if... Okay, Keyboy getting jumped on, still has the flicker. That is if they want to go for a dive. Other than that, like, you can't really engage on your own first. I guess you have the Luoyi, but you don't have the chip, so maybe they will make use or full use out of the diversion, and Sans will be the pivotal member of Onyx in this game. Looking at the emblems though by IndyHome, it looks like Kyrie is going to use that support emblem. Irok didn't get the turn on towards Sans.
For now, it seems like it's just both teams touching and going. Pokes around the board. Keyboy no flicker for that first turtle, perhaps. That's already a sign for Onyx to not fight for the turtle. But let's wait and see. Sutsujin yet level 4. Kyrie as well. Oh, okay. Kyrie finds that green camp. Yeah, for now, it's just both teams trying to poke each other out.
Rince has been quite on point. Cheeky cancel by Irok. But yeah, he's been pretty much handling all the bushes for RRQ right now. Gotta watch out for some of these arrows. There's a few people, there's a few players that can make the Selena work. And Rince was one of them in the regular season, and he's showing his full potential here in the playoffs. Lutpi though, already level 4, Keyboy. Hasn't secured it just yet. And Onyx will force to concede the turtle.
As expected as well, right? No contest for Onyx. RRQ secures the first neutral objective in the game. And mind you, the history-wise final upper brackets all a sweep. It's been a sweep for RRQ. Season 7, 8, and 9. So let's see, perhaps this time around it will change between RRQ and Onyx. As again, they are a game away for us grand final spot.
Considering the game win rate also, Rince is still pretty much unbeatable on the Selena. 3-0, 100% win rate. So he's looking to make it perfect again in his 4th match in the regular in this season 15 with the Selena. But surely it's gonna be a tougher task here with Lutpi also securing this Masha, which has been banned quite a lot in the playoffs for some of the XP laners that we have here in ID. Luke, Lutpi are the two that can make it work the best. Looking at the items though, it looks like Kyrie will go to that Thunderbelt route again. So minimal damage for tankiness. But again, surely the RQ, if they don't fight, I think it's gonna favor them because Sutsujin will just farm up much better than Kyrie. This is a problem that they have to address. Onyx will have to force a team fight on towards RRQ with the diversions. That should be the win con in the early to mid game.
It's all quiet though, right? For that divine judgment. I don't think it has been triggered this game here, and Kyrie's level 7. Let's see though. 15 seconds on the clock for that turtle. RRQ seems like they will set up for that turtle take as well. Sans, half HP, that's not a good sign.
Yeah, solid pokes from Rince. He's been handling Sans with this Selena, man, 2 games in a row. Look at he's on a Masha right now. Oh, diversion, gotta watch out a little. Sutsujin might be in trouble. Look at
That's gonna be Sutsujin though. Distracted rather, by Lutpi. He will reposition. AOG will connect on towards Lutpi. That's going to be Lutpi though. First hit down. Toy finds the first blood. Keyboy very low but high. Calm retribution. That is going to be a kill for a trade.
Thankfully they got the turtle because if Sutsujin takes it, that's an L on all over the department of 4 Onyx. The gamble that paid off from Onyx. Lutpi, he got to tone down the aggressiveness. Yes, they need to use the diversions, but it has to be a bit more calculated with the all-ins.
Okay, and tempo slowed down again. Onyx, they will play it slow. Diversion. This might be a great setup. That's going to be Keyboy forcing to forcing Toy to use that flicker. Base, and that's going to be a turret taken down.
No.
Oh, that's going to be a pull by Kyrie, and Severo will be the executor on it, pulling Idok back, and that's going to force the AOG from Idok.
Yeah, another concern that a Kaja jungler has is the gap close. It's not really that great either because you don't have that flicker, you only have a retry. But, you know, Kyrie makes it up with the fact that he was flanking Toy from the side. Good one coming in from Onyx, and they secured another turret. Even though economy right now is still favoring towards RRQ, and that should be all Sutsujin farming the hell out of this Toy.
See here, RQ, 4 members in the mid. Onyx only 3. Will they be able to capitalize on this? No, it seems like both teams just wants to clear 25 seconds on the turtle. And Onyx seems like they will rotate towards the top lane.
Yeah, Ludpi though, this is quite interesting. He's just gonna go towards the far lane here, trying to make something happen. Idok conceal, but so far, no target just yet. Onyx, they're not owning the bushes purely just because Tyrant is on a Kalea and Ritz mostly on this Selena, man. The arrows, even the, you know, a single Abyssal Trap, the utility is just too big. Diversion by Sans.
Great awareness. Oh, that's going to be the connection on Sutsujin. Great taunt. Onyx 5v4. Onyx will somehow keep it tight formation-wise, but they lose out on the turtle take.
Yeah, Kyrie, he's forced on a jungle that literally does nothing but a single point lock engage, and that's a problem. This is someone that's mechanically gifted, someone that can make a play of his own, but he's forced to be this utility jungler. Veteran has a lot of utility. Baxia can roam around the map really, really fast, but Kaja, the utility is just so minimal that Kyrie is not really, you know, so effective if he doesn't get that divine judgment towards the perfect target.
Okay. Just 1,000 gold between them. Onyx still have some counterplay here with Severo still untouched. Let's see how RRQ will handle this fact. 60 seconds here for our first Lord in the game. Sutsujin looking for an engage. AOG lands. Purify pops. Onyx, great recovery, and they will move back.
That is why you use the Purify onto the Airthel, man. The arrows and the AOGs from Idok. That was a good punish, but thankfully Severo still has the Purify. But also good use from Onyx, though. They're not really down by much. Oh, Tsunami Slam on towards Tyrant, and he is out. Another Sky Piercer stack from Toy.
RQ playing it very, very well. Structured, patient. I like it. Onyx, again, suffering a loss. But then again, it's just Keyboy, the roamer. Taking it slow. As long as Severo is able to farm, I think they will think they are A-okay. Diversion towards the mid to reinforce the threat coming from RRQ. But yeah, so far, it's just 5 kills in total.
Yeah.
Almost 9 minutes of game time.
Especially for Onyx, a team that feeds off the early game, just want to dominate the early to mid game. This is something that's quite rare to see. And that's because Kyrie again is on a Kaja. They're not going to be able to be as dynamic as the Prime Onyx that we're seeing, especially with Chip. It's non-existent in this game. It's only the diversion from Sans. Other than that, there's no gap closer for Kyrie.
Oh, that's a big knock-up. That's going to be on it. Collapsed on. RRQ looking for angles. Kyrie still tanky enough, but in the back side. It's going to be Lupi taking one down. Kyrie very low. Toy claims a kill. Sutsujin very low and taken down. Severo finds the kill, but it will still be RRQ taking 3 down.
God. RRQ got away there because they took a fight in that tight position, a position that really favors Sans by quite a lot. But thankfully, the frontliners are frontlining for King of Kings. They live to see another day, actually winning the trade also. It was 3 for RRQ and 2 for Onyx. A good sign building up towards the late game, and Toy is just hacking up on the Sky Piercer, man. 4 by now.
Things are definitely not looking good here for Onyx, but Seems like they want to contest diversion for... Okay, they send Keyboy. Toy is in that area. Taunted, oh my goodness, everything
They gotta gamble.
put on towards Keyboy. That's going to be Rin's distracted. Kyrie secures the Lord. As RRQ now, they will shift their focus on taking Ludwig down. They will get it. And that will be Onyx though. Still claiming the Lord.
Oh, risky again. Thankfully, Kyrie is as good as ever with Retribution despite him being on a Kaja. That was a big gamble from Onyx. Thankfully, they didn't just overreact from the fact that Keyboy is getting picked off. Ludwig was in the back. They know that they have to take the Lord for it to make the trade worth. They have to risk it with the Kyrie and the 50-50 against Sutsujin.
Calm, Purify there. That's info though, 80 seconds on that Purify. Yeah, I think Severo untouched. That I feel is one of the main positives from the side of Onyx. They still need to neutralize this 2,000 gold lead, and let's see here with this Lord push, perhaps they might turn the tables around.
Now, how do you see Jason? Oh, Savero does not have the Purify.
Oh my goodness, AOT doesn't land. Luckily, but Iron is there to secure that kill. And ladies and gentlemen, the collapse from RRQ is beautiful. 2 members again down. Lord though will charge and will take a base turret top lane, which is not good, because Lord will spawn in the bottom side of the map.
That was almost the worst case scenario, but thankfully, again, Gila Sans was there. Onyx is playing with the limits here, playing with a lot of, margin of errors. Now they're forced to defend with only Sans being the lone wave clearer. Abyssal arrow lands, but yeah, that's gonna be not much of a damage towards Kyrie, but all that is started with, once again, Rinse on the arrows on towards Savero that does not have the Purify. And the follow-up from Edok and also Dairon was immaculate as well. So this team, man, when it clicks, it really is clicking.
I mean, Savero needs to respect the potential, especially when his Purify is on cooldown. And don't show too recklessly. That's going to be the Tsunami Slam and the AOG combo. Let's see Onyx from the back. Zuts again! Finding the flanks, finding the double. Almost got the triple as Tor secures another stack for that Sky Piercer. Keyboy will not be able to find an escape as Edok is the only compensation alongside Iron.
It's only Ludwig, 17 seconds on the clock for Sans to respawn. Ludwig will try to defend this one all alone until all his teammates are up. Only 3 for RQ. No, it's 3 for RQ. This is a time for them to end the game, but do they want to go for it? The wave is coming in.
Yeah, minion, luckily for Onyx, is
man.
up. So yeah, I saw the timer. Yeah, RQ will not be able to end there. But Onyx, they are given a warning sign there that they need to be careful. Oh, diversion play wins! What? Out of position! And Onyx will be there to punish Onyx now. They have Bryo on the Lord. Far lane is pushing towards their side, and it's a 5v4, but Sutsujin
oh my goodness, Sutsujin!
Looking for a play. Let's see, Sutsujin stunned up.
Oh my goodness, what are you doing? That's not the play! He goes in all alone, not knowing that the whole Onyx team was there to punish him. That was absolutely unnecessary, especially when you have the Retribution. Why? Why?
It was a 5v4. Toy was practically top side of the map. Why would you look for that play, Sutsujin? And now Onyx, they will secure the Lord. And will this be the final push? I don't think so, but if RRQ makes the same mistake, this push might be the push that takes them to the grand finals to MSC as well.
Only one game separates them from Riyadh. They have Savero. And still in an okay place, 3-2-3, and he's stacking up the items. Toy secured that Blade of Despair. He's gonna be hitting like a truck. Lord comes in on the top lane again. Oh, diversion from outside of the map.
Oh my goodness, Keyboy! Finds the opening. Toy taken down. And ladies and gentlemen, RRQ, they're in shambles as the Lord is hitting the main base, and that will be it. Onyx goes to MSC and will be in the grand finals.
Celebrate, Sonics! RRQ fell asleep. for just a sliver of second, but Sans in his Gila form, truly a maniac. What a play to end the game, and what a way to come back from a sticky situation. 3-1 from the yellow porcupines, and the kingdom is theirs, at least for now. They secure a spot in the grand finals, and they qualified to MSC.
Boy, oh boy. Wow. The Sonics are definitely up for joy. But that diversion play, Sheffin, that risk, that gamble, Toy deleted, that's just, yeah. All hell breaks loose and Onyx takes the game.
Oh man, you mentioned something about joy, Connie.
Yeah.
But I feel like the joy killed them. Sujin, that was a very, very questionable push check. It's a joy against a Kaja. You have to somehow know.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
Why? I still don't get it. I'm still speechless on that attempt. That is something that they shouldn't have done. But once again, Onyx will just fist bump it out.
Yeah. So officially for the first time, the upper bracket finals kings, which is RRQ, especially against Sonic, they will go to the lower brackets where they will meet with Geek. This was the final push, the diversion play. Oh, beautiful, beautiful harmony from the yellow porcupines.
We're gonna hear a word or two from the winner and see how they feel with the fact that they've secured a spot in one of the most prestigious tournament, MLBB. Onyx, welcome to MSC.
Dan final upper bracket sudah dimenangkan oleh tim Onyx. Bukan hanya final upper bracket, mereka menjadi grand finalis pertama yang akan melaju untuk hari Minggu nanti dan ditambah satu slot untuk MSC at EWC. Onyx, congratulations. Dan mungkin ada kata-kata untuk kemenangan hari ini?
Assalamualaikum Riyad.
Balik lagi nih untuk ke Riyadh. Dan kita melihat bahwa benar-benar Onyx hadir di sini di final upper bracket dan match terlihat begitu ketat. 4 game lagi kalian mainkan. Namun Bude penasaran untuk melawan RRQ. Bagaimana sih? Boleh diceritain mungkin?
Dia tim ini sih lumayan kuat lah. Jago-jago.
Jago-jago. Namun kalau dari Lutfi sendiri kita ngelihat kalian menggunakan Kaja Masya kombinasi kembali untuk game keempat. Apakah itu berarti sesuatu? Apakah ada maksud tertentu dari kombinasi itu?
Nggak ada sih. Kita main aja.
Main aja. Apakah ini
Ya.
mode kepengen Riyadh atau gimana?
Ya itu bisa jadilah.
Bisa jadi, tapi penasaran. Apa yang mungkin Coach Yap katakan atau Adi katakan ketika match ini berlangsung atau sebelum match ini berlangsung?
Mereka cuman pesen jangan banyak pressure, main lepas aja.
Main lepas aja. Dan kalau dari Sans sendiri, Sans, ini mode Sans apa? Semuanya teriak, gila Sans, terus-terusan. Kayaknya ini benar-benar momen yang begitu mendebarkan momennya Sans, prime-nya Onyx kah?
Oh, nggak tahu sih prime-nya apa enggak. Yang penting yang pastinya kita lumayan konsisten di playoff ini. Ya.
Oke, konsisten dengan 4 gamenya?
Awalnya bisa dibilang konsisten. Soalnya kan di playoff beberapa kali, 3 kali kita menang sampai ke grand final kan. Jadi bisa bilang konsisten lah.
Pokoknya fokus dalam kemenangan. Game 1, lalu 3 sempat kepleset lagi. Memang ini di game ketiga kalian suka coba-coba atau bagaimana? Atau ada sesuatu hal yang kalian rubah setiap game ketiga?
Kurang tahu sih itu Bude, emang di playoff kan kita setiap game 3-nya kalah terus kan. Cuman aku nggak tahu, nggak bisa berkata-kata sih.
Tak bisa berkata, tapi kalau kemenangan hari ini, katakan sesuatu Sans tentang kemenangan hari ini dan balik lagi ke Riyadh.
Let's go final, kita masih ada 1 match lagi ya, semoga lancar jaya aja.
Semoga lancar jaya, masih berfokus terhadap grand final nantinya. Tapi kalau dari Savero,
King Savero.
King Savero, kali ini benar-benar momentum sedang didapatkan oleh Onyx. Namun lawanmu hari ini adalah The Young Blood yang namanya juga sama-sama diserukan seperti halnya dengan nama Savero. Gimana sih untuk pertarungan di babak playoff melawan Toy?
Seru lah, soalnya dia jago juga, kompak juga lah timnya. Tadi buktinya aja agak hard game kan game semuanya.
Dari hard game itu, kasih tahu ke Bude, gimana cara kalian untuk bisa mendapatkan game-gamenya?
Mungkin lebih tenang aja sih di komunikasiin gamenya.
Lebih tenang di komunikasiin game. Dan Savero, kasih tahu dong, suasana Onyx pas playoff sama regular season beda gak sih?
Lebih seru lah sama lebih hype di playoff-nya.
Lebih seru dan lebih hype. Jadi dari vibes teman-teman satu tim Onyx itu mereka malah lebih hype pada saat playoff.
Ya, lebih hype.
Bisa kasih tahu kenapa?
Apa?
Kenapa tuh? Emang mereka suka dengan panggung yang besar atau pengen ngangkat piala lagi atau hype-nya kasih tahu itu kenapa?
Mungkin pengen bantu aku sama Lutfi angkat piala kali.
Asik. Satu langkah lagi bisa angkat piala. Semakin dekat untuk Onyx mengukir sejarah kembali di tempat ini. Tapi perjalanan mereka tentu nggak mulus. Langsung kita tanya aja kepada sang burung kaja. Ada Kairi. Kanya itu kaja kah?
Kenapa?
Kainnya kaja.
Ya di Kairi kanya kaja.
Kenapa di game ini muncul lagi nih? Memang akan jadi hero yang kalian gunakan dengan kombinasi ini atau bagaimana? Kaja lagi.
Ya karena udah nggak pede main assassin tadi.
Ini jujur atau bercanda ya?
Ya bercanda.
Tuh kan. Langsung pada kaget pas saya, pada ketawa di sini. Tapi kalau melihat dengan momen-momen yang ada berat juga untuk Onyx, kenapa terlihat sulit untuk ngedapetin kemenangan atau snowball lawan RRQ?
Ya karena RRQ jago juga.
Tapi momen apa tuh yang membuat kalian kayaknya cukup kesulitan? Ada sebabnya kah? Atau ada playernya kah? Atau gameplay mereka
Player
kah?
mungkin player idok.
Idoknya?
Ya idolanya Kiboy.
Idolanya Kiboy. Kamu diapain sama idok Kairi?
Kayak tadi doang ada momen kan si idok. Kayak momen Kiboy pas M5. Ingat Kiboy aja.
Momen Kiboy dilakukan juga oleh idok. Tapi kalau dengan momen kalian tertinggal dan pada saat ini adalah lawan kalian RRQ yang konsistensinya memang kita tahu mereka begitu konsistensi. Tapi kalian menurunkan mereka ke lower bracket. Untuk Kairi, does it mean something for you to put RRQ on lower bracket?
Nggak ada sih, sama kayak biasa aja kita fokus sama tim kita.
Fokus aja sama tim kalian. Tapi what is your focus on this match? Apa fokusnya Kairi? Stealing turtle?
Fokus menang.
Fokus menang. Gimana tuh caranya menang di match ini?
Apa ya? Gak tahu sih.
Tiba-tiba menang aja gitu ya Kairi ya? Tiba-tiba menang 3-1 skor, cukup puas dengan hasil ini?
Ya, belum puas.
Belum puas.
Karena belum juara.
Belum juara, masih dinantikan Sonic. Tapi kalau kata Kairi, idok menjadi sebuah masalah. Kiboy, benerkah itu? Apa yang Kiboy rasakan di match kali ini? Apa kendala terbesar yang Kiboy rasakan untuk akhirnya bisa menjadi grand finalis pertama?
Kalau kendala ya pasti dari idok lah. Karena dia gameplay, makro, mekanik semua dia jago. Hero pool juga banyak. idol muda gue lah.
Idol muda. Tapi gimana tuh ngelihat dengan hal-hal yang kamu bilang positif dari Idok, caramu untuk mungkin bisa untuk meredam kekuatan Idok dan juga RRQ?
Yang pasti gue udah belajar banyak juga tentang Idok. Dan gue juga belajar dari dia juga banyak.
Oke, ini menarik karena perjalanan mereka belum berakhir di sini. Memang sudah punya tiket grand final, sudah punya tiket untuk ke Riyadh. Namun, grand final akan menjadi pertanyaan besar. Siapakah yang akan menjadi lawan kalian di grand final? Dua-duanya udah kalian lawan, tapi siapa nih, Kiboy, yang akan menjadi lawan kalian lagi di grand final?
Lumayan berat sih Bude. Satunya first team roamer, satunya second team roamer.
Oke, jadi siapa nih? Kalau Kiboy gimana? Ngelihat
Ya,
first team dan second team rom?
Mungkin bakalan beda tipis lah. 4-3 RRQ lah.
RRQ, berarti yang akan menjadi lawan kalian kembali adalah RRQ. Oke, Kiboy sudah memberikan mungkin insight-insight, tapi gimana dengan Kairi? Kairi, siapa nih yang bakal jadi lawan kalian lagi di grand final?
Kalau prediksi gua Geek Farm 4-3.
Why?
Kayak gara-gara Baloy, ada Baloy.
Baloy, oke. Kalau Savero, siapa yang akan menjadi lawan dari Onyx di grand final?
Kalau menurut aku 4-3 gig.
4-3 gig, kenapa tuh?
Ya karena ada Baloy sama Makeits jago banget.
Jago banget, singkat padat jelas. Namun gimana halnya dengan Sans?
4-2 kayaknya Geek.
Karena? Apa yang kamu baca nih?
Lebih bagus tim playnya Geek kayaknya. Ya.
Oke, itu kalau dari Sans. Sobat H, nggak bisa di rewind ya. Tapi kalau dari Lutfi gimana?
4-3 RRQ.
Ada apa, kenapa?
Mungkin tadi lebih sengit aja sih lawan RRQ.
Lebih sengit dan berkesan. Tapi pada akhirnya grand finalis pertama, siapapun lawannya, tetap grand finalis pertama adalah tim Onyx. Dan silakan sampaikan sesuatu, mungkin ada perwakilan dari Onyx untuk kemenangan hari ini dan juga untuk grand final.
Terima kasih Sonic yang udah datang dan udah dukung kita. Jangan lupa dukung kita di hari Minggu. Jangan lupa datang.
Jangan lupa datang dan sekali lagi beri tepuk tangan yang meriah untuk tim Onyx.
Bude, ada tambahan. Bisa?
Apa?
Kata Kairi dari #9 Go Riyadh.
Dari #9 Go Riyadh. Inilah dia tim Onyx. Membuktikan diri. Thank you banget Onyx. Namun kita belum berakhir sebenarnya. Nanti kita akan bertemu lagi dengan Onyx karena jangan kemana-mana, ada yang spesial. Hari ini dimana kita tahu bahwa kita memiliki 2 dari ladies perwakilan untuk Riyadh dan 1 dari perwakilan untuk MSC. Di hari ini kita mendapatkannya dan kita akan langsung mengundang karena ada sesuatu yang spesial. Kita akan sign off untuk para player, member, coach dari Onyx Pertiwi untuk naik ke atas panggung. Karena mereka akan mendapatkan simbolis perpisahan dan simbolis pelepasan dari PBSI. Dan juga tentunya kita semua ingin berharap yang terbaik. Onyx Pertiwi dipersilahkan untuk naik ke atas panggung. Perwakilan untuk MWI 2025. Ini dia Onyx Pertiwi. Mereka berjuang dan pada akhirnya bisa mendapatkan slot ini. Oleh sebab itu izinkan Bude untuk mengundang Bapak Ken Truvano selaku anggota bidang kompetisi PBSI untuk bergabung di atas panggung. Untuk bisa menyerahkan simbolis untuk Onyx Pertiwi. Dan inilah dia perjuangan para player bersama dengan coach. 5 member. Ada Livi, Sev, Po, Karta Slim, dan juga Yipi. Semuanya berjuang. Dan ini adalah simbolis pelepasan, sign off. Yang kita berharap bahwa Onyx Pertiwi bisa membuktikan diri di ajang internasional. Kita akan mengabadikan momen ini, berfoto bersama dan semoga ini bisa menjadi momen yang bisa kita kenang. Bagi Onyx Pertiwi yang akan mewakili Indonesia di ajang MWI 2025. Dan terima kasih kepada Onyx Pertiwi. Dipersilakan untuk kembali ke tempat duduknya dan untuk Bapak Ken boleh tetap di sini karena bukan hanya Onyx Pertiwi sistersnya yang keriat namun juga Assalamualaikum Riyadh dari #9 Goes to Riyadh. Inilah dia tim Onyx. Sekali lagi mereka bergabung bersama kami di atas panggung. Dan dari tim Onyx akan pula mendapatkan simbolis untuk perwakilan Indonesia. Bapak Ken Truvano selaku anggota bidang kompetisi PBSI akan menyerahkan simbolis bahwa kami semua mendukung tim Onyx untuk berjuang terus mengharumkan nama Indonesia di ajang MSC One Game Two Champions. Kita akan abadikan momen ini bersama dengan jersey yang telah diberikan. Namun bukan hanya ini karena juga ada simbolis lainnya. Di MSC, kita tahu setiap tim yang bergabung memiliki kunci. Dan kunci itu akan ditandatangani oleh para player. Mereka berhak mendapatkan kunci karena mereka bergabung di MSC 2025. Tanda tangan satu persatu dari para player. Setiap player, semuanya memiliki momen. Mereka akan menjadi perwakilan Indonesia. Ini adalah kali kedua untuk tim Onyx bergabung lagi. Back to Riyadh. Kalau langganan MSC, Onyx memang. Namun kalau ke Riyadh ini adalah kali kedua. Mereka juga benar-benar berjuang. Musim lalu memang bukan musim yang baik, tapi musim ini mereka berdedikasi. Nyala dengan semangat juang baru. Inilah dia tim Onyx dengan kunci yang mereka miliki. Kita akan abadikan momen. Ini adalah simbol partisipasi Onyx kembali di ajang MSC 2025. Oke, momen sudah diabadikan, kami undang kembali Onyx Pertiwi untuk kembali ke atas panggung. Kita akan berfoto bersama the brother and the sister. Tim Onyx, keluarga besar Onyx. Mereka bergabung bersama, inilah dia. Tim Onyx Pertiwi boleh bergabung kembali ke atas panggung. Kita sudah melihat salah satu perwakilan dari MWI, salah satu perwakilan dari MSC. Dua-duanya dari Indonesia, dua-duanya dari tim Onyx. Dan kali ini kita akan mengabadikan momen keluarga besar dari tim Onyx. Sonic pastinya sedang bergembira karena bukan hanya dari Lady Sin saja, tapi dari MPL pun mereka memiliki perwakilan. Inilah dia momen berharga yang harus kita abadikan. Bersama dengan Bapak Ken Truvano selaku anggota bidang kompetisi PBSI, perwakilan PBSI, Bude mengucapkan terima kasih. Dan inilah dia momen untuk Onyx dan juga Onyx Pertiwi. Kita akan langsung saja kembalikan para panelis untuk membedah lebih lanjut bagaimana kemenangan hari ini. Silakan panelis, inilah dia perwakilan dari Indonesia.
Wow, there is something. Well, hold up. Bring it. Bro, brother.
Bring it in. That is brand new, by the way, ladies and
Bring it in.
That is brand
This is brand new. Bought it, I think,
Get out of here.
4 hours, 5 hours before Onyx made it to MSC. And by the way, Keyboy mentioned that, you know, that's the words of Kyrie.
from #9 to MSC in Riyadh. Hey, congratulations Onyx for making it to MSC, our first Indo representative in MSC. But hey, Arashi Hoshi, it's fine. RRQ still have a shot tomorrow against.
Yeah. Against Geek Fam though.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Against Geek. Oh.
Wow. Do we even want to talk about this moment? Jin.
Yeah, what was he doing right there? That's
We
unfortunate.
know he's not the type of, like we did mention, now it seems just offensive to say, but we don't know him as a clutch player. That's something we've already kind of identified, but that was a big blunder.
That's why you don't go for the clutches.
That's true.
If he found Severo there, it would have been nice. But unfortunately,
yeah.
he found a different
He found a wall and a badang.
Yeah.
Punch to the face. Quite literally on stage too. I mean, come on. Oh, like not making it to MSC with that route. To be fair, they were already down. It wasn't like they were the ones up and it was a reverse sweep like some teams. Yeah, but still, that's dung.
It's a tough one.
It is a tough one, but for Sans, nothing is tough because he is the player of the match presented by the official from his smartphone Samsung Galaxy S25 series. I think a string of very impressive performances, and I think they should just change the heat map too.
The teleport.
A drawing of a goat. I think he was so good. And yeah, any thoughts on Sans' heat map?
I mean, heat map for sure. He's all over the place. I could have sworn the heat map should have belonged to the other players because he kept sending, key players on the other side. But mostly the positions that he take, as you saw the drawing earlier, it was primarily on the bushes. He's making sure that they check the bushes. He provides vision, but also secures the spot for the diversion. And I can't believe that I'm gonna say this, like. Sans literally was just obliterating RRQ. 3 games. MVP.
What a performance again for a player of. I agree with Realize though, right? Like usually when I hear that from Gani, I'll just be like, just to add some more banter, I'd be like, go. No, but seriously, this guy is definitely. Oh, wow, what a retry from Kai too, man. The whip into the retry. Severo, please keep it clean. Like a couple of times in this game, it was very throwable, it was very RRQ winnable because of Severo. Luckily, it was a battle between the two S's, Severo and Jin, and the blunder versus blunder there. Ultimately, the bigger blunder belonged to Jin. But yeah, Indonesian GOAT, I think it's safe to say for me too, if I had to choose, leave Sans.
We had this conversation before the playoffs started. Who do you think is the Indonesian GOAT? Some say Lemon, some say Sans. I mean, it's up there for conversation.
I think it's between like an EVOS M1 player or Sans.
Yeah.
I don't think Lemon comes in there.
Oh, sure thing. I mean, for Sans, he has been able to, deliver performances like this week in, week out. And
this is a winning play.
I don't want to try to frame Jin into making a loss out of this, but was that Jin misplay that significant into, rattling RRQ and giving Onyx this boost to close the game?
I think so, but I mean, even before that, there was the pickup onto Rins as well. I think at that point, the idea was that we gotta be unpredictable. We gotta do something so crazy, it might just work. And several times with RRQ's approach like that, they have fun moments, but that's just a problem when you rely on that kind of unpredictability and explosiveness. When it works, it works. When it doesn't, man, that unreliability can lose you games in one fell moment. It begins with the Selena getting picked up, and then Jin trying to do something. Again, if he found something, would have been a sick play.
Yeah.
But the fact that he attempted it without weighing out the risk, without having like good odds, he was just going in and just betting it on blind luck. And it's just too idealistic.
To be fair, I feel like this is yes, we can hate on Jin, we can obviously criticize him sometimes, but that was also Rins making a crucial blunder. I don't know what he was doing so far up front when the team was down. Everybody was still like in base, around base, trying to defend the Lord. So technically, like, Jin made a mistake. Yes. Was it a big blunder? Yes. But if it wasn't for Rins dying, I feel like he wouldn't have made that mistake too, right? Because again, Jin kind of wanted to make a play to equalize the man advantage that Onyx got from Rins dying.
And to make matters worse, it's not just the the Selena dying, but also just the initial setup. Well, we were backstage looking at each other. I was like, this is the worst possible setup for RQ.
Yeah.
Lord bot side, top side was cleaned up. There was a diversion play waiting to happen. So if Onyx gets the Lord, that would have been just game. And unfortunately for RQ, somebody died. Now the next thing you know, Jin's going to a blind check on the bushes. Onyx gets a kill onto Sutsujin, they get the free Lord, game's over. So the initial setup was very, very bad for RRQ.
Yeah. That's such a bummer for RRQ, but we want to hear on the mic check that Onyx has to bring. Tune in this mic check.
Coba udah gue cut semua. Lihat gue badang top.
Dari mid ya guys.
Aman,
ada gua. Beri kolong. Kalian lanjut aja guys, gua bisa ini
bisa badang guys. Bisa boy. Nih badang nih. Nih badang udah siluar.
Gak recall guys, Susansin gak recall.
Bisa perang lagi.
Gak recall Susansinnya ya, udah retri.
Mati satu. Majuin ya.
Orang. Gak bisa balik ya Susansin.
Oke, nggak bisa balik.
Gak bisa balik, aman.
Mid ya.
Jangan mati ya, bisa balik dia, aman.
Ke gue heal, dikit-dikit.
Bisa di mid guys.
Bisa ulti ya.
Ada gua di aman, gak ada ulti dia.
Bisa masukin guys, gue ada ulti lagi.
Butuh gue ngalang.
Valen.
Maju.
Mati.
Gua mati. Nice lah.
Aman.
Tower aja. Aman. Tower ya.
Tahu.
Nice.
Full tower.
Nice. Mid dulu kalian.
Lu coba dikit gua, lihat gua ya.
Itu dia masuk di atas coba.
Ayo.
Ada lebih.
Bisa guys? Lihat Sabero guys. Lihat Kerry.
Dapat.
Cover guys.
Aman gua.
Warin kalau bisa ya.
Lihat gua bisa.
Awas Joy ya.
Nih dapat gua. Dua.
Ada WO.
Enggak ada ulti Tigreal. Tigreal enggak ada ulti ya.
Kita ditutupin nih.
Aman.
Di gua Joy ya.
Gua tarik nih. Gua tarik lagi.
Enggak ada ulti Tigreal ya.
Mati dia. Nice guys.
Tigreal kan enggak ada ulti.
Gua ada ulti Sabero. 3 detik Sabero.
Masih aman gua ya.
Bisa lagi nih. Tangga depan ya. Gua depan. Gua majuin. Serena tuh. Gua ada ini guys. Target. Ghost lagi.
Tigreal. Aman.
Bisa lor guys.
Chill guys, santai.
Oke guys, langsung lor yuk.
Udah game kita.
Calm, calculated, still a little bit of chaos because they know that MSC was in their sights and they're able to grab that first ticket. Do you think Onyx will make us proud in MSC?
I mean, if they keep on playing like this, I feel like, again, this is a team to look out for. Before this, after especially watching MPL Philippines playoffs, I was like, oh man, we're kind of cooked. But hey, Onyx are giving me hope, right? Like, I am feeling the Onyx that I felt in Season 11. Maybe not that level yet, but they're getting there slowly but surely. Because even the players, when asked, is this Prime Onyx? They were like, I don't know if we're Prime Onyx yet, but we're consistently improving every single game. And even Kyrie said, yes, we are good now, but we can still be better. We can still improve.
Yeah.
There is room for improvement. And the fact that they keep saying this means that, again, the hunger is back. The hunger that was once lost from this Onyx lineup, I can see it. I can see that drive again.
Yeah, two things for Onyx. For me, it's very clear. America has mentioned this earlier. Sabero has to like clean up. Even Rashi mentioned it. He has to clean up the game because there's a lot of games that Onyx were already on the lead, but then your gold laner dies. It's just a very detrimental part of Onyx gameplay. And also, I mean, Lut P is really good, like on damage XPs. But he also has to clean up on the setters like the Badans, the glue. Because honestly, I see Onyx gameplay being more versatile as the playoffs progress, even during the regular season. But come MSC, you're gonna be facing against ex-billionaires like Sanford, who are very well versed on both playstyles.
Oh man, yeah. I think at that point the issue is that you're coming in with some plays that needs to be cleaned up against teams that are already clean, where execution is not even a question anymore. It's about, at that point, it's not about tactics, it's about strategy. Right? So they're playing on a different level already, a whole different field. So I think if we want to have good results, our teams really need to hustle right now.
And I think, points are made by our panelists. The fact that Lutfi has to kind of sharpen his playmaking tool, and maybe Savero, right? Savero, I mean, cut him some slack, he's the rookie here. But he's able to deliver at least quite a few off-the-clutch plays given to Onyx. I mean, sure, there are mistakes happening like that, oppositioning that he experienced in that game. Now it's up to RRQ. What did they do, right? This time against Geek Fam in the lower bracket. I feel like with the Yi Sun Shin being open, that could be one of their strategies, but do you think they have more in their pockets?
More, I think there will be some, but I feel like those might be. See, there's two possibilities. Either those what we saw earlier were the ones that kind of worked, right, but not the best ones, or those are the best ones, and they're saving the ones that kind of worked. Either way, I don't think it's a very encouraging situation to see. how this match really went. But again, if they really want to clean up, I think the risky maneuvers there, like we talked about Rins before Sujin, the reason why he's sitting there is probably because there were moments in the previous games where someone walked in and he's able to do some damage and get out. Plays like that are nice, are okay, but they're not really necessary, and stuff like that needs to be kind of like phased out, you know?
And also, I think this is a thing about RQ's pocket picks that I just didn't see about Onyx. I guess we'll talk about it after the loser's interview because we want to hear from RQ. What happened? Like, is it Rave, Kescute, NMM?
Who will be talking? Bude, who is it?
Yes, sudah ada bersama dengan Bude, ada Coach Rev dan juga kunci yang sudah dimiliki oleh Onyx. Coach Rev memandang kunci ini sebenarnya bisa menjadi milik RRQ nggak sih once deket atau gimana sih kalau menurut Coach Rev?
Ya kalau milik RRQ pasti bisa lah. Cuman ya memang di hari ini kita kurang maksimal aja mainnya gitu.
Kurang maksimal?
Ya kurang maksimal.
Apakah ini memang sebuah hal yang kalian gak duga bahwa mode playoff Onyx semengerikan ini?
Ya sebenarnya kalau dari persiapan kita pasti day by day kita pasti mempersiapkan semaksimal mungkin ya. Cuman ya mungkin di hari ini kayak banyak miss gameplay, miss move atau mungkin spiritnya kayak kurang aja sih buat jadi pemenang gitu menurut saya.
Oke, berarti dari mentalitinya.
Ya betul.
Tapi jadi penasaran, kalau ngomongin mentality dan juga mungkin berarti harus mempersiapkan gameplay juga yang anyar untuk besok. Gimana sih untuk yang harus dibenahi, mana duluan yang harus difokuskan untuk RRQ, mentality, gameplay atau hal lainnya?
Ya pertama sih menurut saya ya udah pasti mentality lah. Kalau kita mau jadi ya pemenang ataupun juara, ya kita harus ada spiritnya dulu, harus ada semangat juaranya dulu. Baru kayak gameplay kita matengin lagi, kita evaluasi lagi dari hari ini, mungkin ya itu.
Tapi yang menarik juga bahwa tadi Kaja kita ngeliat bahwa Kairi bermain dengan Kaja, kombinasi Kaja Marsha, apakah itu sudah diprediksi oleh coaching staff dari RRQ?
Ya sebenarnya di game terakhir ini ya, game 5, kita udah prediksi dia bakal Kaja dan Marsha. Cuman ya memang eksekusi di in-game-nya yang kurang, ya itu yang tadi saya bilang kayak kurang bersih, kurang jernih ya kayak gitu.
Oke, dengan kurang bersih, kurang jernih itu jadi semuanya udah dipersiapkan. Namun apa nih yang menyebabkan permainan bisa seperti ini? Apakah karena mentalitas atau ke bawah hype atau ke bawah aduh satu langkah bisa ngedapetin?
Ya menurut saya kurang gimana ya, kurang spiritnya aja sih.
Spirit itu?
Kayak spirit juaranya kurang.
Oke. Dan kalau ngelihat dari spirit juara, ini besok kalian harus melalui lower bracket final. Di mana ini menjadi sebuah hal yang baru di MPL Indonesia Best of 7 Final Lower Bracket. Ini baru kali pertama, sistem yang berbeda. Gimana sih untuk Coach Rev mempersiapkan diri dan melihat Lower Bracket Final yang Best of 7 ini?
Ya kalau buat besok ya kita di lower bracket BO7, Best of 7. Ya kita pasti evaluasi dari hari ini dan ya kita juga nggak mau ngulangin kesalahan yang sama lah buat di hari ini. Ya kita lebih ekstra lagi buat besok dan buat tiket EWC juga.
Karena lawan kalian esok adalah Geekfam yang pernah mendapatkan predikat The King Slayer. Gimana untuk melihat besok Geekfam?
Ya menurut saya sama aja sih semua tim menurut saya ya sebenarnya problem kita bakal eval dari tim kita sendiri dulu gitu. Baru kayak kita ngelihat tim lain punya gameplay kayak gimana.
Fokus terhadap tim sendiri dan sekarang kita harus berpisah dulu. Ada yang mungkin mau disampaikan Coach Rev?
Ya paling untuk dari saya ya untuk Kingdom, thank you udah datang ke sini yang dari luar kota maupun di Jakarta, tetap support kita. Tetap support RRQ Hoshi, kita bakal kasih yang terbaik buat besok guys. Thank you.
RRQ akan kembali lagi untuk esok di final lower bracket dan kita harus berpisah. Good luck, have fun untuk besok.
Thank you,
dan kita akan langsung kembalikan kepada para panelis. Monggo.
That was Rave and Bude Clara Mongstar in the Jersey Wall. Makes you wonder, where is NMM?
Yeah.
We haven't seen him for a while now, and he's usually the I don't know, the
Spokesperson.
calculated schemer behind Kescute, you know?
Yeah.
There's Kescute with the presence.
He's the
and there's
partner
him
in crime.
in the back with the notes.
Death Note.
Speaking of notes,
Whoa,
though.
whoa, whoa.
Oh, hey, man.
Hold up,
Might
hold up.
pull a
Chill,
light
chill,
Yagami
chill.
on us, Mr. NMM. Maybe that's why he's not showing himself on
Yeah, Midnight.
camera.
What do you know about that? About Light Yagam?
I don't know.
That's why Light is Light, right? Like Mr. Light from BTR.
Chahyo?
His name is Light because of Light Yagami.
Because of Light Yagami.
I see.
But
How similar, Midnight?
What?
Huh?
Sorry?
No. How similar?
How similar is what? Light and light?
Light and light, or
No,
NMM
very,
to light?
very different. No, very different.
We'll take a look at the playoffs bracket now. After 3 grueling days, we have entered the last 2 days, tomorrow and the next day, for the lower bracket finals and the grand finals, with Onyx beating RRQ 3-1. RRQ will face Geek Fam in the lower bracket finals. Quick predictions, Arashi. Oh, before that, Miracle, you want to raise a point?
No, I think predictions first.
Okay.
4-2 RRQ.
4-2 RRQ. Midnight.
Geek Fam 4-1.
Ooh, 4-1! 4-1! Okay, explain.
Explain, yeah. I think...
Is it the drive?
I think what they said about the drive, and also like Geek just having superior gameplay over RRQ.
Oh, okay. I think that was what
San said.
San said that too, yeah.
They're copying his answers?
I was literally just called out by an RRQ the content manager. Like, we know each other, and he was like, man, you never predict RRQ. And I'm like, unfortunately, I just didn't really think you would beat some of these teams. I'm sorry. I predicted RRQ for Alter Ego, if that makes it any better, right? Like, that was a guaranteed
You gave him
win.
a chance. You gave him a chance.
I was like, no, that's 100% win.
Yeah.
But here... Yeah, I'm sorry, Rashi. I think Geek Fam are the better team. I agree. And I think, unfortunately, RRQ will have to meet them after they've gone through the problems that we saw against Onyx. They will have to... Well, I think Geek Fam have already kind of found a few solutions to the problems that they faced up against Onyx. And RRQ, now they have too many problems. Now, this segues into the point that I was going to make about the pocket picks for RRQ. You guys can catch the match, RRQ versus Geek Fam. Match 7, lower bracket final, second and final ticket to MSC at EWC. Geek Fam or RRQ. Catch it at 17:30 GMT +7. Now, sorry, RRQ pocket picks feels more far-fetched. When we see Geek Fam, Onyx pocket picks, even BTR pocket picks, actually, never mind. It really feels like it makes sense. Like the Kaja with the chip and the low yi. Kaja with the low yi. Like it's always supplemented by something, enabled by something, and then you have the Masha show up, right? It makes sense. That's why we can actually read it. The Yi Sun Shin, I feel like, this is also I feel like it's just so far-fetched because it's minimizing your conditions.
It's not just pocket picks, it's pocket strats.
Pocket strats, hidden strats they call it.
Yeah.
And I think it should stay hidden for these kind of matches. Unfortunately, it is way too far-fetched for it to work up against the highest level of play.
That's true. Like there's a certain level of execution that you have to accept in scrims before you put it in the playoffs.
It's not pocket, it's cheese.
It's cheese, yeah. You're right.
It's more
you're right.
cheese, exactly.
That's true. Before that, I want to look at the pocket picks and the cheese picks at MSC and MW 2025 at EWC, starting the 10th of July 2025 to the 2nd of August 2025, only in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. We saw, by the way, 3 Onyx teams making it to Riyadh. Onyx PH, Onyx ID,
I'm gonna throw something like
Onyx ID, and Onyx Pertiwi, all there.
Flexing right
And I think, you know, for the fans at home, if they want to try to watch MSC 2025, the playoff tickets are on sale right now. You can catch it on WeBook.com and just buy the tickets to watch the world's best and Onyx clash in Riyadh.
Go ahead, check it out. And also for you guys back at home, right? If you don't want to buy tickets for MSC, but you still want to join, maybe you're there for specifically 15th to 19th of July, MWI 2025 is free for everyone. So don't miss your chance to witness the pinnacle of women's esports live. A celebration of skill, passion, and progress. Join us and be part of history. Or
I'm part of
her
that
story.
Wow. That's so good. I'm part of that, by the way.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right.
Yeah, I am.
Nice.
Interesting.
You don't know?
Wow.
Maybe let's have it stay that way.
Aside from that, we also have
Prepare
something
yourselves.
going on. I think, aren't you gonna cast this one, Midnight? This is the Samsung MCS. MLBB Campus Series.
Yeah, I'm in charge of the Filipino broadcast.
Oh.
Haven't locked in yet. So fingers crossed.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that is gonna be interesting because we have a lot of collegiate players playing in that tournament.
Hopefully we get this. Oh, this is the one we're going to be casting too, I think, Rashi.
Potentially, yeah.
Is this where we're able to scout the players?
Potentially.
Yeah, scout players.
Series, right?
Again, MCS, man, this is a really good thing, right? To have another layer when it comes to amateur play.
Yeah.
Be able to scout newer players again. So I love it. It's always the MLB scene keeps on growing.
Let me just say, our teams, even in collegiate level, freaking scary.
I've seen that tournament.
I hope.
The UAAP, dude.
Yeah, UAAP, that one.
One of the teams there beat our UAAP champions.
Damn.
So we sent another beast.
And I think they're battle ready.
That's a
And if you
yikes.
want to be battle ready, you can get the battle emotes of MPL Indonesia. Log in now, open the shop, and buy your favorite teams.
Buy it.
Battle emote. Take a look at all the emotes out there. Or maybe the Santai. Or maybe the Pusapu. You know what that means? Pusapu.
Yeah.
You know what it means?
I don't know.
Pusapu.
I don't
It's
know, I
like
just like the sound.
elder. It's like respect elder.
Oh, that's cute. That's cute.
By the way, flex it. I don't want to talk about this. I'll just let Miracle do the talking.
So we opened like a few packs yesterday.
A few.
And I never got anything. We opened 3 yesterday. And I was like, this is rigged. Like they for sure put like the bad cards in because I only got Luke's. And then the Lukes were not even tier A. It was like tier B Lukes.
Okay.
I'm like, all right, whatever.
Okay.
And then today I'm like, all right, you know what? Let's see if it's actually a scam. I open it up, 2 packs. I got Luke Outstanding, that's tier A. And then the next pack, I open it up and I legit got an Aran SP. 0.2% chance. 0.2% chance. This is a signed one. This is the hardest one to get. You'll see it in the supreme tier.
Physical sign?
Yeah, physical signature
Oh
here.
my goodness.
And it's laminated on top of it. I think someone else got a witty championship signature. It says season 14 champion and then the signature. But hey, Aran, I got it. Let's see. Let's test your luck.
Open up the packs.
Can I try my
Open
RNG?
because your team lost. I'm sorry, Rush.
Can I try? Yeah, I'll try the RNG.
Zephyr. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. It was Zephyr. It was Zephyr.
Producer.
All right.
Got my eyes on you, bro.
All right. Are we doing it?
Oh my God, producer.
I understand. He's an Evo's fan, though. He kind of hates you.
Okay.
He hates you. All right. Mr. BB hates you.
All right.
Well, show us the goods. Show us the goods.
You first, Mr. SP.
All right. I got the SP, so I don't even care. Kyo. Tier C.
Hey, X-Magic.
Fund. Moreno! The Maestro.
Wow.
And then Eman, my goat. But these are all tier Bs, yeah.
Yeah.
CCB. What? Do you guys have anything?
Just tier Bs.
Wait, Highs. This is, I think, tier B, no?
Yeah.
That is tier
I got
B.
Kyrie though.
Highs.
I got Kyrie.
Kyrie!
I got a Filipino on my card.
Let me check.
Kyrie.
Alter Ego team. Alter Ego. Not
yeah.
the best.
So
SP?
my
NCC.
collection is still the best.
Oh,
okay,
Aran.
guys, if you guys look at the tier premium, oh, I got the tier super. Wait, yeah, super, right? Yeah, I got super, and it's the third one from super.
Super
What is it called?
signature. something.
Outstanding? Is it outstanding or?
Wait, no. It's
Oh, signatures. The signature. Sorry.
Signature.
Tier super signatures. That's the one I got for Aran.
Yeah.
Tier super signatures.
I bet it's
So
funny.
it is SP, and then the tier premiums are even the Color Blast. Color Blast is the rarest version of yeah.
And a CW one. I would love to have one.
I actually have a CW.
Dude, Goni also got like a signed one, right?
Yeah.
He got a it's a digital sign. It was the tier A. The tier A, the one next to outstanding. He got the Annabelle one, which I
many
really
cards.
want.
Look
but
at my last pull.
I'm not trading this.
What's that? Oh,
Luke. I have an outstanding Luke. So.
Hey, that's true.
I'm happy with this, bro.
I also have an outstanding Fabian.
Are you
I have
happy
an
with this?
outstanding a boy. I got a billion Emans.
I'm gonna remind Arashi of this every day.
Or maybe just give him the Sans.
Divine Judgment, brother.
And by the way, the
whoa.
International Velodrome, Jakarta International Velodrome, excuse me, we also have an audience member opening up the packs. Let's see if Lady Luck is on her side.
If she gets an SP, it's rigged.
Hey, Cars.
Vroom vroom. Oh, okay, Reggie.
He was in the playoffs.
Oh my lord.
Every single time.
Oh! Best team in the world!
Eliminated.
Oh! Tier A, outstanding Fabian!
Fabian, outstanding. That is beautiful.
One more? Oh, okay.
Play
He was in the
low.
playoffs.
He was in the playoffs. Let's go.
Damn. Tier A.
Outstanding.
You got a tier A. Oh, shout out to her. That's
Fabian.
not as good as my SP, by the way. I'm sorry, lady. I got you beat with my SP Aran signature.
He'll keep flexing this for a good like 2 weeks,
Unless
and
you have
then
Color Blast.
afterwards we'll understand.
Unless you have Color Blast, you ain't on my level.
I think I'll try to buy those packs to get the Color Blast one.
You can get
How many
packs of
packs?
12.
You might need to get like 5 packs to get one Color Blast.
I'll get
maybe
10
10
packs,
Maybe 10, yeah. Maybe 10. I
Awesome.
got extremely lucky with this one. This is 0.2%
Two
chance.
packs, brother. 2 packs.
Crazy.
Imagine if they created a digital one.
What more?
I don't know. Just
I like the physical ones better because like you can keep them and then you can also hard flex. Like if you're Mirko
yeah.
and then you have the Aran card, you can just do this.
or maybe you can just put
Talk
it
to
on the
the
back
card.
of your
Talk to
phone.
the card.
In the back of your phone,
Oh.
No, I'm gonna get a card sleeve. I'm treasuring this. I'm not putting it on the back of my
Jackets.
phone.
The
Yeah,
card jackets.
I need to keep these.
And maybe after you're done playing cards, you're kind of hungry, you wanna buy those Mercon Merah Putih rice bowls because it is a quick, tasty Indonesian meal, ready to eat straight away, or even better, you can heat it up for 3 minutes for next level deliciousness. By the way, I had this earlier on the festival. I went for the Marksman Bowl, which is daging mercon, which means spicy meat.
Yeah.
And it was so
Basically.
delicious. I love spicy food.
So I went for the tank bowl, and he went for the assassin bowl.
No, I went for the fighter bowl.
Fire bowl.
Fighter bowl.
Fighter.
Is
What
Do you
there-
like it? How good is it?
I loved it.
It's got that rangdang.
Yeah.
Rangdang.
He told me he was gonna get me a lot of like those food because I really love Indonesian food.
I'll be waiting for.
We'll get
for the
more.
Coast
We'll
Bowl.
get more after
Yes,
the
sir.
playoffs.
For sure.
We will be, but playoffs are still on the run and the tickets are still out, so you can buy them now because they're available through the GoPay app or the official MPL ID website, and you can also get free diamonds on your purchase of the playoffs tickets. Tickets? Anyone?
Technically, we don't need them because
Yeah.
we're gonna work anyway.
I mean, I need him.
Yeah, tomorrow we have already secured his ticket, so it's fine. Even though he's not gonna be. Actually, we don't reveal that. Maybe he is. Who knows? You know.
I don't know.
Maybe he'll be the producer tomorrow.
Mr. Bob, Mr. Mr. Man, maybe.
Ball man.
You'll slither out of nowhere, RKO somebody.
Oh yeah, maybe. You know, from out of nowhere, Kyrie gets RK.
Dude, alright. Oh,
no.
Come on, invite me. Arashi needs a support system.
Exactly.
But I'll invite you
If
to.
RQ lose tomorrow, we just need Midnight to walk in and be like, I got you, bro.
Come on,
I
brother.
got
That's
you.
okay.
You know, like,
No, it's like
hug it out.
Tag, get in there.
Brother, I lost a 3-0 lead. Don't worry.
Brother, my team lost a 2-0 lead to
They banned-
Alter Ego.
They banned Badang. with
And
1-1.
imagine the fans out in the MPL ID festival watching together and they have to cry together. That's all fine because at least they're together in the festival. And and by the way, this is by the words of Mr. Producer, bigger troopers can still come to the MPL ID festival.
But we have one right here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Onic, right? Yeah.
Yeah, let's go.
Geek Fam, RQ, let's go. Woo! Best team, no. BT are best team in the world. You see that meet and greet, there's a reason they put Bigatron there. They're the best team in the world. They're just, we're not in the world level.
Hey.
Yeah, season 16 will be world, remember? So,
Baby
we're
strat,
saving
baby
strats.
strat.
See, we keep those strats hidden, Arashi. We don't pull out the East and Shin, we pull out the Brats.
Oh, that was
Dino.
just a to smear off your strategies, huh?
Yeah, hide him till till you get to play him.
I think he'll be hiding it till MLBB2. Or MLBB3.
That's harsh.
Gotta wait for that
We
sequel,
went from Arashi now to roasting back the
What
Bigatro-
color
Bigatroopers.
is your SP?
Come on.
Shut up, you guys.
I thought you were
Shut
gonna
up.
say what color is your
Sorry, what?
president?
Sorry, what? Sorry, what? I can't hear that over 5 M series trophies.
Hey, it's okay.
Hey, what?
I can't do that over the signature of Aran.
This is unfair.
I can't hear that over 5 trophies.
This guy's unfair. Okay, so that wraps up our day here.
We have better crowd.
Better crowd.
Better players.
More people.
You still are better players.
Hey, if they want to get rich, they come here.
Whoa! Come on!
So you're saying you're rich. You admitted that on broadcast.
We're all rich.
Hey!
We're all rich.
Huge shout out to Wolf.
Yeah, but it has been
Babayero.
realized. Mirko, Arashi, Midnight. I'm kidding. Midnight, Arashi.
Bro.
How does it feel, Midnight, being in the panel?
Feels nice. I wish to be back.
Nice having you, man.
Thank you.
Nice
Thank
having
you.
Hopefully
2 years,
tomorrow
bro.
again.
Nice having you around. Hopefully tomorrow you'll still be back. Who knows? You know, we'll have Mrs. Talent Manager to just pull you in to the panel. Or maybe if she won't, I'll pull
I might
you
just
in.
call you live on broadcast. Like, hello, Midnight.
Hello? But that is it for us for today. Don't forget to enjoy the action tomorrow. It's RRQ against Geek Fam in the lower bracket final. MPL ID Season 15. We own this.
We're still doing that.
I love it. We have to do it because we own this.
Gila
we
Suns.
own this.
We
Gila
own this.
Suns.
Gila
We own
Suns.
this.
Dan pada akhirnya hari yang ketiga benar-benar berakhir dengan kejadian yang tak terduga.
Satu slot telah terisi untuk mewakili Indonesia di EWC dan pastinya kita akan melihat di hari esok akankah satu slot tersebut akan jatuh ke tangan RRQ ataukah ke tangan Geekfam.
Benar, karena di hari ketiga ini kita mendapatkan 3 tim teratas. The Big Three, di mana 2 tim masih harus berjuang di lower bracket final. Dengan sistem yang berbeda, best of 7, semua tim belum ada yang pernah merasakan lower bracket final dalam best of 7 series. Perjalanan akan semakin panjang dan akan semakin terjal. Jadi kita harus melihat bagaimana kedua tim ini bisa melampaui hal-hal itu.
Apapun bisa terjadi di hari esok. Untuk para Kingdom dan juga pastinya para Geekfam Unity, jangan lupa dukung tim kesayangan kalian, datang langsung ke MPL di Jakarta International Velodrome karena mereka membutuhkan dukungan kalian. Hanya tersisa 1 slot untuk bisa mewakili Indonesia di Riyadh.
Benar sekali, siapa yang tidak ingin, siapa yang tentunya ingin membuktikan mimpi harus bisa membuktikan diri. Dan hari ini begitu ramai, begitu pecah. Tentu saja Budi ingin mengucapkan banyak-banyak terima kasih kepada semua super fans yang hadir di sini dan juga yang ada di rumah yang menonton dimanapun kalian berada, yang lagi nobar-nobar bareng dan khususnya dukungan dari para sponsor dan partner. Karena MPL Indonesia Season 15 powered by Moonton, supported by PBSI, presented by official turnamen smartphone Samsung Galaxy, official e-wallet GoPay, official sponsor Head and Shoulder, official coffee partner Good Day.
Dan of course our partner in esports ada Telkomsel, Dunia Games dan IndiHome. And our advertiser ada Kacang Sukro dan Hogband. Dan our suppliers ada RSV Helmet, UBS Gold, Kila Food, Royal Guard, Mercuan Merah Putih, Imaginary. Dan of course our venue Jakarta International Velodrome.
Yap, tempat di mana kita akan menjadi saksi bagaimana tim-tim beraksi. Esok hari akan menjadi hari yang sengit, di mana best of 7 untuk lower bracket final menentukan perwakilan kedua untuk Indonesia dan juga grand finalis selanjutnya.
Dan pastikan dukung terus dan datang langsung. Dan pastinya Lisa yang mengucapkan terima kasih. Dan Bude,
kita juga harus benar-benar mendukung semua tim. Bude Clara ingin mengucapkan selamat malam, selamat beristirahat, dan sampai jumpa di final lower bracket MPL Indonesia Season 15. We own this!
dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi,